the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Busy show today. It's day 4. Can you believe that? Day 4 of the 12 working days of Christmas already. That's today. The Wheel of Meat could spin. We have a lot to discuss and talk about, some updates for you. And hey, the old world, she's as crazy as ever. Let's bring everybody in. It's Mr. Greg Burgess to my left, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? What's happening?
Hello, hello, hello.
What's happening?
Hello.
Yep.
Everybody
Got something
good?
in my eye, and I can't
Oh,
figure it
no.
out.
Is it an eyelash?
I don't know if it's. I don't know.
Greg
if
said
it's,
he'd look.
I don't think. Let me rephrase that. Something is going on with my right eye, and I can't figure out if something's in it or it's irritated from something that went in it a couple days ago. I don't know. But
What
it's
if you end up
bothering
with a
me.
patch?
Could, Greg? Don't
Just
make
what
fun.
if it's just temporary patch?
It's really bothering. Like I've put
with that
drops,
haircut.
I have flushed it out. I don't know what's going on.
Have you all ever used the magnifying feature on your iPhone?
Nope.
Do you know you
Didn't
have
even know I
that?
had one.
Um,
I didn't. Well, for what?
Situations like this.
You may just like if you need to look something, you just look it up. Hold on, let me get
Never
my
mind.
glasses. It's funny. Let me get my glasses. Isn't that funny?
There you go. Good job.
So you just search magnifying glass. So here, let's see, magnifying. Let's say here it is here, and there it is there. And so if it's
Nah,
like right
I
there,
didn't even know that was
you
possible.
could zoom in.
Ah, but dang,
and
I like that.
Look at that right there. Look how close it
pretty
gets.
good.
If you ever need
If I
it.
needed a magnifying
Yeah.
glass, how about that?
How about that, Greg?
That thing
you learned,
does all
you
kinds of
learned
stuff.
something about a minute and a half
That
in.
thing does all kinds
Huh?
of stuff, don't it?
Is it in the corner of your eye, middle of your eye, bottom of your eye?
All over.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You
It
get
started,
some
I think it
drops in
started but Greg, I just said I've done that. That's your solution. Yeah. I've put drops in for 24 hours, and that doesn't seem
Ain't
to be
happened.
working.
Hey, get some drops in there.
They didn't drop.
Hey,
Okay,
Helms,
let's
you ever
go.
thought about drops?
Oh,
That's what
man.
I'd do.
That's what I would do. I'd get some drops.
It's not affecting me. Well, I will say this. Last night I was sitting in front of a computer around 8:30, 8:45, and I even told Amanda, I said, I got to shut this down. Like I can't. It's giving me a headache sitting looking at it. I thought I'd go to sleep, wake up, it'd be fine. It still bothered me.
Sorry about
So
that.
now y'all never know it today.
Yeah. Except for the fact you just mentioned
But
it.
I'm struggling. You asked how I was doing.
You
I'm
are.
struggling.
You are. Is it your right one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
this
Oh,
one.
yeah. She's a red one.
Yeah.
She's a red one. So the Heisman finalists have been announced.
Hey.
Tell me if y'all have any surprises
Williams.
here. You got USC's Caleb Williams. Go ahead and give it to him, right? TCU's Max Duggan.
Yeah.
Ohio State's C.J. Stroud, and Georgia's Stetson Bennett.
Yeah,
Those are the four quarterbacks.
Surprising. I mean, he's a go-getter. I'm just saying the old typical Heisman. Well, then again,
Greg doesn't like Stetson Bennett, I've noticed.
he's kind of a bip to me, but he's a winner.
You got to have those guys.
But
You got to have those.
But if you
bips.
think about it, you remember, good night, Baker Mayfield was a walk-on.
Mm-hmm.
Won the Heisman.
By the way, did he just get released by the Panthers?
I think so. His Panther thing didn't turn
Wow.
out very well.
Yeah. There was rumors the 49ers were looking at him because Garoppolo broke his foot. But anyway.
Well, let me ask you this: if he sucked in Carolina, what makes you think he's not going to
Yeah, I
suck
don't
in San
know.
Francisco?
Sometime-
it
I
ain't
don't
like he
know.
lit it up in Carolina,
Right.
right?
Right. Didn't
But
have a lot of
I
help.
mean,
Didn't have a lot of help.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I guess you could take a closer look. It may not all be.
Look,
on
you
it.
see, that's as part of his root Tourette's.
Sure.
So anyway, so Stetson Bennett, he goes. What a great. I don't know what it's about him and the other one, but anyway, he's
a battler.
he's got quite a story. And if you like the underdog mentality, he's there for you. I mean, his story of how he got where he is and all that, and how he won the job.
JUCO, came back.
Caleb Williams, he transferred from Oklahoma to USC with Coach, and he's doing well. Popped a hamstring in the Pac-12 game, which limited him in the second half. TCU's Max Duggan, he's
a battler.
He is. And then Ohio State's C.J. Stroud, who was really the media favorite. He was the darling
Preseason,
early
yeah.
on. Those are your four quarterbacks who all play for top 10 teams this season.
So it's just a quarterback award, basically.
Yeah. And 3 of the 4 are playing for the college football playoff. Let me ask you a question. If I think a lot of times, don't you guys feel like that to be on this list, your team needs to be, in one of the top ranked positions? Sometimes you don't really have a Heisman, or maybe I just have forgotten. Well, you have a Heisman on a team that's like way out of it.
It's probably been a while, even though there were probably some people deserving, but it's hard to have gaudy numbers.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Can you think of anybody, if their team would have been better, they would have been on this list with their numbers? Like if Oregon hadn't crapped the bed, do you think that they would
have been on the list?
There, yeah. Absolutely.
I ask questions like this: would Georgia be in the number one and in the playoff without Stetson Bennett?
I don't know. He's 25 years old. He's like a
he's
man above boy.
He's making plays.
His maturity is something else.
And I don't know the answer to that. I think they're pretty good outside of that position.
Yeah, they got so many. They could probably
probably insert somebody in there. You may not be undefeated, but you're in the playoff. I look at a team like USC, and I think you're not here unless Caleb Williams. You're not doing what you did this year without Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Yeah, everybody kind of thinks he's going to win it. Be interesting to see, I think, how that plays out. But he seems to be the front runner as far as all the talking heads and some of the people that do all the sports radio stuff. But Heisman Trophy will be presented Saturday in New York at 7 p.m. Central Time on ESPN. So, you sit there and you go, well, Caleb Williams and them, they didn't make the playoffs or whatever. Well, this will be announced and decided before all that starts. Yeah. So, really, all the work's been done, and we'll see who wins it. But the top four, the finalists have been announced, and they will be in New York. So there's your kind of an update that broke late yesterday afternoon. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We got a lot to discuss, a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, a lot of questions of would you rathers, and just questions from the audience that Helmsy kind of compiles. He says he's got them a stack over there. So at any moment we could go to that too. Again, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Don't go anywhere. It's day 4 of the 12 working days of Christmas. You can't tune away because you never know when we'll give it away. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. The holidays are right around the corner, and I'm ready. You know why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and enjoy this special time of the year. HelloFresh always has something new to try with over 35 chef-crafted seasonal recipes each week. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code is BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 five-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Here's a go-to gift idea this holiday season: premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers use useful features, an almost custom comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life for the next month. Raycon will have a countdown to Christmas. It's a new pop-up flash deal every single day. Get 15% off site-wide plus free shipping with the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10%, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
waking on their blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you very far.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
All right, we're rolling back 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We are looking around at the old world, and the guys, this is kind of what we do this hour. We won't just dive into a story, but we'll kind of skim the surface a little bit. Last segment, we announced the finalists for the Heisman with college football. They've been announced. That'll be Saturday on ESPN. Kirstie Alley died at 71 yesterday. She had cancer and only recently discovered cancer.
Yep.
It doesn't go in detail of what type of cancer, but I'm sure there's stories from when they discovered this that we'll just have to find. Of course, we all have our assumptions, but she was surrounded by her closest friends and fought with strength, her family says, but she passed away yesterday at the age of 71. And so everyone that she's ever worked with, which, hey, the list is a long
It's
one.
a long one.
They're all coming out with statements. She earned Emmy Award and also Golden Globe Award for her breakout role as Rebecca on the 80s sitcom Cheers. We were playing some of that in the break, just classic stuff.
You know, her character replaced the original Shelley. What's her name?
Oh, gosh.
Long,
what is
maybe?
Yeah.
Anyway, so a lot of times that's tough to do, but she
It
ended up
is.
being as popular or more popular.
Yeah.
That's how I knew her. That's my dad's favorite show.
It's a great show.
Really? Yeah.
That's a good show.
That was a really good show. Really good show. So sad news coming out of the entertainment world. Kirstie Alley is dead at 71.
Didn't realize she was 71.
Didn't either.
I got to tell you, well, I thought she
Remember
was a little,
Look Who's Talking?
Oh,
Her and
yeah.
John
Oh, yeah.
Travolta?
Yeah.
Kind of got on my nerves, that baby talking a little bit, but I enjoyed the first
I
one.
think her I was reading something. It's not in this story, and I could have maybe misread it, but I think her last appearance was on the Masked Singer. I think she was on that.
Okay.
She was on Dancing with the Stars one time.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know.
That was a long time ago. though.
Yeah. But anyway, that's some news coming out of the entertainment world today. I know a lot of you that live in Georgia. You got a big runoff. Herschel Walker and Warnock.
Boy, there's
they will have.
There's a battle of the Titans.
They will have. Have you ever seen anything that's bothered him more?
It's been a while.
If he's
It's been a
mentioned
while.
this once,
I
it's
know.
100 times.
You look at both sides and go, "This is what you got."
And it looks like that Deion Sanders has found him an OC. Kent State's coach Sean Lewis will join old
How about
Deion,
that?
Prime, Coach Prime at Colorado.
So he's coming too.
Yeah, I guess
coming.
so. He's coming. And I didn't see any of this last night, but apparently it was a great finish. The Bucks came back and beat the Saints 17-16. Monday Night Football. I caught just a little bit of it, but not a lot. I just for some reason
I haven't
it
kept
didn't
up with
it
the
didn't
NFL
grab me.
this
The
year.
Bucks were playing the Saints.
Where are the Bucks' record? Are they even in the hunt?
They were 5-6 at the time, I believe. I think they're 6-6 now.
Well, you
but-
can make the playoffs now. Everybody makes the
yeah,
playoffs.
it depends on what
We're
yeah,
about to do this in
where you
college
at.
too. Ain't no big deal. Everybody makes it.
Right.
I was watching pregame. I never watched the game, but I was watching pregame, and they were doing this thing where they were showing interviews of quarterbacks, Peyton Manning, Steve Young, John Elway, and they were almost showing like that. It's almost like they were trying to write Brady's script for him, like going and retire kind of thing, and why people hang on. And there was really good stuff from Steve Young. But I just it was almost like they were going, "Come on, Tom,
Hang it up. Tom.
It's time. I know you did it for like a month and a half, and then came back. It's time for you to go."
Yeah.
Exactly.
But
He's still,
seems like they played
still in
well.
there.
Yeah. Wow. Also, Radio Goob here, National Microwave Day, which really I bring that up because it brings up other discussions. But y'all remember your first time you used a microwave?
I'm going to step out here. The microwave. Growing up, the time we always had washing machines and dryers.
Right.
That was already here. Never remember them not being here. But I remember not having a microwave. I remember that being the new thing, the new appliance.
Mm-hmm.
But everything else. In our
So
house,
what?
it had
80s.
pretty much.
So I look. You know me. I'm gonna look it up and try to figure out when all
70s, late
this.
70s,
Well, it's
huh?
a little before that, but it didn't get popular
Well, that's
until
what I'm
we were.
saying.
I guess when we were kids.
I
but
doubt we ran out and bought one the minute they became available at my house.
Percy Spencer invented what we call the microwave oven. It used to be called the radar range.
Okay.
But it wasn't sold until 1946. But then some technology advances made it real popular because it was bigger.
Yeah, it
and
wasn't
stuff
very.
like that.
I guess, but in my world, we never got one. I remember when we
that's
got our
us.
first one, and that's the only major
I think it was in the
appliance or
80s.
anything that I remember.
I think it was in the 80s.
It would have been late 70s, early
late
80s.
70s, early 80s. How about I used a microwave twice yesterday?
Oh, now that's using. I remember when everybody first got them, you didn't use them, but just to heat stuff up, and then you start learning. Man, I can make pretty good potato.
Yeah.
And everybody come with
You
different
went with
stuff.
potato.
Yeah, make a baked potato.
Yeah.
We thought because
You
baked
could.
potatoes took forever.
They did.
in the oven.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you'd have to put them in there for
How
a
often
while.
you use your microwave, Speedy?
All right, so I have
I'd
this.
use it constant.
Yeah, I do too. I have this thing, and y'all are going to make fun of me, but I don't know why I do it. But I get home, and I'll make me a turkey sandwich for lunch, or anything left over from the previous night.
Yeah.
I'll have lunch, and it's really hard because I'm starving when I'm getting home. But I'm like, don't stop. That's silly. You got something at the house. Just wait. So I get there, and I'll go the bread and the turkey and the cheese only on one side, and I'll throw it in the microwave for 30 seconds. And then I'll pop it out, and I get the other side that's not hot, and I'll flip it, and it's actually a pretty good little sandwich. That's just me. So I use it every day at lunch.
Yeah.
Tell you what's great about the microwave. You can have pancakes
Yeah.
and bacon within 5 minutes.
And
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Boom.
Probably killings,
I got it
but yeah.
sitting there right there.
Right.
At it.
Yeah. He was. I didn't know that there was a National Inventors Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he ought to be in it. I'll tell you
He
that.
was inducted in 1999.
And I can remember when I was a kid, us having this discussion how this thing. Of course, everybody came out with the story that they put the cat or the dog in it to dry off, and it killed it because it cooks from the inside out. And that was probably a made up story. But we all heard that one. But we were just amazed by it.
yeah.
Of course, we also were afraid that it would put like
Radiation.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah,
you don't
that's what
think
I
Mac
found
Daddy
out.
scream radiation all the time? Y'all go get cancer, radiation, it's coming.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't stand too close to that thing.
Yeah. Yeah. We use the
I think
microwave
the first
a lot.
one we had the crank dial on it. You cranked
Yes.
it to the
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it did.
I think my parents still have that one. But
again, that's the only major appliance I remember when it arrived growing up. Everything else was pretty much. We were past where they had the washboard out in the creek and all that.
are y'all big popcorn people?
No, it's great with popcorn.
It is.
Hey, game changer on popcorn.
Right.
Put that right there
I'll
with the
eat
potato.
it, I just never make it. Does that make
I'm the
sense?
same
Like,
way,
yeah,
but when
like
I
if
make
it's
it,
out,
you know what? I'm buying some today because a lot of times it's been a while since I've had it. But game changer,
Right.
Microwave on popcorn. You remember? I can remember my mother when we were little putting the popcorn in a pan and having to shake it like, and you'd go pop, 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 and fly.
Yeah,
And then you actually could buy a popcorn maker that heat, and they even had a part you put butter in.
Mm-hmm.
You could do that. But when the microwave popcorn came out, game
Yeah.
changer.
Game changer. So you're going to pop some today just for this?
I'm going to have to stop and find me some.
You know, another feature that, I just use the microwave. I'll just punch a time and then heat something up. I never really pay attention to all the features it has.
I know. I
There's
don't
some that
either.
are a lot
There's
more
thousands.
advanced than others. But the other night, I was really
And I never
struggling
really
with some
cook
ice
with
cream that was in the freezer, and it was as hard as this countertop. And Terry's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, she's like, "You're about to, what are you doing? You're breaking a sweat." She said, "Throw it in the microwave with the feature for ice cream."
Oh no, that's another defrost.
And I'm like, "Is it going to melt?" She says, "No, it just makes it softer." So I was like, pfft. But anyway, I put it in there for like 30 seconds and got it out, and I was just like, "Oh
That's
wow,
good
this is
stuff.
a lot easier." I didn't know that. She's like, she looked
I've
at me
never
like,
done that.
"What are you doing?"
I've never done that, but I like it.
Yeah.
I may have to try it.
another thing you can do is run your spoon over hot water, and it'll melt through it.
Yeah, well.
If you didn't want to go the microwave route.
We use it a lot without turning it on, but we just put stuff in there so it doesn't get stale.
Yeah, I heard you say that the other day.
The defrosting meat, you used to have to sit there and
Yeah.
put it in the
Oh,
fridge
yeah.
and wait, and it's days.
Put it in hot water and let it sit
Yes.
for hours.
You
Yeah.
could throw that in there on defrost.
Right. I'm real hungry right now.
Boom.
Woke up hungry.
I love the microwave.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yep. Well, it's National Microwave Day, Greg. So grab you some popcorn and have a good time.
I'll do it.
Get Mr. Buddy and y'all sit there and watch something together.
You know it's somebody's birthday today.
Who's?
Oh God.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Did my dad text you?
he did.
Y'all, I was
had no
hoping he
idea.
wouldn't.
I don't
He
know when
texted me
anybody's
yesterday and I
birthday is.
forgot in 24 hours. He had to text me again.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Home should be where you and your family feel safest, especially over the holidays. This season, give yourself and your family the gift of peace and protection with the #1 rated home security system, Simply Safe. Right now, Simply Safe is offering 40% off a new security system. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology exclusively from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. 24/7 professional monitoring service that costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Security Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere. Arm or disarm, unlock for a friend, access your cameras, or adjust system settings. Get 40% off any new system at simplysafebubba.com today. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their #1 selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, 1 scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor. The holidays are right around the corner, and we're ready. Why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to your door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and actually enjoy this special time of year. HelloFresh always has something new to try. With over 35 chef-crafted recipes each week, chock full of quality ingredients and choice proteins, plus you can stock your pantry and even prep for a party with seasonal and convenience items from the HelloFresh market. Now, when we're in a hurry, their 20-minute meals and easy cleanup options make For more quality time around the dinner table and less time in the kitchen, and saving money is always a priority around the holidays. HelloFresh is cheaper than the grocery store and 25% less expensive than takeout. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the MyStore.com website. Go to MyStore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at RickandBubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Call 800-465-6550 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-465-6550 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
We're rolling back. It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show is made possible by LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You know, we talk a lot about this. If you are the person that is hiring for your company, maybe you are the owner of a small business, or you're in charge of hiring and finding qualified personnel to take care of the position you need filled, then you need to check out LinkedIn Jobs. It will help you find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates that have the right skills and experience to quickly prioritize the person that you need to hire and interview, so you're not wasting your time. It's why small businesses have rated LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering qualified hires and leading competitors versus leading competitors, I should say. They have a nearly it says 50 million job seekers visit LinkedIn.com/Bubba per week. Wow. Join us and post your job for free at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. That's free, folks. Who doesn't like free, especially when it comes to helping you be more successful? That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and you're looking for the LinkedIn Jobs there, and follow the instructions, and good luck. All right, so we got 23 minutes until top of the hour. And I know we've had a lot of questions, Helms, from the audience. If you want to jump in.
Well, I first of all want to tell you happy birthday for real. I know it is your birthday. Your dad, you know, he's a big he's got a big presence on Twitter, and he's been tweeting that out.
Has he
sending
really?
me text messages this
Thanks,
morning.
Pops.
He said you ought to be up for the Heisman. So
That's funny.
happy
on your
birthday to you.
birthday.
How will you celebrate today?
Hopefully spending time with my wife, but because I think she's working from the house today, so I don't know. We'll see. But I really don't have any plans. Like I told Terry, I'm kind of grown. You know,
At this
you
point.
get to be 54, you're like, really, just no drama, please.
Yes,
Just
that's
if
key.
you could contact all my boys.
Just another
and
step
just-
towards 60.
Yeah, I know. I'm chasing you,
Yep.
and then you keep getting older too, so I can't catch you.
Can't catch me.
That's funny.
54 though, and this is
54.
funny because every year, at least for a number of them, and I've dialed it in. I had to call my sister and go, "How old am I again?" You know, because you lose track, and you're getting old when that happens. And if you're making fun of it, then you're not old. And if for those of you that are over 50, you understand what I'm saying. Sometimes you lose track of how old you are.
All right.
And then I think Adler turns 37 on Friday.
How about that?
So a couple of December birthdays there on the staff.
All right, let's. What is your favorite and least favorite Christmas cookies? This is from Steven.
I like the old sugar cookies with the little frosting on them. I like those. But do you ever have these? And for some reason they call them tea cakes, but they're cookies that they're homemade. That somebody in their family always makes. I
like those?
I love them.
Do you
Okay.
really?
Yes.
Anything out there that you don't like Christmas cookie wise? That somebody
I'm
always
not
has, and you're like,
I'm not a huge gingerbread person.
okay.
Yeah.
Not big on gingerbread.
No, and then
I'll
so every
pass.
now and then instead of like chocolate chips, people put like raisins and cookies
I
and
don't
stuff.
like that either.
I'll eat a raisin, just not on a cookie.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I like the traditional.
I think I need more raisins in my life.
Yeah, but my dad. Speaking of my dad, he'll tear up some raisins.
Well, it's good for
Kidding
it's
me?
fiber.
Yeah. But
Good
I
for the
really have.
system.
I've noticed that I can really pretty much as an adult eat through anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just So I wouldn't say I just totally dislike like them. I
Yeah.
just might. Might not be my favorite, but
We've had some good cookies brought here
yeah.
over the years.
Boy, we have, man.
I like a good cookie.
Yeah.
I ain't lying.
You kidding me? Do you like your cookie to be like real thick or just real wide and big?
Sometimes I like them crispy, and sometimes I like them a little soft.
Okay.
Just depends on what mood I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about cookies.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that's right.
Yep. All right. Do y'all still? This is an interesting question from Eddie.
Hey, Eddie.
Ed.
Do you still have DVDs and VHS tapes? If yes, how many and why?
Okay.
Now, VHS tapes, I got crates of them.
Yeah, I do too.
Kids growing up.
My mom and dad have a bunch of
I
those.
need to get all that put on something.
I know.
It.
And
I actually still have a VHS player. I think I have two of
Do you
them.
really?
Yeah. We've
And-
even done endorsements for companies that do that, and I still haven't done it.
I know.
And just
I know.
I need
I'm
to
going to regret that.
Man, I have boxes of DVDs
Oh,
and
just-
the VHS. I actually went and got one of these. It hadn't been too long ago. VHS and DVD pieces of equipment. That's kind of a combo thing,
Yeah.
and I have it, and it's unplugged and it's in the closet. And Terry's like, "Why do we have that?" And I'm like, "You never know.
Oh, yeah. I
mean,
got a couple of them.
You never know. I mean, it might
I need-
get to a point where." You need it again. I don't
Well, I
know.
got-
I'm sure
as long
we've
as I
moved
got
past that
VHS,
technology, but I like to have it just
I
in
got
case.
them laying around the house. I might as well.
Yeah.
Do you remember the last time you grabbed a DVD and put it in a DVD player? And what you were watching? I added this. Eddie didn't have this question. I just thought I'd add this in.
Mine was the Rick and Bubba DVD from the Turner South days, and it was kind of like a best of DVD.
I cannot think of the last
About that.
I put the movie Cars in a DVD player in our car a couple years ago for
okay.
the kids to watch.
Okay.
It's probably been
I can't even remember.
5 to 8 years ago, but I
Yeah.
think that's the last time
Yeah.
I did that.
Okay.
And I don't have a DVD player in my house
Yeah.
anymore. So
Yeah, I just have one. It's just in the closet, just
Yeah.
stacked up.
I got a couple of them in the closet in case I need them.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's change directions. Would you rather get a flat tire or run out of gas?
Gas.
Yeah, probably gas.
Do I have a tank?
How
with
far
me, or
am
do
I?
I have to go find a gas tank? See, that's different. I don't know. Tire. I can change the tire. I'm like the dad on Christmas Story. I can change the tire.
Most gas stations
In a
have
second.
tanks you could buy.
I've
So-
changed my mind. It depends on the weather. But if it's
Yeah,
just the
and
weather,
where I'm at.
yeah. If I'm not in the rain or something,
You're 3
I would
miles.
like for it to be. I'd like for it to be in the daylight.
It's daylight, and you're 3 miles from the gas station.
Tire all day long.
Okay.
Yeah.
All day long. I want to be that loser walking down the road with. And how about this, Greg? You don't know you need gas. You know,
right? You know these new cars. A lot of them don't have spares.
No. Mm-hmm.
They have like little run flat stuff, and you just have to limp to wherever you're going.
I don't like it.
Good night. No.
All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying. Speaking of the just flat tires and stuff. When's the last time you had a flat and you were in a handle?
I wasn't in a handle. The last time I had a flat was probably a year or so ago. I remember me and Lisa we were around Pale City, and all of a sudden the light came on, low pressure, and then it'll give you the number, and the number kept dropping. I said, well, this ain't good.
Yeah.
So I got off Pale City exit right there at the Marathon gas station. Okay. But I had that baby changed out in 15 minutes.
Okay.
I've been very fortunate on that front. The tires that have been flat, either I've noticed it like real right as I'm getting to, I can pull in a place and leave a car, or it's happened overnight. I've hit a nail or something, pulled into the garage, and now it's in the garage. So it's very fortunate on that front not to be stranded. Yeah. Of course, I'll be stranded next week.
Can I go back to the DVD thing real quick?
Yeah.
The last time you said, hey, when's the last time you played one? I forgot. And then Tommy Lenore.
Adult film.
What's wrong with you?
I thought he just remembered.
I'm so glad I didn't say what was in my mind the next. I'll tell you in a minute.
So I was just reminded on hunting whitetail deer opening day in the state of Alabama this year. We watched the DVD Primos Truth hunts with the classic hunts, which made me realize they don't make hunting videos like they used to.
No.
Those were some good videos. They were graphic, but they were like they weren't editing, and I mean it was just like one shot. It showed you everything.
They had to get in that voice.
Yeah. So I stand corrected. Thank you, Tommy. So it was Primos Truth.
Oh, it wasn't what I said. Good.
No, Greg, it wasn't, buddy. So anyway, go ahead. Sorry about that, Tommy, that you're even involved with this now that Greg chimed in.
You have a choice for the rest of your life. You can either only buy things online or only go into stores. What are you choosing?
This is going to sound crazy. I love both of them. I have to touch and feel something before I buy it. I'd like to.
I'm going in the store.
I'd like to.
I'm the only online person there.
Because you know how indecisive I can be.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
good Lord.
you getting something online not knowing if it fits?
Oh, I bet that's something.
And there's certain things like when it comes to pieces of equipment that you can order that's pretty nice. Now, does everybody have it in the store? Or am I going to walk in there and go, we ain't got it? But do they have everything in the store when I walk in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it real crowded and everybody on my nerves?
Right.
Probably.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
I would like a hybrid of both.
That would be excellent.
That wasn't the question.
No, it wasn't.
We have all lived lives with brothers and sisters, siblings, and so this question we can really answer on this front. Would you rather have 10 siblings or no siblings at all?
10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I'm going 10.
Plus, we have to answer it that way.
Did we?
Well, we're right here in the microphone.
Right.
Live.
Yeah, no, I'd go 10.
I think 10, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Especially, when you get to be an adult. I
know.
Y'all grown up now, and you got friends. And
10's a big number.
That's a big number, guys.
That's a big number.
It's a big number. I'd like to know the breakdown, how far apart we are in age and stuff. We'll take a break. We'll come right back, see if we can't clean Greg's mouth out. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nacho fries are back at Taco Bell. You know, the fries covered in bold Mexican spices you dip in a warm nacho cheese sauce. You could also dunk them in nacho cheese sauce or pour the sauce onto a pile of them and create like a nacho fries nachos. The thing is that you eat them with nacho cheese sauce. That's what makes them nacho fries. Otherwise, you're just eating fries and sipping on nacho cheese sauce, and that's the wrong way. Sorry, just really passionate about nacho fries.
Nacho fries are back, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey Culligan,
Are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their #1 selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, 1 scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors. We're coming up on the holidays, and let's be real, between hectic holiday travel, stressing over getting that family recipe just right, and dealing with all the other holiday stressors, the last thing you want to worry about is finding a great gift for everyone on your list. So, in the spirit of giving, here's our go-to gift idea: premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, useful features, and an almost custom comfortable fit. And up to 54 hours of battery life. They start at half the price of other premium audio brands. And for the next month, Raycon will have a countdown to Christmas with a new pop-up flash deal for you to take advantage of every single day. The Raycon website also offers free shipping, free returns, buy now, pay later options, plus a 30-day happiness guarantee. Get 15% off site-wide plus free shipping with the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's the code HOLIDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
We got, 8 minutes until top of the hour? Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. I had something kind of embarrassing as a father happen to me the other day, and I just need to come clean about it.
Oh, goodness.
And it happened with 2 of my 3 boys in the truck with me. I'm not happy. I'm a little, how do I say it? I guess I'm disappointed in myself. So
don't be disappointed in yourself.
Every now and then, when we get in the truck together, and it's more than just me and one of my sons, it's a couple of us. Musical taste always comes into play, and I'm dealing with an 18, about to be 19-year-old, and then just turned 21-year-old. JC and Reese in the truck with me. Tyler did not go on this trip, and it was Saturday when we went to go do some clay shooting. And we had about an hour drive, and I said, hey, y'all, I don't really care what we listen to. Y'all play DJ. And
DJ.
And you know this whole CarPlay thing where your phone's hooked up to CarPlay and all this. A lot of times to avoid that, they'll just say, hey, Dad, let me see your phone. And then they'll open up, Apple Music, and they just play it through my phone. Yep. Every now and then, especially if their phone is running low on battery, they'll do the hard plug-in. Yeah. And when they, this is not going to go well for me, y'all. And when he grabbed,
we've already forgot your birthday, so.
Well, when he grabbed my phone, Taylor Swift was playing.
I have to know which song because this is the key. Taylor Swift is not that big a deal, but as far as you playing it, but it depends on the song.
No, I to be honest with you, I don't know. And it was.
Well, what's your favorite?
Do you have a Taylor Swift playlist?
And they were so concerned. They said, Dad, well, why is Taylor Swift on your last thing played?
Because you're cool.
And I was like, guys, y'all aren't going to believe me if I tell you, but here it goes. If you bring up Apple Music and you need to search for something, a lot of times under what you search, it's like most popular, just released, all that kind of stuff. And so just under the search button, there was a Taylor Swift version of a song that she put out with some other artist.
That sounds convincing.
Okay. I mean, are we talking Love Story back in the day, or are we talking Bad Blood from a few years ago?
No,
this is her talking Anti-Hero?
This is her This is her latest album.
Anti-Hero Midnight.
And
so you're really into
and
the
so,
pop sound.
But hopefully this helps me a little bit because just under her recently searched was Chris Tomlin. But I clicked on it, and it was her Anti-Hero song that was out.
And you loved it?
And I clicked it, and
you
I hadn't
even
listened to all of it, but that was the last thing played.
Yeah.
And so the entire ride home, they're just over there looking at me like, do you like Taylor Swift? And I'm like,
and you do.
I'm like, I don't know that I like her. I'm interested in why she's so successful and why her concerts sell out within minutes and her albums break records and all this kind of stuff.
My girls love her.
Now, I know that most it's teen girls that are doing this, not 54-year-old men.
My 15-year-old and 10-year-old love her.
But I couldn't quite explain to the boys that it was kind of an innocent click, and that just happened to be my last.
They weren't buying that.
Even if they buy it, they're not
so
gonna
now they're trying to play DJ because I think JC was up. No, I'm sorry, he was up, and then he went back to Reese in the back seat, and Reese said, "Now, Dad, do you want me to go back to Taylor Swift, or where are we at on this?"
That's funny.
And they raised on me the entire time, and I get it, but it's almost like they didn't believe what I was saying. And so they started looking into it, and so they're like, okay, Dad, do you want me to go way back to Black Space in 2014, or what do you want me to do? And so I just had to kind of just take one for the team, and I was just like, well, just go ahead and get it out, let's go. But they weren't convinced, so they think I like Taylor Swift now. So that's the running theme around the house.
You probably do.
No, I like I said, I just.
So did y'all go after that? Did y'all go Ariana Grande or Rihanna?
No,
yeah, what next?
I mean, she's no Thompson twins. That was my other big fiasco.
Yeah, I think I played that recently on the Best Of.
Golly, when I pulled up to that gas station and Hold Me Now was on,
you were singing it.
And I was just singing it, and then I got out of the truck, and a bunch of other dudes were sitting there looking at me getting gas. Like, really?
Yep.
Is that what you're doing?
Just for this, I pulled up.
That was a guilty pleasure. I'll give you that.
Well, we got them.
This just shows you my aging as well. I know it's Speedy's birthday, and I feel bad. His dad had to tell us, but I pulled up the top 100 Billboard. I hardly know anybody. In the list.
I don't. One of the award shows, American Music Awards the other night, and I was looking at it going, I don't know none of these people.
And in your defense, Speedy, Anti-Hero is top of the charts.
Well, but I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be hanging out with it. But again, I clicked on it. Go, let's see what this is, and I think that was the last thing I listened to, and they think that's what I always listen to now.
They may be right,
but I don't know any of these people.
I don't either.
Yeah. But you know what I'm talking about, like if you want to search music, it's like the latest, hey, this album's just hit or whatever, this single's just out. Yeah. And every now and then I'll click on it and go, what's this about? Yeah. And that's what I was doing. But now now they want to know, Dad, you want to go to a concert? I mean, we can
what did you think about it?
Tough ticket.
What did you think about it?
I was intrigued for a little bit. I think I only gave it about 40 seconds.
Okay.
But I was like, okay, well, what do we got here? Is it her lyrics? Is it what she's singing about? What's going on? Yeah. You know? It's a study. It's a study we need to, you know. Yeah. Now again, it's teen girls, and I get it.
You're gonna look funny at the concert, but
I can't live that one down with them.
No.
Mine get mad at me. We'll get in the car, and Braden doesn't really say a whole lot because he gets in his phone and he's watching highlights and this and that on sports stuff. But the girls will. Do we have to listen to another podcast?
Right.
Can you please turn it to some music? And I'm like, yeah.
Well, I know if Reese is playing DJ, it's going to be classic country. And I'm talking about classic. We're going George Jones. We're going, I mean.
Merle Haggard.
Oh, hey, yes. Hey.
Mama tried.
Yes. You don't think he's got a playlist, huh?
Oh, yeah.
And so that's exactly what he went to. And then,
I need to
he threw a
update my
Taylor
playlist.
Swift in there for me.
I need to update my playlist.
I have like a classic rock, an old school kind of stuff. So yeah, I guess
sometimes I'll get on Spotify or something and I'll hit like 80s hits or 90s hits and I'll just let it roll. Right. I'll do that sometimes. Yeah. Right. The kids love that too.
Yeah.
Not at all.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But I don't think this is what they had in mind. What's wrong with a nice fiddle player?
Although people are saying that that the striptease part of the funeral was only added to the funeral menu in the late 1990s.
I think you are.
It's correct. A little more later tradition.
I love where they draw some lines. No photographs allowed.
Yes,
guys.
Let's show respect.
Guys, I got a video here.
No, you got a camera. You put that up. No, You want her to dance for you? That's fine. You take no picture. Show some respect for our dead brother.
I don't know.
I've got Chinese strippers dancing around a casket right
now.
There
it is. Speedy.
Rick,
That's weird.
Rick,
I'm in here.
They're dancing up on the casket.
Y'all, stop.
Or else there was a giant freezer at that funeral.
Can I say this in all fairness?
If you're leaning on the casket.
In all fairness to the strippers, though, the problem is inviting them there. Yeah. I can't believe we invite them, then we're going to critique what they do and don't do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, don't invite them and then been sensitive about the performance.
If you've invited them, one of the things they think they're going to do for sure is dance around the casket.
Sure.
I mean that's a given, right? Yeah. You help me get up. I dance on top of the casket.
What?
Help me get up.
That's that's a little different cultural looking.
But let's not forget. Let's not forget though that the minister of culture is shutting it down.
Right.
We not have this no more.
He's calling it uncivilized and corrupting the social atmosphere.
I would agree with that. So anyway,
I don't want to know the music they're dancing
to,
Rick.
Bubba, I love this. I love this. The solution.
How does that keep getting on our screen?
How about this?
I'm in here.
Listen. This is so funny. I love these lines. There's so many great ones in this story. Bubba, the solution is apparently there is an outcry by a vocal minority.
Right.
That is against it.
Yes.
So
clearly, men was in charge of updating the funeral culture.
But who's going to call the hotline? I mean,
Rick, you don't have to take the video, but could you please just pop me the audio up of this funeral and them dancing? Listen to what they're dancing to. This is at the funeral.
again, what?
This is a funeral. That's a casket right there.
Is that Bruno Mars?
No,
what is that? It's not Bruno Mars.
That's move like Mick Jagger, isn't it? Like Jagger.
Yeah, that's
Not the name of it.
something like that.
Maroon 5.
Play this at a tennis court, don't you?
There it
Bubba?
is again. All right, so
Wow, what a funeral.
Well, is
Yeah, that's what
has
the,
somebody
that's the music
hacked our
playing.
has somebody hacked our video switcher in there? How does that keep getting up?
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and this one starts with our national anthem. Somebody means business. All right, here we go. 8 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. From the No Name Studio, out here on the bleeding edge of technology. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have all abandoned us. They've done their kickoff hour, and they're done for the day. Eddie Van Adler has rolled in. He has settled in to work that YouTube channel for you, live, archived, best of hour, all the stuff he does every single day, chiming in when needed. He is here. No intern today. So you'll have various members of the Rick and Bubba Show taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Get your 4 up. Gift number 4 in the 12 working days of Christmas. Get a 4 up. That's going to happen today, and it might as well go to you. Here's a silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
Windows, it'll be blue. It's snowflakes.
Everybody go.
It's start falling. It'll be that too. Windows, it'll be blue. In memories, it's start calling.
Take it home.
You'll be doing all right.
Everybody.
With your Christmas up right. It'll be but out.
Everybody go.
It'll be blue. It'll be a blue Christmas.
Somebody hand Speedy the kazoo. Sing it, birthday boy.
Oh, baby, I'll miss you.
Drink it, Porky.
You'll be doing all right.
Yes, sir.
With your Christmas up with white.
Everybody.
But I'll have be a blue Christmas.
And Merry Christmas to you. Well, that's a classic right there.
It is a good one.
A legendary classic that has led to many a trivia question.
Yes. So we tried to track that down. I think we got pretty close
We did.
one time.
We did. We got close, did a lot of work on it, and now can't remember anything we discovered.
Yeah.
So,
well, I think it was another morning show guy did that a long time
Well
ago.
done.
Yep.
One of the best Porky Pig impressions. It's one thing to talk like Porky. It's another thing to sing Blue Christmas.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what
I will say that impression maybe as good as the original.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. All right, so happy birthday to Calvin Speedy Wilburn today.
Happy birthday,
Hey, I'm a birthday boy. Hey, it's your birthday. It's your birthday. It's your birthday.
And just to be clear, you said you didn't want a cake, so I don't think you're going to have to deal with one.
You're not gonna get one.
Well, Adler got on to me.
Why is Adler getting on you?
He did. He called me out and kind of pointed his finger at me a little bit too.
Really?
I was ordering his cake for Friday, and I'm like, it's just something about me ordering my own cake. Just silly, to be honest with you.
Well,
and so
but you're the cake orderer.
Well, and so Adler was like, man, order you a cake. What did you know? He kind of got on to me a little bit. So I
Heard
told
him
Brent
cussing a
with
little bit.
Edgar's, I was like, hey, it's Tuesday. Don't worry about a theme. But I know Bubba loves cream icing and cream cake. So
You
just
should have picked one you like.
bring us one if you can. So we might have one with breakfast today delivered, or we might not. I'm not sure.
Now, I'm sorry, I missed something there. How can we might have one?
I told him. I said. You weren't listening. I said.
I looked up and thought.
Hey, Adler. I was ordering him an official cake, and I told him, I said, hey, Tuesday's mine. If you can throw it in there,
Put a ball
do
head
so.
guy on
But
it.
if not,
Put Taylor
don't worry
Swift
about
on it.
Yeah, if we'd have known.
So
something
you
like
did.
that.
You did order cake then.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
Yes,
right,
yeah,
right, yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Adler told me that I better order a cake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not about you, buddy. Okay.
There you go.
I know it's your birthday and
Yeah.
everything, but it's not about you, friend.
Yeah. It's no different than saying I'm in charge of ordering staff shirts. That's my job. And I order myself one.
Okay.
You know, I mean, I don't sit here and
Yeah,
go.
the
"Oh,
rest of us don't even have a phone number.
I don't sit there and go. I don't sit there and go. Well, that feels kind of weird. Me ordering.
I'm
my
just
own
gonna be
shirt."
honest. I completely forgot.
And I'm frustrated myself because his dad even gave
I
me a
completely
heads up
forgot.
yesterday, Mr. Wilburn. I love that man.
Right.
and I still forgot, like 24-hour period forgot. So it bothers me that I'm not intentional.
I
about things
honestly
like
thought
this.
you didn't
So,
like
man.
ordering your own, and you didn't want anybody else to order you one. That was the end of it.
Well, yeah,
We should
I know we have
we
have
should.
tough memories, but we've discussed this every
We
year.
have.
Right.
We
Well,
have.
how have we been
No,
getting
I
in the
get
past?
it. I absolutely get it.
How have we
They-
gotten
they-
in the past?
They've ordered it a few times, and then I think one time I was off. It's just hit and miss. Sometimes I order it, sometimes I
So
don't.
we really don't have a speedy good. This is what we do every time plan.
Yeah.
Or we do and didn't do it.
Yeah. And
Which one
I
is it? Do we have a plan and we didn't do it, or we've never really had a plan?
We've never really had a plan.
We've just been winging it.
Okay. Well, that's what happens when you wing it.
Yeah, that's it. You're right.
Because you
Rick.
have assumption.
Right.
Yeah.
And I
And
don't.
Speedy's honesty this morning, his dad gave me a heads up again this morning, and so then to try to have a make good, when we come out of break, I'm like, "Happy birthday," whatever, and Speedy's like, my dad texted you, didn't he?" And I'm like, "He did," and so he was wanting me to forget, and hey, I admit I did. I completely
look.
forgot.
I'll admit this too, and it has nothing to do with my love for you or my devotion for you. I hope it doesn't ride on things like this. I have no idea when everybody's birthday.
Well, that's
yeah.
I told
it doesn't
him
mean I don't love you. I don't know. I don't know a lot of people's birthdays.
This is
if
on
it wasn't
me.
for Lisa, I would never get anybody in the family.
Oh, I'm the worst.
I can't think
She's
of
the best at it.
I
I'm
can't
terrible.
think of anybody outside of my immediate family that I know their birthday. I mean, I'm talking about.
I can't
like
tell
y'all,
you anybody in
closest
this room.
friends.
Anybody in
Oh,
this
no.
room. I
One
know.
of the reasons
hey,
is I'm a guy.
Well,
Rick, you're my brother. I don't even know yours.
Well,
I know yours
made
is
that up.
October the 3rd just because we've had to talk about it. So
I know yours is March in the 20s.
Right.
Rick, that's good.
Really, honestly, I mean
That's close.
That's pretty good, isn't it? I have no idea when Helmsley's
within
is.
10 days.
No idea when yours is. Now I do. And the only reason why I know that Adler's is somewhere near yours is I heard y'all talking about it.
Yeah.
But there's no way I would.
Well, I've got them all on my calendar, so I know it's Speedy. When it comes up, I mean, I
So
wouldn't know
you
it
could
ahead
have
of time.
you could have ordered him because
No.
Well, I don't order cake,
No,
so
that's
I don't even know the number. I don't know who to call and ask for.
I don't either.
Maybe I need that number.
I wouldn't know what.
I'll be glad to be the cake.
Would I just call Eggers and go, all right, Speedy calls and orders cakes. Which one of y'all handle?
You could, but you can get Brent's our
So,
go-to. He's
Chris
he's
Adler's
great. He's
birthday
great.
is on the 8th,
Nice.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Yeah, my birthday's on December 8th, Speedy. You said Friday earlier. But
Oh, okay, my bad.
That's all right.
Yeah,
He
thanks.
pro-
See,
He may have thought
who it was.
He might
See
have-
who knew.
Bubba cares,
Yeah.
actually.
His-
Speedy.
he
Learn
loves
how to
cake.
care.
Home should be.
How about it? So we have a lot to do going forward on the program today. We've got some things coming up today. We'll be telling you about some events going on with different members of the Rick and Bubba Show and kind of point you in those directions if you want to be part of that. So be listening for that coming up. Continued aftermath and planning for the continue to honor Billy Graham after he died yesterday. I know that we've got some other inside show things we'll update today. And, Bubba, I know that you and I both really enjoyed watching, again, the continued discussions after the school shooting. We don't quite seem to be able to, again, all the emotion of it is understood, but plans are rarely made in emotion. We need to kind of sit down and talk about what would actually work. And I actually saw last night, I told you this in the office, I saw that even on the schools, some of the young people, we had one of the stories yesterday here, and I saw another young man be interviewed last night. Students are saying, which this doesn't surprise us, the media is not interviewing all of us. They're interviewing the ones they want to interview. Some of us do, there's actually not full agreement even on the campus about what we need to do going forward concerning these types of shootings. But they're interviewing all of our classmates that we really respectfully disagree with. Would somebody come over here and give us a mic? And finally, Fox News, as you can imagine, gave them some who were saying these what we're screaming for is not the answer, and we know it. Some of them in emotion, and then of course they just basically say that could we just kind of get some level-headedness around here and talk about what's happened?
Yeah, and I understand their passion for the issue. You know, I don't blame them for that.
No.
I think some of it is a little misplaced, and some of that is just not been around long enough to fully understand that. Let's say, because they hammered Mark Rubio pretty hard last night, and I admit him going into that, he knew it was going to be that way.
That's right.
But let's just say that they did exactly what they are asking for. They go back and they outlaw. A lot of them are saying assault rifles.
Right.
We already have a ban on assault rifles.
Right.
You cannot buy fully automatic weapons without special licensing, and they're not available to the general public.
And I would like some of the young people, God love them, like you said, and I appreciate them standing up. Some of them are quite impressive on both sides of this, but you do need to realize that the fully automatic assault weapon is not in play here, nor has it been in play in a while.
No.
And we talk about even the rifles, the rifle that was used. If you look, even the most liberal people you'll find that have been covering this, they will openly tell you they only account for a very small number of massive shootings. Handguns, by far, are still the gun of choice and have killed more people. I mean, by far, it's not even close.
Yeah, but I mean, just looking at the school shooting issue, which is obviously front and center here with this.
But you do need to get your terminology right.
Yeah, and AR-15, you hear that term thrown around, that does not mean assault rifle. That is not what it stands for. It's armament light rifle. And they're not fully automatic unless they have been dramatically modified, and that is also illegal to do. But let's just say that Mark Rubio goes back to Washington, which they're not in session right now, I don't think, so that's why he was there. Goes back and says, look, we got to pass, let's outlaw all guns. Let's just totally, well, you can't do that. It's against the Constitution. You're into lawsuits. Well, let's pass this ban, or let's pass this ban, or let's do this. And look, there's some common sense things that I think could be addressed. But that does not stop this next school shooting. Okay, they can pass all the paperwork they want, right or wrong, in D.C., Rick. It does not change the fact, and again, Rush made this point Sunday on the talk shows he was on. The next school shooter is out there, guys. He's already got a gun. He's probably already practicing. He's already thought about this, and he's waiting on that event in his life that's going to flip the switch where he goes into go mode. He's already out there. And we don't know if it's going to be next week, next month, 3 months from now. What are we going to do to help those kids? We need a 9/11 type response to protect our schools. I mean, physically protect them with armed guards. I know everybody, well, how are you going to pay for it? Well, how did we pay for upgrading airport security? We just got it done. You know, it takes time. It takes time to put metal detectors in. But we're going to have to, in the future, design schools different.
It's a great brainwashing process, which goes very slow, and it's divided into 4 basic stages. The first one being
21 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so as we work our way back, gift number 4 coming up today on the 12 working days of Christmas. Bubba, we walk into let's just be honest, a category of discomfort for us, and that's celebrity birthdays. We've had some real fumbles on celebrity birthdays over the years. And this is a bad combination. Matter of fact, it got so bad we banned you from announcing any celebrity birthdays.
And I can't announce this one. I can comment after
celebrity deaths, I mean.
Rick's got his birthday.
Well,
Speedy.
look,
Speedy's on it.
Well,
Speedy has a celebrity birthday.
Right. I'm so worried about
everybody give Calvin a big.
I'm so worried about Speedy's cake. That's all I can think about. So celebrity deaths. By the way, I heard this said yesterday in something I was watching when someone said once you reach the age of 70, the debate on whether you're old or not has ended. Yeah. There's no one that ever that says that 70 is young. Yeah. and
it's
above.
The new 60. Isn't it?
Well,
I don't think so.
It's all according to how you've lived your life.
Yeah.
But anyway, this one has a name that Bubba can't pronounce, and it's a celebrity death, so it's really a double whammy today.
This name has given me grief for many years, and honestly, until we started doing the show, I just called her Christy.
You did,
and so does a lot of other people.
Right, not her name, but I understand.
A lot of people would say Kirstie Alley.
Say what?
Kirstie Alley.
Yeah, right.
Kirstie.
So when you needed to mess it up, you got it right.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of where I'm at.
So I want you to know it's that Chekhov Cheers has died.
Yes.
And
other shows.
Right. I don't
talking.
remember any of the other shows.
Look who's talking.
Okay. So you gonna bring up a movie like that?
Just saying.
I mean, that's kind
very
of
popular.
Those are the kind of movies you try to stomp out and remove from society.
How do you say
Kirstie Alley?
Kirstie
Alley.
Kirstie
Alley.
Love it. It's been said a lot.
Has died at 71.
Well, what a strange way to. That's just do you know anybody else with that name?
I don't. No.
Was it supposed to be Christy? And she said, "Well, I'm gonna fix this up."
Well,
probably not.
We know Kirstens and we know Kristens. Same thing, but we don't call them Kristen.
I thought that person's name was Kirsten.
There are Kirstens. There's Kirstens, and Kristens.
See, that whole group needs to get together and work that out, like the Woods and Woods bunch. Wood and Woods.
There you go.
But multiple wood, so that would make them Woods.
There you go.
Woods and Woods.
Mm-hmm. I'm confused. Right. So. No, there's no need to get injured.
And grammar doesn't matter anymore. We got a story today. The
Oh,
teacher
no.
said it's
No.
part of white supremacy to actually speak grammar.
Well, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. If grammar,
I'm gonna fight that with everything I got.
Well, you're fine. Because if great grammar signals racism, we're not racist. I can tell you that.
That's right.
I don't
We're
think
clear.
I don't think you can draw that line, but if you did, we'd be clear.
We got a teacher that I'll read you what she said.
We're just
it's precious.
it's this fake world we're living in. It's just insane. So anyway, Kirstie Allen, 71. Alley, I'm sorry, 71.
So we can't get the first or the last.
Well,
name.
it's a lot of
We
people.
can get the Alleys and Allens to get together, Rick.
A lot of people don't realize that Kirstie Allen is actually Mr. Allen's daughter. But Kirstie Alley, 71. She had a short bout with cancer, and she is now dead. So there you go. And so you'll see a lot of tribute.
She has been a colorful character on the public scene for many, many years.
Yeah.
She had battles with weight,
Mm-hmm.
and you remember on Dancing with the Stars where she blew the guy's knee out.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
I
Remember
forgot
that? We covered
all.
that.
I forgot all about that.
She was quite the starlet in her younger days in Hollywood too. So
I forgot all about that. And of course, as Greg's made clear, he loved her work. And look who's talking.
Yes.
I just said she was famous for that.
Yeah, okay. I'm just you seemed a little excited about it.
It's better.
What do you think
than I thought it was.
What do you think her most famous role was?
Cheers. Oh,
yeah, by far. Yeah. I think everything else is distant.
That look who's talking is all I remember.
Do you count her as the official? Did she take Shelley Long?
She did, which is hard to do.
Right,
a big character like that.
It is very difficult.
So do you think she will be better known as the female lead on Cheers as opposed to Shelley Long?
How many? We can break down how many years. It just depends on, I guess, the age group where you came in.
Yeah, because I'm not a Cheers purist. I came to Cheers late after it was in reruns.
Yeah, she was pretty much
Mac Daddy's favorite show.
Okay,
and so I grew up with this show,
Mm-hmm.
and I think Shelley Long was probably, to me.
Here's a big question, and I think the answer to this is no, but I have to ask it for Cheers purist, which I'm not one. Is to some people, is Kirstie Alley coming on the show like Warren coming on and replacing Barney?
No,
it's not that level.
It's not that level. No,
because it actually kept. Didn't it keep winning Emmys?
It did. That doesn't mean it was better.
No, there she is hurting that guy's knee.
Greg. It's not that bad.
There she is blowing out that guy's knee.
Yeah.
That's when you wondering about your weight, the debate is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't help her self-esteem.
When you buckle a Russian's knee, look out.
Yep. If a Russian dancer's knee buckles under your weight, you got to work on it.
There's one story here today. I was looking at the headlines. It said inside Kirstie Alley's love life, how the Hollywood actress almost ran off with a married John Travolta and considered an affair with Patrick Swayze, but never remarried after her second divorce. So she had quite a little run there in Hollywood, it sounds like.
Something tells me the Travolta one wouldn't have worked out.
And there we go again.
Yeah. Well, she was married to was it one of the Hardy Boys?
You're right.
What's his name?
He was
in Stroker Ace too.
Correct.
Whatever. Parker
Stevenson.
That's it.
We did it, Greg.
Together. It took a minute.
Burgess Brothers Unite.
Her last TV appearance was on The Masked Singer. Did you know that in April?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Did not.
She was revealed as the baby mammoth.
Okay. I think we're all going to vote Masked Singer, weirdest show ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still don't understand it. I've tried to understand it, and I don't get it.
By the way, Nick Cannon hosts that, and they openly joke about his multiple baby mamas.
Oh, listen, he's got kids. He's repopulating the earth.
One of the hosts said they wanted to come up there and hug him, but they was afraid they'd get pregnant.
Right, that's a good one.
That was. And that was a guy.
We have a Nick
and don't
Cannon
forget he'll wear a
story
turban every now and then for some reason.
That will he? I'll tell you what he needs to wear. He's not
yeah, exactly. Another version of that.
He needs another turban.
Got it.
I don't know if he's heard about it. Rick, don't know if he's privy to that info.
Well, apparently not. So there you go. We've
guns like a Brahma bull. You know, you get the big Brahma and you breed.
You know,
everybody.
Greg, this is where Greg doesn't know where to stop.
We got it a few minutes ago.
Rick, you're in charge of the mic. So
That's the Brahma bull's job. That's what he does. He makes little cows. That's all he does.
Still going.
He don't turn into a steak.
Still going.
He's out there. That's his job.
People appreciate a good joke that they can figure out on their own. You don't have to tell them.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're going to have to design airports even more stringent in the future to give us a way to keep people away from the tarmac when they do these initial checks. And we've got to redesign schools. Hey, folks, the one-room schoolhouse with the teacher and the apple on the desk, those days are gone. They went away, like everybody riding a horse. It went away. We have got to be realistic and start giving a hard target defense of these places like we do the Super Bowl, like we do big-time college football, like we do basketballs, like we do concerts now. It's the only soft target left out there.
Yeah, well, and that's right. All this other stuff, even if you decided,
we can argue that later.
Well, even if you decided to do it, how long is it going to take to get it done? And what we have to do, to your point, to what Limbaugh's saying, is we need a plan for what are we going to do like Monday.
We need 30, 60, 90 plan right now.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You and I and all of us on the show, look, I know they're evil, and we must eradicate evil dictators from the face of the world. But the way they do things and all the fakeness that goes along with it is just hilarious. When you see this headline, North Korean cheerleader accidentally claps for the Americans, and she was culled by the rest of the cheerleaders. There were some Japanese news cameras that caught this. One of the North Korean cheerleaders, Bubba, which I know you have been following what they're doing, accidentally, they're saying, clapped for two American figure skaters during last night's competition. The Daily Mail's even got a report on this. The clapping cheerleader was flanked by other members of the North Korean cheer squad as they watched the pair skating short program. They call them, Bubba, the Army of Beauty Flies. Have you heard this term yet?
For the cheerleaders?
For the cheerleaders, the Army of Beauty Flies.
I heard them call the Army of Beauties. I didn't hear the flies.
Beauty flies is what and they cheered in unison as they are, very regimented. Waved the North Korean flag for their own figure skaters. No way I take those two names on. But the girls became stoic when the American skaters came onto the ice, except for one. One lone beauty fly unwittingly clapped for the American skaters and even included a half smile. I think the Japanese cameras captured it. And then, Bubba,
there's the North Koreans there.
Yeah,
right
see, they're all fired up about the North Koreans. A fellow cheerleader to her left is seen elbowing her and muttering something to her to stop clapping because she unwittingly just off the spine clapped for the Americans. and got in trouble by the rest of the beauty flies.
Well, here in the West, we understand you can have an accident and cheer for the wrong skater. I mean, we don't hold that against you.
Right.
No.
Now, I tell you, I hate it's going to be a mess when they go home to North Korea.
Well, especially the one who clapped for the Americans.
Well, think about it. They're not meddling in anything. The beauties have not inspired the teams to compete better. I mean, everybody's at fault here. Okay, here it is. Is this where she comes out and she claps?
Yeah, they're
Okay.
Look, I love how they circle. Look, there's the clap. Now watch. What? See the nudge? Like, hey,
Hey, be cool, be cool.
Now here comes the nudge. So look, here's the
That's the other guy.
Easy.
Oh no.
Easy now.
That footage right there will have her whole family killed.
Yeah,
really,
all
I
gone.
hate that, but it will. That's
yeah.
what they live with.
I'd act like I go to the bathroom and like switch seats.
You know
with
what?
Somebody.
You know what?
Like it wasn't me.
You know what's happened here? Well, I was going to say something I'm not going to say, but you know what happened here? Every parent in North Korea. Now they don't see this yet. I guess I can't do this scenario because they're not allowed to see it, are they?
No.
Yeah, they don't know.
Okay, I can't even do the scenario.
Rick, they're showing them footage of them winning medals and claiming they're winning gold medals.
Greg Burgess, you're all over that. Because really, if they could see it, now the scenario doesn't even work.
Yeah.
But if they don't have enough freedom for me to even do a scenario that you would be looking, going, Lord, please don't let that be our daughter.
Yeah.
Because if that's your family member, everybody. I mean,
whoever circled her and put this video out has signed their death certificate.
Yeah,
they really have.
That's the Japanese television. That whoever was there, look.
And the only hope she has is unless they have a seating chart. They all look the same. She can just mix in and say it wasn't her.
Greg, that's what I wasn't going to say.
They do.
That's why.
But
I was trying to say
they're
I'd
very
move
similar.
seats, but
did y'all just see the picture? It'd be hard.
But to the North Koreans,
to the North Koreans,
I guess.
right.
Yeah, probably shouldn't.
Right. They probably think we all look.
Yeah,
the
they
same.
do.
We do.
Yeah.
Except for that beard.
Right. But boy, look at the one that's trying to save her life.
So y'all telling me that she couldn't mix in with them?
Do you think the nudger clears themselves?
The nudger was stopping an inappropriate behavior. She may get a medal.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. She may get a medal.
Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Much to do on the program today. Your phone calls obviously will be part of it. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, the gang's all here. Speedy's birthday today. And as we continue to celebrate the life of Calvin Speedy Wilburn. How old are you today, Speedy?
54.
54 years old today.
54.
I'm at 54.
I get real close to Greg, and then he pulls away. And then I get close to him, and he pulls away.
54.
He sees me in the turn. And then
You know how selfless Speedy is, and how he loves others to shine. How about a gift for you on Speedy's birthday? Huh? Gift number 4. Gift number 4. 12 working days of Christmas. Gift 4. Get your 4s up. Somebody say it. Gift number 4.
We got a good one today.
So what are we up for today, buddy?
Rick, we have 2 items from the Zoom company that makes wonderful little audio devices. We have the podcast mic and headphone pack.
Okay.
And we have the PodTrack P4. That's a 4-channel recorder. So you have microphones, you have mixer, recorder, you have headphones, everything you need to do your own podcast and or audio production.
And the reason why we've done this is all of us agree what the world needs right now is another podcast.
Yes, we don't have near enough of it.
Right. So that's part.
That's about $350.
But hang on.
But there's more.
We will add from Dirt Road Gourmet. Got me rolling down a dirt road. Got me eating like I'm George Jones. But anyway, dirtroadgourmet.com, $200 gift card for their delicious frozen casseroles. All you do is simply heat them up and enjoy. So that's $550, my friend.
Let me tell you, all of that today is something I would love to have because that's a cool setup there, and you could enjoy casserole while you're maybe you do a podcast about casseroles.
That's it. So what's hallelujah? Anybody got a number?
It's got to be a good one today.
54.
Okay, yeah, 54 for
54.
Hey!
I like it.
There you go.
I like it.
All right,
or it could be one days that Helms have left.
That's right. He's done.
So caller 54 will win it. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you go.
You know, I'm afraid we're going to lose Helms now to voluntary since,
20.
All right.
That's
IMG, dead ahead.
30.
Hold up your threes.
40.
All right.
All right, here we go. So it's 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Somebody say 50. 51, 52. Hello, Rick and Bubba show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Eddie from Alabama.
Good night, Eddie. You collared 53.
You're one short.
If
it had been last year for Speedy's birthday, you'd have won.
That's right.
Come on. Eddie, I'm so sorry, man.
What do you win, Greg?
Let me look. Oh, nothing.
I'm sorry, Eddie. All right, so let's.
You win nothing.
Hi, Rick and Bubba show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name's Kit, calling from Moulton, Alabama.
Moulton, Alabama. Your caller, 54. You're the winner. You're the winner. You're the dog winner.
What was that name again?
All right, what's your name again?
Kit, K-I-T-T.
K-I-T-T.
Kit.
Kit Carson.
Like that car.
Yeah.
Like that car on, what was that
Don't
show?
hear that much.
What was that show?
Not Rider.
Not Rider.
All right, Kit, you've got a podcast set up, microphone, headphones, 4-track mixer, all from Zoom, a $350 value.
And Dirt Road Gourmet gives you a $200 gift card for $200 worth of casseroles. So, Kit, you are the winner of gift number 4 in the 12 working days of Christmas. How long have you been listening to Rick and Bubba?
For at least 20 plus years.
As it should be, Kit.
Well, that has rewards today, my friend.
Listening pays off. Let me put you on hold, Helms. You'll get your info, and we'll get your prizes to you. Merry Christmas.
Hey, thank y'all. Love the show, guys.
Thank you, Kit.
Thank you, Kit. We'll be looking forward to your podcast.
Kit, that's a cool podcast. Caring with Kit.
Oh, yeah. Casseroles with Kit.
Casseroles with Kit.
Yeah.
Hi, Rick and Bubba show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Bernice Burleson, Kimberly.
So what's the first name again?
Bernice.
Bernice, you were caller 55. You missed it by one call.
Bernice. Sorry, Bernice.
I mean, you can't even.
Okay, thank you.
You can't even have anything from Kimberly.
Just one off.
Close, but no cigar.
Kimberly's named after somebody's little bitty girl, I bet. Hi, Rick and Bubba show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Tracy from Prattville.
Caller 56. Missed it by 2.
Tracy, so close.
Oh, man.
Did you get in once or did you multi-dial? Well, they're going now.
Did you see the person yesterday said they tried 77 times?
You know, we saw they sent it to a screen capture of their phone, and they had dialed 77 times.
Good night. So gift 1 goes to Jeff Nix, Gadsden, Alabama. Gift 2, David Thomas, Prattville, Alabama. Gift 3, Paul Green, Sylacauga, Alabama. And today, Kit out of Moulton, Alabama, takes gift number 4. How about that?
Attaboy, Kit.
But look, we're just getting started. Yep. So there's
a lot more to go.
There's a lot more to go. Today, Bubba, in the great state of Georgia, big runoff today. The Senate is on the line. But as you said, no matter what happens, if Herschel wins, it's 50-50, right?
Right.
If he doesn't win, that does make a bigger difference, though, because they don't have to go
to
it
does, because under the Senate rules, because they're 50-50, now the VP can break a tie in a vote, which we've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
But because they're tied 50-50 in seats, no one has control of the committees.
Mm-hmm.
They have split all that up. So even a one-vote difference, if Warnock goes back in from Georgia, the demos will have a 51-49 advantage, which means they will get to control the committees and any of the procedural votes. They'll have the numbers to do that. So it is a big deal today to keep it tied 50-50.
I hope everybody heard that, because the power of the Democrats will change greatly if it goes from 50 to 41. I mean 51-49.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, they can decide what committees hear, what they don't hear.
Right.
They don't have to share power with the Republicans on that. So that one vote will have a huge amount of control in the Senate. And why is the Senate so important? They are the ones that confirm treaties and judges. Keep that in mind.
Say that again.
They control, they confirm treaties and agreements and confirm judges at all levels. So that's very important.
So today's the day, Georgia. How you think it's going to go?
Well, Warnock has been ahead in this race. He got the most votes in the general election, even though he didn't get 51%. More people voted against him than for him. But poll-wise, I think he's been ahead of Herschel the whole time by a point or two. And it's really going to be about those people in the middle that either didn't vote or got out and voted for one of the other candidates that, got 0.5%. They're really going to make the difference in this.
Yeah.
If they stay at home, Warnock wins. If they come out for Herschel, he could win. But it'll be extremely close either way.
I don't know, and I'm sure I'm not thinking. I'm sure there have been, especially you look at some of the corruption in the state in which we live over its history. But I don't know that I've ever seen a race with this much power. The Senate's a big deal, as you just made that point very clear, with two candidates with so much baggage. I mean, there is so much baggage.
A lot of baggage.
And so you really have to kind of get down to, power and government, because I could get up and make a case against either one of them that would make you go, well, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, so I guess if you're in Georgia, you have to kind of ask yourself, and we've certainly been in that place where we live, and we've been this way in presidential elections for our whole country, that these are all the people we got. I mean, can we not? And I say that to both parties. So it gets down to which party do you want to have the most power? Because the individuals lately have just become more and more difficult.
One of the more interesting twists in this whole Georgia deal is that the governor, Kemp, won without a runoff, pretty substantial in Georgia for as close as all that is. And a lot of people did not vote for Herschel that voted for him. In other words, they broke their ticket. They didn't vote a straight ticket. If they had, Herschel would have gone in with no problem. So obviously Herschel has a problem with some Republicans. And did he get over the hump with that? Now, Kemp has been out campaigning for him very heavy. And they have appeared together, and Kemp's done commercials for him and all that. So they're trying to spin some of that Kemp popularity to help Herschel out over the hump.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. So, Georgia, you got a big deal today. So get out and vote. Congratulations to our latest winner and 12 working days of Christmas, too. Kit out of Moulton, Alabama.
Do you think the fact that Georgia's playing for a national championship will help Herschel in?
In some weird way, probably.
He's running again, Rick. Run, Herschel, run.
14 minutes to the top.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's the thing. I don't know how many guards.
Like Big Who.
I don't know how many guards they've got at the U.S. consulate there in that area, but they're going to need extra people when the bus heads back to North Korea, because they're going to be piling off that thing trying to defect left and right.
Well, let me tell you who needs to defect now, the unwitting Clapper.
She needs to look.
They keep them under lock and key. They can't go out. They can't socialize with the other athletes.
The beauty flies are kept like butterflies, and when those butterflies, gardens that you go in, they can't get out.
It's sad. I mean, it's sad that people have to live that way.
But let me tell you, if you're her right now, you might as well try to defect, because they don't need to go home now.
No.
You got nothing to lose now. I'm the unwitting Clapper. I'm going for it. I'm trying to escape.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody says, "Why do you want to do that?" You're gonna get in trouble. I'm in trouble either way.
I don't know how they would ever get out of their hotel, because they're kept in there with armed guards. I don't know how they would do it. I guess somebody'd have to sneak you a parachute in, and you just jump off the top of the building and fly to safety.
Well, to your point, evil dictators put on the show.
Yeah.
But deep down, they know that people want to try to escape.
Yeah.
So they try to make sure if they thought everybody loved them like they claim they do, they wouldn't have all this security.
Right.
No, Rick, we'd be flying into North Korea for vacations.
Right.
But you don't.
There's a reason they don't let their people do whatever they want to because they'll leave.
Yeah.
All right, as we come back, we do have the call that everybody's been talking about because, I like when announcers are committed to enthusiasm to what they're calling. And I'm going to tell you what, I never thought that I would be drawn into a call of the finish of cross-country skiing, but I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
The first medal for the U.S. team in 42 years, and we won by 0.2 of a second.
I will tell y'all this. This explains. I lay awake at night thinking to myself, will I be alive when America finally wins gold in cross-country skiing? Will that happen? Will the Lord allow that to happen?
In my lifetime.
Well, the answer is yes. And so
here's the call.
With 2 fifth-place finishes.
Courtesy of NBC.
So close for the U.S. on so many occasions. Now moving up on the inside. Into second place.
They're all completely gassed. They've given it everything on the glove. O'Bakken and Steven Nielsen leading Jesse Diggins into the final turn. Can Diggins answer?
As the roars rattle around the cross-country stadium in Pyeongchang, Sweden, the U.S., and Norway come into the line.
Here comes Diggins! Here comes Diggins!
Diggins making the play around Sweden. Jesse Diggins to the line.
Yes!
And it is Jesse Diggins delivering a landmark moment that will be etched in U.S. Olympic history. The first ever cross-country gold medal for the U.S.
Take that, Sweden.
In your face, Sweden. You know how we are about the Swedes.
Right.
They're a big rival.
Swedes.
Listen, that's got to be just tiring.
Oh, man.
I mean, I felt
Well,
tired.
who, the guy, the announcer?
Both.
Yeah,
You're right. The announcer had to go lay down.
I like when
When
he
he
starts,
makes his move.
he starts screaming yes. I mean, that's all he can say.
Yes! Yes!
Did you see him stretch that ski to get it out in front?
I think it was a woman.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, it was a woman?
Yeah.
Well, I
Are they
can't
women?
tell.
I thought it was men, too.
Yeah.
that's
I
some
just
ugly
heard
women,
I
I'll
just
say
heard,
that.
I just heard him say
Greg, you couldn't even see
Greg,
him.
why are you doing this?
Greg, what in the world?
But how about this? Another big moment last
Hadn't had
night.
enough email lately, huh?
Another big moment last night on the women's side. The women's hockey team defeats Canada, and we have another historic call.
We go round by round. Jocelyn Lamoureux. 2 goals apiece in the shootout. Lamoureux moving in on Zavadas. She beats and scores! Oh my gosh. That's electrifying. That's as good as you're going to see anywhere.
What
great
now?
Move, great hands, great deception.
That's pretty good.
Finding the hole right there.
You guys will see anywhere?
Well,
I
like that
earlier
fake.
in this tournament, unable to capitalize. Makes it count today.
In women's hockey.
Yeah, we have to
Okay.
stop them, right?
She scored earlier. Must beat Moody to keep Canada's hopes alive. She is stopped.
It wasn't much of an effort, was it?
Gold in Pyeongchang.
That was the 6th shootout. 6 shots.
By the way, I'm not sure what move that woman from Canada, that wasn't much of a move.
Tried to keep it simple, Rick. Didn't pay off.
Yeah. Thought she'd fool the goalie.
Yeah.
Goalie, all the goalie said was thank goodness.
Yeah.
We go round.
Exactly.
Can we hear the cross country again?
Well, wait a minute, Bubba, but we're not done. We have another.
Oh, another one.
We got
Okay, I'm
another.
sorry.
Listen to this call. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, it
from
is.
Olympic.
Oh, what a
Wilson!
What a he scored! Oh, what a goal! 16-1.
That's what brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Well, so gift number 4 has already been given away. So you gotta be paying attention. You don't know when it's gonna happen. Could happen early in the show. Could happen late in the show. Middle of the show. You don't know. All right. So simplysafebubba.com. We were just talking in the break about people, and they don't have any fear of repercussion. Is why we see so much thievery going on now. I mean, if people can just walk into retail outlets with garbage bags and fill them up and leave, they don't really think that busting up in your business, into your home, into your, maybe a vacation place that you have or some extra land that you have, they don't think that's any big deal. They just go wherever they want to go. They don't care about boundaries. But let me tell you what you need. There's not a whole lot you can do about changing their attitude. I mean, you want to try, if you're people of faith, change people one person at a time. But during the process, we also know that this place is falling, and some people just aren't going to act right. So you have to prepare to kind of protect yourself against their behavior. SimplySafeBubba.com can help you. It's the #1 rated security system. Right now, they're offering 40% off a new security system. In an emergency, 24/7 professional monitoring is going on. Their agents use Fast Protect technology. I love this. And Bubba, this is an industry exclusive. They came up with it. They have trademarked it. It's theirs. And that's to capture critical evidence, that's important, and verify that the threat is real. It's not a false alarm, and then you get priority police response. It's a whole home security, too. Perfect for your small business location if you need one there, too. They have sensors for every room, every window, every door, not just some. And the monitoring, which is 24/7, is less than $1 a day, about half the price of what ADT wants to charge you. So even if say it has nothing to do with the break-in, Bubba, you've talked about this, how important it is to know if you got water.
That's right. Look, water can do even a lot more damage than a criminal can.
Ooh, it can. So fire, obviously bad. Frozen pipes, bad. So
bad.
They have sensors that detect all this. So in their top-rated Simply Safe app, you control your system. Let's say that one of your kids, like us, those of us that are empty nesters now, one of the kids goes to stop by and they don't know the code, but you need to let them in. You can do that on the app. Let them in, come back out, set it back up. So SimplySafeBubba.com, 40% off right now if you're a listener of this show. Also, RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. All right, so Bubba, the 4 finalists for the Heisman are in.
Rick, we have those announced. They will be headed to New York for the big ceremony. It is Georgia's Stetson Bennett, USC's Caleb Williams, TCU's Max, and is that Duggan? Is that how you say it?
Is it Dugan or Duggan?
Dugan or
Is it
Duggan?
Duggan?
I've heard Duggan.
Duggan.
I heard it was Kirsty Duggan.
Yeah, we'll go Duggan until told different.
Okay.
And Ohio State's C.J. Stroud. They were announced Monday as a top finalist. 3 of those will be playing in the college football playoff. USC's Caleb Williams is the odds favorite to win this.
Everybody agree with that?
He had he was the sophomore who transferred to USC from Oklahoma after the Trojans hired Lincoln Riley. He had over 4,000 yards passing and 37 touchdowns.
Wow.
Tied for the most in the country. TCU's Duggan threw for over 3,300 yards and 30 touchdowns this year. Bennett from Georgia threw for 3,400 yards and 20 touchdowns this season. And C.J. Stroud also threw for 3,300 yards and 37 touchdowns. So if you just look at pure numbers on this, it would be Caleb Williams from USC.
Do you think that Bryce Young was not invited back just because he got injured and had the little injury run?
Well, even being injured and missing some time, he still threw for over 3,000 yards and 27 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it had to hurt him a little bit because that put him several hundred yards behind some of these guys.
Yeah.
But he would have easily been there, I think, if he'd have been playing.
So of these 4 quarterbacks, I'm going to ask this question, okay? All right, boys, are you all ready? Now, keep in mind, I have seen one of them play a full game. I've never seen one of them play. I saw one of them for the first time this past weekend, and I saw the other one for about a quarter. So I have not watched these young men play very much football, okay? Yeah. So, but it's still a fun question because some of you may have more. Right now, you're the coach of Rick and Bubba University.
Yep.
Okay? We can have Stetson Bennett, Caleb Williams, Max Duggan, C.J. Stroud, or Bryce Young. Which one do you take? And they're all healthy.
There's not
I'm going Bryce Young.
There's not a bad one in the mix right there.
I'm going Caleb Williams, barely by a smidge.
Who's your second guy?
Bryce.
I knew it.
I think I'm going to go Bryce.
And he may be my first, but I'd have to study it a little closer.
I think I might go Bryce with Caleb in second.
I tell you, Stetson Bennett has accomplished so much, and you have to wonder if he's still got some high end there to go. I think he might be a better prototype pro quarterback. Just And the story with him has been amazing. I mean, from walk on to now going to be in the Heisman ceremony. I mean, that's an incredible story.
That is big. And I probably, based on what we have in front of us in the last 2 seasons, I probably vote for him.
Well, he wins, that's for sure.
And, you know, it's
and he's got a good, you know, a lot of people around him.
And
but he's doing the job he needs to do.
It was funny, even though Greg and I have an issue sometimes, that sometimes people become a bip to us because they're gutsy and they play hard. I don't know why that bothers us.
I don't know.
But anyway, I do think it was hilarious when one of the announcers on Saturday made the point that one of the big plays in the Georgia game, it was a walk-on to a 3-star.
Yeah.
and they connect quite often, those two.
Well, I think all of these young men are going to have they're going to make a lot of money in the NFL if they, you know, want to go that way.
You know, I haven't seen C.J. Stroud play. I saw Mighty Max Duggan play for the first time, and he's a gutsy
guy.
A battler.
Yeah,
has to run a lot.
Yeah,
yeah, but he plays his heart out and leaves it all on the table.
Yeah.
I saw C.J. Stroud a little bit. I know he's really good, but I haven't seen him enough. But Stetson Bennett has that thing that you can't coach, where he finds ways to win.
Yeah.
And I like that.
And still appears to be getting better every year. So you know, a lot of upside there. I think you can't argue with Bryce Young though. He's solid.
No,
and he's going to be. He's going to be a great NFL.
I don't know the character of these other guys, so don't think it's an indictment on them. But watching Bryce Young, how he handles himself just in life, see that it's hard for me to look over him because I like some of these guys when I see them playing, they're talented, but they look frantic to me. Sometimes he doesn't look frantic to me.
You think
Bryce
Caleb?
Young.
You think Caleb will write anything on his fingernails to go to New York this coming Saturday?
Don't know about that.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know about the fingernail thing. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Paul Maid has already made an impact. People are already responding. Let me tell you, people love their pets. And one of the things that sometimes you may overlook is just like we as humans need to make sure that we have the right things for our bodies as far as what we eat. Well, pets can be a lot healthier if they're getting all the nutrition they need as well. It makes a huge difference. And Paul Maid, their products are based on your dog's, needs. And it really, I mean, when you look at, like, I know that, Helmsy, you were telling me that that Amanda went all in on this for the very reasons we're just talking about. And so is there any issue? You put it in their food and they go right to it. No, easy to use. Even Goodens can use it.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. So if you want to find out more about it, they've got 23 dog-friendly superfoods. Think about when we talk about the product that we use called Field of Greens. It's a product like that, but this is designed for your dog. So 23 dog-friendly superfoods that will keep your dog healthy and strong, veterinarian approved. Okay, the longevity formula boosts their nutrient intake, and it protects against the toxins and guards against premature aging. Remember, some of the foods that are out there for your dog, these are not foods designed for your dog's long-term health, and you need to research that. But the good news is, if you'll get the Paul Maid products, you can overcome any deficiencies that pet food may have. So it's important. Because you don't want your dog on a poor diet because you get the pesticides that they get into, mold. They love their nose is everything, so they get into everything. So if you want your dog to live a long, happy life right by your side, use the premium quality superfoods that are available now from Paul Maid. And here's all you got to do: we're going to get you a free bottle of Paul Maid's hip and joint formula. Boy, you've seen dogs struggle with this. This really, really helps. It's their longevity formula. So go to Paul Maid, P-A-W, paulmaid.com/Bubba, PAWMADE.com/Bubba.
Goal!
The great Chris.
He sounded Rick courtesy of UAB Blazer hockey.
Right. It did sound a little bit like the cross country, though.
So close for the U.S. on so many occasions. Now moving up on the inside. In second place. They're all completely gassed. They've given it everything on the ground. Leading Jesse Diggins into the final turn. Can Diggins answer? As the roars rattle around the cross-country stadium in Pyeongchang, Sweden, the U.S., and Norway come into the line. Here comes Diggins! Here comes Diggins! Diggins making the play around Sweden. Jesse Diggins to the line. Yes! And it is Jesse Diggins delivering a landmark moment that will be etched in U.S. Olympic history. The first ever cross-country gold medal for the U.S.
What about when he screams they're all gassed?
They're gassed! He sounded like he was, too.
You know, it's goofy me because I'm like, I thought cross country was cross country.
I think they have a version of that, right?
This looks like this is just oval racing.
I kind of like
I kind of like it better.
Yeah.
But because we all stay at one place and watch it.
That's right.
But the thing that got me, I realized that's a camera running on the inside now. When I first saw it, I thought it was like dog racing.
I thought they were
I thought they were chasing Swifty.
I love right here when he goes, listen, he goes, yes!
Oh, he scored! Oh, what a goal! 16-1!
It's great. It is great.
I can't get enough of that.
I ain't either.
Oh, that's so good.
That is so good. Hey, back to the women's.
Goodness.
To the women's hockey.
I just don't think we should be talking about this without Chris.
I know.
I know.
It's bad.
I know.
We
I feel like we're cheating on it.
I know.
Yeah. So it was tied 2-2 after regulation, tied 2-2 after overtime, and each team scored twice in the first 5 rounds of the shootout. But in the 6th round, it finally was decided. But that's
everybody was tired of it.
All right,
good. Nice.
I don't know enough about hockey like I need to, and that's why I need the great Chris Wood, and we'll have him tomorrow.
He don't know it either.
But what I'm saying is this: is it one of those things where, as we roll through it, you keep pulling? They don't just let you keep using the same people. So could it be that Canada was just down to a person that wasn't as good a shooter as the others?
Why can you use the same one every time?
The shootout rules. I think
it's probably a lot like soccer. You rotate.
I think
you rotate through.
I really don't know.
Meaning, I can't just keep using the same person.
Right.
I think.
So do you think Canada just got down to the one they're like, oh, we're in trouble now? Because it didn't like much of a shot.
I don't know.
I mean, right? You know what I mean? When they force you to go through it, and you're like, okay, now we got to use so and so. That's not our best person.
That's a great question.
Because we've gone 6 rounds.
Yeah, I think you have to use someone different every time.
Because it looks like
but that's complete assumption. Let me see if
before you know it,
really don't know.
Before you know it, there's a defensive person having to shoot.
Yeah.
Because watch it, this doesn't look like much of a shot, right? I mean, isn't that what you want right there?
Well, it looked like
she gave a little fake there, but
she did.
It didn't look as dramatic as the U.S. girl shot.
Right. It looks a better shot than I thought.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Okay, when I see it the second time,
there's
a little move there. Okay. That's just a good play by the goalie.
It wasn't the U.S. shot, though.
It was.
Let's see it.
Well, you won't see that. You won't see anything better anywhere.
I mean, shoot.
All right. So,
In the shootout, Lamoureux moving in on Zavadas. She beats.
That is a good shot, by the way. It is 6 minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. If you're late to the show today, you missed it. Gift number 4 has already been given away today. So congratulations to Kit out of Moulton, Alabama. He snatched gift number 4. Your opportunity comes again tomorrow, Lord willing. Will of Meat still in play, though. Could happen any day on the program. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us in the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Just talked about the Heisman finalists. Now let's jump into this thing that at one time in the football culture and in our society in general, it would have been completely frowned upon. It's now become part of it, accepted, and that is players that opt out to play with their team in any postseason bowl, or I really wasn't prepared for this. In Ohio State's case, even a playoff game, that I have to admit that's more shocking than the meaningless bowls. As the playoffs build, and that's okay with me, I want y'all to know as a college fan, and I don't speak for everybody, but I do speak for myself, I couldn't care less if the bowls go away. I want a playoff. I enjoy playoff games. I don't enjoy bowl games that don't mean anything unless I have some personal connection to the team, and it's been a big season for us, and we play in outside the Power Five, and so this is our reward.
And see, Rick, I love meaningless bowls.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing like laying on the couch watching somebody play in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Right. I know how gripping that can be. But if your bowl does not get involved in the playoffs, and Nick Saban discussed this because I was a little surprised just because I don't know 31 and I haven't followed him as much in his personal life, but the way Bryce Young, kind of sees life, it's not official, but Coach Saban was asked whether, what's 31's name? The defensive player that's Anderson. That Anderson and Bryce Young are considering not playing in the Sugar Bowl. And when Saban was asked about that, he said, well, as these bowl games that are not involved in the playoff, if you're in a bowl that's not involved in the playoff, they're becoming less important, and these players that are going to have big-time NFL careers are starting to have a harder time justifying playing in a game that really doesn't mean anything. And, of course, I know all of us that are rah-rah people, which I don't mind being a rah-rah person as far as devotion to your team. I think that's actually a pretty good trait. But this thing of, well, you need to be with your team and finish the season. You need to do it for your team. And I certainly understand that narrative and tend to agree with it. But the reality is these players that look to make a lot of money are saying, why do I risk getting hurt in a game that ultimately really doesn't mean anything?
It's a complicated.
I think all games mean something.
Yeah, I do too. It's a complicated topic because
it is.
When you say you're not going to play, you're doing it for your personal protection, but you're doing it to the detriment of your team. And a lot of these same guys have broke bones and ankles and arms protecting you, helping you to become the person you are eligible for the draft. So it is a very complicated topic.
It is. Now, this one with Ohio State, Jackson Smith something, I can't believe that.
He did have a big injury last year that didn't get to play at all, and he was going to go in the NFL after his junior year, and he didn't get to do that. And so that's a lot of back to the personal 101. Yeah. He's don't agree with this, by the way. I'm on y'all's side when it comes to this, but I can look at these things individually, and I see this kid and go, wow, okay, so you got hurt. You didn't get to go pro. Now you take that chance again. Let's go. I don't agree with it, but I understand.
Well, let me ask you this, because I'm confused reading this. He said the decision to turn pro was made after I was unable to come back on multiple occasions during the season, and doctors determined I would be unable to participate in the playoffs.
Okay,
so it sounds like he can't play anyway.
Okay. All right. Well, that's completely different.
He did come back, but this year, the 2022 season never took off for him. He injured his hamstring early in Ohio State's opener against Notre Dame. He played just 2 parts of 2 more games versus Toledo and Iowa. He caught just 5 balls this season for 43 yards as the hamstring issue lingered.
So his absence has no impact on the game.
Correct. Yeah. This is different. This is not what we thought it was.
Yeah, when I saw that headline, I'm like, of course, headlines are designed to do what they just did, to make us think it's saying something. It's not. That really is not a case you talk about.
I wondered why you were pressing me so hard in the break on that.
Yeah.
Too, but he's got another month. I'm sure he could be in playing shape, but he's not worth it, I guess.
Yeah, well, his situation, you almost go, and by the way, he's not letting the team down. The team's played all season without him.
Yeah.
So
they've been fine without it.
They're not in the bind.
But in the world of NIL and transfer portal, I mean, as far as team, with all the portal, you may have 12 new teammates next year that you didn't have, and then the others are gone that were with you.
On the meaningless bowls.
there's no team thing. It's all about me.
Right, but here's the thing. On this, I was, and look, maybe I'm being delusional, okay, because I know that, there's presentations of all kinds of things, and I do not follow football to the level that I once did, so I'm not as informed as I once was on these players. But from everything I've been able to gather from people who seem to keep up with these things, and it's their team and they know all things, that Bryce Young, considering this, when those type of men, his character is what I'm talking about now, when those type of men start considering that it's not a good business decision for them, you got a real problem. Because you would think he would be one of the people who says, well, I tell you what, I'm going to be there for my team no matter what.
Yeah.
In the game, we want to be Sugar Bowl champions and finish as high as we can.
Yeah.
But
those days are over.
That's what I'm saying. I think even him considering, and he may not do it.
Yeah.
It's not official. But the fact that Saban talked about it means they are considering it.
Well, even agents telling you that and whatever.
Oh, the agents.
I know us sitting in this room from our dad's standpoint, you don't do that.
Oh no.
That's not even
Not
you don't
one
even
person
debate
here.
it. You don't even debate it.
Well, that's right. I wouldn't even have to struggle because I know what I'm going to do before I was ever in that situation.
And there was a time when nobody would even thought
Now,
about it.
Now, when you reach that point, say Bryce Young, and you're running a quarterback bootleg, and you're headed to the flag, and three guys are about to jack you up, you might take a little different approach.
May slide.
Well, it was a different mindset, and
I'm not going airborne at that point.
But I will tell you, it's a completely different mindset, and I know this is the only comparison I got, but I remember, and you don't see it in high school anymore either, and this is true. There were some decisions that I made, and like you're talking about, I don't even remember them. I didn't lament over them at all.
Right.
Okay, so don't think of that. We didn't even have the mindset, if you were a college prospect, that you need to start thinking about how this is going to affect your standing with colleges.
Right.
We were devoted to our local high school team, and we would break, bleed, and lay our bodies out for that team till our commitment to them was over. Even if we didn't even think about, this may hurt me on my recruiting.
Right.
If I can't play at the level I was playing, because you were going to play for your team because they needed you and you were part of the team and you were trying to win for your team that you were on, and you didn't really think anything else.
This is why, and I know I'm gonna sound like the crotchety.
Of course, we also
old man.
didn't have press conferences.
Well,
and all that,
and we didn't have social media.
Right.
You knew the only thing you knew is what your coaches told you and what your parents told you. That was it. You didn't go home and flip on the news and they were talking about your local high school.
Nope.
You certainly didn't have social media to stare at. It's social media's fault.
Well,
I know I sound like the old guy in the room.
You're absolutely
okay?
right.
But that's what changed.
I remember when an injury I had my senior year came up with a coach that was recruiting me, and it's the first time I'd ever thought about it. He was like, we saw you got that injury, and we saw how it was tough to play after that. And I remember thinking, I didn't even think about that. So now we want you to walk on and let's rehab you. And I'm thinking, well, gosh, I didn't even think about that. That never even entered my mind, and so we just had a different mindset. Like you said, it came from our dads and it came from our coaches and our moms too.
Yeah.
And we just didn't think like that. And but I understand that world is over.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what Saban said. Look, we can all be not like it. And his quote was, we've got to convince them. Now think about, this is Nick Saban. We have to convince them that playing in the Sugar Bowl is still of value for their future.
Yeah.
And if you can't sell them on that, they're not going to play. Nope. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, so all 10 lines are available. We'll chat with you next.
And think about this from the bowl game standpoint. You take away several key players, that team ain't near as good.
No, 866 we be big.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That is a very good shot.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, that's a Magic Johnson no-looker there behind the head, you know?
Yeah, oh, exactly.
Waking on the blubber.
Did I tell you the other day that I had this? You know how I've been actually a little under the weather early in the week, and I'm getting a little bit better. But it's been. I know that a lot of you have said it's been that you've really enjoyed this week hearing to the very sinus closed version of Rick here on the program. But hopefully it's opening up a little bit. My wife says I still sound like my nose is stopped up, so I apologize for that. But it seems to be back up in here. I mean, it's not like it's probably one of the weirdest things that I've had to deal with. Because, the worst, and I'm thankful it wasn't this, the worst is when you're kind of sick to the point you can't sleep. You know what I mean?
If you can't sleep, you're in trouble.
You feel closed off. This has been the weirdest, and I tried to explain it to the doctor, and even he was kind of like, well, there's some stuff out there. Is this weird thing started like before last weekend, and it started with me having kind of a sore throat that I didn't know why I had it. And then you remember I said, then it seemed like I had some kind of post-nasal something that I would only sense at certain times, but I wasn't stopped up at all.
Mm-hmm.
But then I would get up and not be able to talk because obviously I don't want to be gross. You know, my vocal cords had been, there'd been drainage.
Yeah.
So then you start drinking coffee and start doing cough drops, and then it would kind of come alive a little bit. So then then it left a sore throat and became kind of a burning eyes, burning nasal, but still not really stopped up, but you felt pressure in there. But then when I would sleep at night, it would completely be gone. And then when I would get up and start getting ready the next morning, I would start sneezing. All of it would start up again, and then I'd start wrestling it throughout the day. It's been the weirdest. I don't even know what to say about it. And, of course, it's probably viral, so there's not a whole lot that can be done.
Well, your sinus is a little confused since it's been 80 in February.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened. So I go to the doctor, and I told him, I said, look, I understand I'm coming in here, and there's not a whole lot you can do. But I'm coming in here saying I got to talk for 4 hours a day. People really would not prefer to hear me, sound terrible. That's annoying to the audience. We sound bad enough as it is. We don't need to add to it. And then I said, and I got to teach a Bible study on Wednesday. And I'm doing a men's conference this weekend. Can you just get me to where the voice is not so, scratchy and struggling, and can we get some of this pressure? Something, and so you go up there and try to get that steroid shot, what always helps, and get you a little steroid pack, which can help with the just the symptoms.
Does that keep you awake?
No, it doesn't me.
Makes me a little restless. I don't sleep good.
I think it's kind of like what you guys talked about today on the kickoff hour. I don't think any of us get enough sleep to be affected by too much.
That's true.
Because you're so lacking in sleep. Yeah. There's very few things that can keep you awake.
A steroid to give me that big eye every now and then.
When I get the shot and the dose pack, I think everything's funny, and I sit up all night. Everything is funny.
Yeah, it doesn't really affect me that much.
I'm in the best mood. I'll clean the garage out. I mean, it's just a great time.
You sure that wasn't a pink Newcastle?
No, that'd go the other way.
But you know what I'm talking about? I don't think I get enough sleep for anything to keep me from sleeping. And so
people ask you, do you have trouble going to sleep? Well, I don't know. Like I say, because I pass out.
Yeah. If I got a normal amount of sleep, I guess they'd be things that would impact it. But I think my body's always saying, whenever you can lay down, Hoss, we're good.
You're so sleep deprived, you don't even know.
Hey, I'm stuffed with steroids. It don't matter. You hadn't slept enough.
I drank a pot of coffee.
Well, I know you probably felt like it, but I really couldn't tell this week that you sounded a lot different. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah,
I was a little offended.
Well, my voice is always somewhat scratchy, so that helps.
Yeah.
So anyway, I go to get the shot, and I was telling Bubba it was an interesting thing. And you get the word, hey, they're going to do the shot. And, okay, well, we've done this a million times. And so I'm sitting there, and so the nurse, I guess, or whatever, I don't know, they all have different levels of, I don't know what it is.
Nurse practitioner.
Yeah, and I don't know what it
was. I'm scared to go to the doctor's office now. There's so many people in there with the flu.
Well, that was the other thing. I walked in, when you walk into the waiting room now, and people are like, you think you're in China, where people in there with masks on? My gosh. Is this the plague?
It's getting you go to Walmart. There's a lot of people in there with masks.
Yeah, and by the way,
I'm gonna get an astronaut helmet and walk around with that.
Yes. I would like to tell the one elderly woman, God love her, that was in there. If we want to have patient privacy, I don't think you standing in front of the woman saying you can't fill out your paperwork and she keeps asking you how your bowel movements are and you're telling her, we all hear it. I mean, we can hear how you're going to the bathroom. Okay, I can't do that. I'll just have to, you read out the questions and I'll answer them. Okay, Rick. There goes private patient privacy. We all can hear you.
HIPAA just went out the window like a viral part of flu, didn't it?
So I'm back there, and it's a very, how many times, Bubba? So I'm thinking, usually they come in, here we go, Miss Burgess, you know what's going on. So all of a sudden, 21 minutes now past the hour. Come on, people. 866 We Be Big. The real Greg Burgess takes over the phones. Not a time, minions. Not a time to visit with Greg. We just let us know. Come on the program. This is when we get a bunch of you in. All 10 lines are available and now. So if you are wanting to get in, now's the time to do it. 866 We Be Big. Gift number 4 already been given away today, so that's already behind us. So no need hanging on, waiting on that. But you can get in freely now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Now, this is not for meaningless shout-outs. It's not for shameless plugs, and it's not for baby predictions. So this is designed. We're going to get a lot of information from you. You're going to ask questions, make comments. You are now running the show.
Come on.
So 866-WE-BE-BIG. Listen to me. Our new CD, Where's the Bathroom? You're looking for stocking stuffers, go to rickandbubba.com. We got the CD versions. They are there, and you can grab those until they're gone. If you're looking and you're waiting to bring it down from the digital world, but I want to pull her down. You can do that, we think, on Friday. That's scheduled to be out on all the different digital download platforms, some we'd never even heard of. But anyway, so you can pre-save that or pre-purchase that. There are some links that we make available, and Helms is going to put those in show notes again today for you to make it simple. Chris in Nashville, Tennessee. Chris, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, you've been talking about, Rick, the loyalty thing. It kind of started with the coaches, I think, is where you kind of started with it, that there is no loyalty to the team. And I kind of understand that for the coaches, you know. You got to make it better for your family. But that mentality of no loyalty is just kind of trickling down. It's gotten into college, and it has also gotten into high school like you were talking about.
No doubt. You're right about that, because I understand a player going, all right, a coach recruits me somewhere, then he leaves. I guess now you can run to the transfer portal and try to go with him.
Yeah, that's fair.
But for a long time, you couldn't do that. But I also understand coaches going, look, they're going to put me on the road. Nowadays they may not even give me more than 2 seasons. So loyalty is a lost art. I get it, but that doesn't mean that we as individuals should abandon it just because everybody else does.
Yeah,
that's actually called being different.
Maybe if we made it a priority individually, it would work its way back up.
But I get what you're saying, and what you're saying is valid, and we have brought that up before. Let's go, staying in Nashville, let's go to John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to go a little man church on y'all right now. So, ladies, I'll give you a couple seconds to turn your radio off.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Now it's just guys here. Did y'all know that the Hulu channel now has 2 Hallmark channels?
No. I think hadn't there always been 2 Hallmark channels?
I don't know, but I DM'd y'all. I DM'd y'all on Instagram a couple weeks ago about my wife finding out, and I had no idea we had them, and it is hilarious. She went nuts, and my life has been full of movies.
Now, you also have the spinoff Great American Family channel that moved off the Hallmark to avoid some of the more non-traditional movies that are going to be coming that way.
And they're saying there you won't find that. What is he talking about? I didn't follow any of that.
I didn't understand
Hallmark
the man
has
church
2.
tie.
They have different. I think they have several channels. He said 2 of them on Netflix. I thought they had several.
I got all that. But what was his point to men? I didn't follow that.
He was making a joke.
Was he warning all of us?
He was making a joke, and then he was going to say something to just the guys. That was just a joke to get women, to turn.
No, I got all that. But what I'm saying is, what is he trying to tell us? Beware.
I think
there's
he's
others.
warning us.
Watch out, man.
Oh, okay.
I think there's a warning.
I got it. Okay, got you.
Heads up, gentlemen.
Got it. Okay.
You don't want to make the mistake I made. That kind of thing.
Matthew, Sweet Home, Alabama. Matthew, go ahead. I understand what he's saying now. Got it. All right, Matthew, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was calling to ask y'all about the Dallas Cowboys and what y'all think about them.
Never seen them. Hadn't seen them all season.
Well, they're playing very good football right now, and they've kind of got it together. When they lost Dak early in the season, it looked sad, but the backup come in and won several games, and then since Dak's been back, they've been playing very good. So they're playing pretty hot right now.
Jeff in Alabama. Jeff, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, appreciate what y'all do every morning, guys. Love listening to the show.
Thank you.
Didn't get to hear everything yesterday, but y'all put on you put that football play from Minnesota state championship game on. You and Greg being coaches' sons, just wasn't sure if y'all noticed the illegal shift that occurred on that play that didn't get called.
I didn't notice it. No, I did not. Because I was so jacked about seeing the play, I wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah, I think we saw it right from the snap. Did we get to see any pre-setup on that?
Yeah, I don't know. I did not see the illegal shift, sir. No, I sure didn't. Rich in Georgia. Rich, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Rich? Rich. Carrie in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Carrie, go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres guys.
Thanks for the call, brother. Go ahead.
I got a question. If you get your wife a Christmas present, should you know how to wrap that gift, or do you get a son or a daughter or something to help you wrap it?
I'm empty nester now, so they're all gone, and plus none of my sons would know either. I don't wrap them. I don't know how to wrap them. A man does not need to know that.
Well, I got bad news for you. I can wrap gifts pretty well. I always have been able to, and I wrap my own.
I do too.
I don't know how. I've never done it. If the store won't wrap it for me, Sherry's getting it in a gift bag, or she's going to I'm going to go get it out of the closet and say, look what I got you.
Yeah.
Terry makes fun of my wrapping, but I give it an effort.
That's me.
And then if not, I'll take the lazy way out and go bag with some paper in it or something.
But I like the challenge of trying to wrap it and finding a piece of paper it'll fit in.
Remember, wrapping's just a puzzle for me, so I can't do it.
To me, it's a challenge.
Yeah, so I and if a store offers it, I know the stores.
Yeah, now I'd rather have it professionally. Right?
I have
Don't get
them
me
do
wrong.
it. I've never wrapped a gift that I can recall.
Oh wow.
Sonny in Georgia, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
What's going on, guys? Just wanted to talk about the Heisman finalists coming, being named yesterday. Are you surprised that Stetson Bennett was nominated?
I think he should have been. Yeah.
When I first read it, I was a little shocked to see his name up there. Then when I looked at his numbers, I thought, no, he's justified in being in that.
Well, again, I got to get back. We keep changing the definition of what the Heisman is for. But if it is it the best player in college football, individual player, or the most valuable player to his team? What is it?
Probably a little bit of both of that.
Yeah.
I tell you, when it comes to value, he's right up there with anybody.
I think he deserves to be there. All right, we'll be back. More stories to cover today. Thanks for the phone troll there, guys. Good stuff. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like I went back to pediatric days, the young lady, very kind, comes and she goes, okay, I'm going to give you a shot. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Okay.
You go tell them.
Hey, are you okay? This is the one that burns. And I'm like, yeah, this is good. This is one I get down to the truck and I feel like a wash stomach right before I get in.
I start dancing on the elevator on the way down.
And we've had these things throughout doing this for a living so much. You're almost like an addict. You're like, come on. I want to feel better than I feel right now. You know what I mean? And so she, okay, I'm gonna need a hip. And I'm like, what? This is an interesting. This seems different. You know what I mean? Okay. I said, right, and I've already got the weight off of it. Oh, good. You know to take your weight off of the side where, done this a lot.
Yeah.
I'm 53.
Got it.
Hey, I have notice gray in beard. You know what I mean? Okay, here we go. And I'm like, oh boy, this is very interesting. And then all of a sudden it dawns on me, oh no, this is a rookie. This is a rookie. Hey, wait a minute. This person ain't giving a lot of shots.
She hasn't.
You know what I mean?
Oh no.
And as the needle, usually you just want somebody to just be done with it. I can now that anticipation. I've become a child again. All right, here I come. And I'm like, what?
Be good. You get a sucker.
And all of a sudden I know I'm like, Mama. I mean, it was like a flashback to being at the pediatrician. Mama. Mama, this burns. Mama. I mean, it was like, Mama, no. And tell him to give us that purple stuff. But I'll take some for 20 days. So,
20 days.
And then after we finish, I was like, okay, well, that you did. Then I find myself kind of cheering for her. Hey, you did good.
Yeah. Back at you.
That wasn't so bad. I wonder what. I sure hope you. And she goes, well, I'm normally out here as a receptionist. And I was like, what?
What? They let her give the shot?
No, she has the training. Yeah. She has the training. They didn't send me anybody that doesn't have training.
So you're saying the flu season's been a little tough.
She basically said, I don't give many shots because I'm usually out here at the front doing the desk stuff.
But here we go.
Yeah. And I said, no.
But I have.
And then, of course, I said, I, too, was surprised by the bowel movements of that one woman. How about you? What?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
But what I'm saying is I was not prepared for that at all. because you know what happens is you just are wanting to feel better, but it's like my mind kept saying, hey, you need to really be paying attention here. Something's going on. Hey, I think you got a rookie in here. It's like that time, the last time I was in the hospital, and that guy came in, and everybody been getting IVs so smoothly. I look over, and he's unwrapping stuff and dropping stuff, and I'm like, uh-oh.
No.
I said, hey, you ain't done a lot of this, have you? He goes, no, sir. And I'm like, oh, gosh.
He might have worked a weed eater the day before, Rick. Had dead arms.
Hey, get ready for the pincushion.
No. Getting a shot still kind of a high anxiety time,
Well, it wasn't. I'd gotten to the point that it wasn't, but I got to tell you, with all that buildup, I started kind of wigging a little bit.
You never know. Am I supposed to just kind of pull my pants down or undo my belt or
good
what
news?
do I do?
Good news for me. I got love handles. I didn't even have to see my butt. They fired to that love handle.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Which has now become a superpower. Welcome back. There he is, the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, buddy. So we've been talking about this for a while now, all the way last year when the idea hit. If you remember, we put out last year the devotional, How to Be a Man, the Pursuit of Christ-Centered Masculinity. I was honored to be asked to co-write that with Andy Blanks, who joins us now to start the hour. Andy, welcome back.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Former U.S. Marine, or always a Marine, right? What's the word we're supposed to use? Because can you say?
I think you say former. You don't say ex.
Okay, ex is what? Can you say? You can say former.
Yeah, you can say former.
Former.
I'm not running through the woods with a gun today.
Right. Yeah. So former's okay.
So that is actually correct.
Just don't say. Don't say ex.
Don't say ex.
And do not call you a soldier.
Do not. No.
Gotcha.
Hey, I'm excited to be here with Bubba. Usually, y'all only invite me when Bubba's out.
Well, I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but you're that guy on the bench.
I understand.
We got some playing time we need to fill.
Well,
Yeah. So
at least I'm on the team.
Yeah, you are. You are on the team. So no doubt about that. So Andy and Bubba here at the same time. That's the first time that's happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Is.
All right. So
Bubba, Andy Bubba.
Never going to happen
right.
again.
Andy, you'll have some more opportunities coming up soon.
So let's talk a little bit because it's here. When this idea first started, and of course we know anytime you try to pick a weekend, we laugh about this on anything. Somebody could come up to me and say, "Can you do something in the year 2020 right now?" And they'd pick a date, and by the time that date got here, I'd be like, "Why did I pick that date?" But I know it's a lot going on, and we had to finally decide we're going to do it this time, and dads, do the best you can. Because when you think about prioritizing things, and we've all been guilty. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Merry Christmas. From everybody here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and thank you for your many years of support, and thank you to those of you that just got here. Talked to a guy this past Friday, and he said, I just started listening. And I was like, well, I'm glad you're here. How you like it? And he said, I like it very much. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show been together for a while, too. And I'm going to tell you, when we get the emails from you guys, it really, really just solidifies what we already know is it's working. I know it works because I take it every day. And Relief Factor is 4 botanicals. And these 4 botanicals have all, in their own research individually, they've already shown that they can help the body's natural inflammatory response. And the scientists and the doctors that were developing a Relief Factor said, what if we kind of get these botanicals to work together? Could it be even better? And the answer has been yes. And the majority of people that get the Quick Start Pack, that's a 3-week supply, $19.95. Inside that 3 weeks, you'll know whether it works for you or not. And for most people, it does work. And we go on to order more. I'm an example of that as well. And so is Tanya out of Texas, saying she's been taking it for about 4 weeks after she was hit by a car earlier in her life. And nothing that was being done for her was offering any relief. And then my husband, she said, heard you guys talking about it on the show, and we got our order, and within a week, or may have been less, she says, I started noticing a decrease in the pain in my lower back and an increase in my range of motion. I'm certainly been grateful, and it's been a beautiful addition to the therapies I'm already doing. So if you would like to find out more, go to relieffactor.com or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and all the details are there. All right, so Bubba, we got a story.
Well, ABC, Rick, they got all kind of problems.
I've heard of
over
Good
there.
Morning America, but this is over the line.
Yes. Good Morning America 3. What does that mean anyway? Is that the version?
Is that the
of it?
real early
We don't
one?
get to
I don't know.
to hear what's going on. We see a lot of these things here in the studio, but we don't get to hear them.
Yep.
They have removed T.J. Holmes and Amy Robach off the air until executives at the Disney-owned network figure out how to deal with their tabloid-dominating extramarital affair.
Watch it. Whoa. Watch it.
Extramarital. I can say that. Affair. The ABC honchos initially planned not to discipline the two for their much-publicized affair, but the ABC president informed staffers on Monday that the internal distraction had become too significant. So they have been pulled off temporarily while they figure out what's going on. Now, rumors about them being involved have been out there. They both are in marriages, but apparently those marriages are coming to an end.
I bet.
There's a debate about the timeline of when all this is going
Sure.
on, but there is a ton of footage of them hanging out together, and that's what got all this going and why it's a distraction.
Yeah, and we're looking right now. If you're watching on YouTube, this is B-roll.
Watch this one right here, Rick. This is the dandy one. Just wait till she's loading the back of the car.
Oh boy! And there we
Hey!
go.
Oh, there's a better one. Wait.
Yeah, and so here he goes. Well, look out there.
Hey, good morning to you.
friend.
Hello there.
Good morning, America.
Don't
Pitching
squeeze.
to you, Amy.
Hey, don't squeeze the Charmin.
Right here. This is a good one.
Couldn't help it again.
There we go.
Yeah, so
You're tagged. You're it.
You're right. That's
Yeah.
Nice play there, teammate.
Yeah.
and it looks like they got them a little cabin together somewhere.
Yeah,
nice
heading
little
off into
getaway.
the weekend.
That's right. I've heard of
So-
Smoky Mountains, but this is over the line.
Great play.
Yep.
So there you go. And then what is this 6B? What does it do, Adler? Is this
Well, this is actually how I found out who this Amy Robach lady is.
I've never seen these people.
Yeah,
before.
she was caught in a video talking about Jeffrey Epstein and how they had sit on this story at ABC for a period of time. And here is her comments that she thought was off air.
Yes, and yes, exactly, Bubba. This is like leaked behind the scenes footage from 2019 when the Epstein thing was absolutely blowing up. Everybody was talking about it. Here's this Amy Robach lady saying, we had this info, and they squashed it. ABC and Disney squashed the story, and she tells us why.
Virginia Roberts, we would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us a million different ways. We were so afraid we wouldn't be able to interview Kate and Will that also quashed the story. And then Alan Dershowitz was also implicated in it because of the planes. She told me everything. She had pictures. She had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton. We had everything. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail, and now it's all coming out, and it's like these new revelations, and I freaking had all of it. I'm so pissed right now. Like, every day I get more and more pissed because I'm just like, oh my God, what we had was unreal. Other women backing it up. Hey, yep. Brad Edwards, the attorney, 3 years ago, saying there will come a day when we will realize Jeffrey Epstein was the most prolific pedophile this country has ever known. And I had it all 3 years ago.
Wow.
Told by ABC to sit on the story.
So there it is. It shows you we already know because we're not a bunch of. I mean, I know we're good uns, but we got enough walking around to sense. No, I think we all agree now that media squashes stories and the news that
manipulates what you hear and don't hear,
and that journalism is dead. And now what we have now is propaganda and all sorts of different agendas, and it's nothing but a tool to try to indoctrinate us into a certain worldview that they prefer. And the people who run the places prefer. Does anybody think that's not the case anymore? Does anybody believe that journalists go out there? We just heard a journalist say, I had that story 3 years before it came out, and nobody would let me air it. So there you go. And then the other thing, like you said, they're now trying to walk back this relationship they're having, saying our marriages were already ending and our timeline. And the best they can come up with is we started seeing each other while we were separated. Of course, that's still not divorced, but
Right.
but
I've heard that terminology before.
Yeah.
It's kind of like we're planning on getting divorced, so we're just going to get the head start here.
Well, and we all know it's just like any time you've ever talked to someone that maybe has given you permission to speak into their life, or you sit down to try to counsel someone and the person tells you they haven't done anything but they're emotionally connected to someone else, and you all know that's hogwash. This is that they're already got something going on. That's just that attempt to delay, what eventually is going to come out.
Yep.
And anybody believe that they weren't seeing each other while they were both married? Anybody at all? I mean, nobody believes that, especially when they start trying to play games with the timeline and all that. And apparently ABC got tired of it finally. So
what are they going to do?
Have they been fired or just taken off
they're
there?
they're taking off there temporarily, but what are they going to do? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know what their contracts say. How this would be defined? Is this a fireable clause? I mean, calls. I mean, is this something they could do for calls? I don't know. You'd have to see their contract.
And they probably have pretty good numbers too. They're going to have to balance that against all of this, against the blowback they're getting for it, so to speak. So
well, like you said, I mean, at the time of day that we work. And, of course, I don't really watch network news anyway. I can't recall the last time I did. I don't even know who these people are.
I don't know. like Bubba says, we see them, but I don't hear them.
I'm seeing them that I for the first time that I
right. I see them. I mean, we have them on in here, but we don't get to hear what's going on. I knew who they were by their face. I didn't know their name because we don't get to hear them.
Right. Yeah.
How did they not see this camera? I mean, this. I think they just didn't care, or they wanted to get caught. I mean, this looks like it's a news camera set up at the lodge that they're staying at.
Right.
How did they? I think they wanted to get caught.
Yeah, it's like got cutaways and everything. Like it's been produced.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's great. But, we have some stuff, and it's a little long, but what James Woods tweeted out about how society is manipulated and how it changes, that sometimes people can see the truth and hear the truth, but still they don't care.
Right.
And with the Twitter files and then ABC suppressing this with Epstein and all that, I mean, what's it going to take for all of us to realize how crooked it all is?
Yeah, well, we got the James Woods story, like you mentioned. We got a Prince and Harry documentary. It looks thrilling. And somebody went after The View. All that still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of it. It seems like sometimes the most important things are going to have the most impact. We kind of send those over there to the time of, we'll get to that if all the other things work out.
Yep.
And really, there's got to be something that happens with dads where we have to reverse that and say discipling our children, especially if you're men of faith, so that they can be ready when they go out into the world to defend the faith, take all the arrows that will be thrown at them, to be the kind of wives they need to be the mothers they need to be the dads and the husbands they need to be. And we did something a little bit different this time. You've heard a lot of things focused on men, and well, I should say that. There should be more things.
That's right.
There are some things focused on men. You've heard of men's conferences, and I certainly love those. I'm doing one this weekend. So, and I think they've definitely played a role. I know people that was a moment where a man went to a men's conference, and that's where he made his decision for Christ, and so they serve a role. But they usually only provide maybe a 6-week follow-up study after that, if they even do that at all.
Yeah, if that.
Yeah, and then when you get back, it's not usually something that starts now maturing you in the faith. It challenges you, no question. And then you have kids do the same thing. They go off on church camps and they go off on youth retreats, and those are all wonderful. I love them. You're in that business too with YM360, and you guys provide one of Bubba's favorite words, a lot of curriculum that is used.
That's a tough one to say.
Yeah, used in churches all over this
no,
country.
I can say it. It just feels weird, and I don't like the way it sounds. I know what it means. I'm not against what curriculum is. I just hate that word.
Can I tell you what I think it is? You and I didn't like school.
Maybe
and when
that's
they
it.
would get out that syllabus and say, "Here's our
I
curriculum."
don't like the word syllabus.
No,
either.
why would you? They'd always meant
What about
bad
the
things.
plural, syllabi? I mean, you sound ridiculous saying it, right?
Syllabus sounds a little bit like a disease. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It's something.
Takes antibiotics.
And when I was asked the question, Mr. Burgess, do you have your syllabus? It was always, I don't know what happened to it. But anyway,
The answer is no.
Yeah, wadded up somewhere.
That's right.
In back of my drawer or something. But anyway, so we came up with a concept, and I may be wrong. I'm not trying to act like that it's completely unique. Maybe it's not. I personally have never heard another weekend where they said, what if we took the men's conference and the church camp youth conference and we combined it, and the dads actually came to a weekend with their children, and then they were discipled together at the same time. And then and then we're sent off to say, now let's implement what we talked about. Y'all go tonight when you go to dinner and let's talk about this. Hey, tomorrow when y'all have your free time together, won't you try to, Dad, go talk about this, and daughter or son, why don't you ask Dad about this? Because I think we've surely gotten to the point. Now, a man can say, I know I've been told I'm supposed to be the spiritual leader for my children, and he just rejects it. But I'm not going to. I'm going to let somebody else do that. Big mistake, but understood. Like I said, I had a man tell me that one time, if that's your strategy, whomever you've given that responsibility to is a better daddy than you are. Which
Convicting.
is very. I never forget that. First time I was told that. And if somebody else is discipling your wife, he's a better husband than you are, or she is if it's a woman. So anyway, we thought, well, let's see if we can't do more than just talk about this. Let's see if we can actually provide a weekend where a dad who could say, there's dads coming, I'm sure, that think they do it well.
Yeah.
But the reason why they do it well is a weekend like this is something they're going to invest in.
Absolutely.
So then you have the others that say, well, I'm actually doing this because I'm not sure what this looks like. Whatever the case may be, that's what we're trying to accomplish next weekend.
Yeah, that's right. I think most men, as we all do involved with church and men's ministry and youth ministry, I think most men know that they're supposed to be, one of the chief voices of spirituality and discipleship in their children's lives. They just don't know how. The church doesn't do a great job of equipping men to know how. I know I'm supposed to do it, and that actually can create frustration. When you're constantly told, hey, you need to be this, and you're not shown how, it's like, well, this is frustrating to me. So, yeah, Make Ready Weekend, I think it's very unique. Coming up here in less than 2 weeks, March 2nd and 3rd, Church of Brook Hills. You and I and our team have put together a curriculum, to use Bubba's words, for that weekend, that not only challenges dads and their children in the room together, which, again, is very unique, but equips them to leave this conference knowing how to continue to build and grow in their spiritual faith and their discipleship. We were just talking about kids' sports, right? Travel sports. There's so many times where, as parents, we're having those bonding times with our kids around at a ball field, around a sporting event, and that's great. That's part of what being a parent is. But there's not enough times where we're having those moments around our faith, where we're having those bonding times. And so I think, as you and I have carved out the content of this weekend with our team, what I've seen is, man, we're going to have fun. There's going to be stuff for
oh, yeah, we're going to goof off and cut up with the kids and all that.
We're playing games, and there's fun videos.
Are we playing kickball?
Maybe.
I mean, we could. Certainly could. But there's also the content for this thing is going to be amazing. I mean,
let's go. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so things you need to know about. You want some Blaze TV swag, mugs, shirts, hats, hoodies, stickers, bags. That we've got a Bubba 20 code right now at blazemedia.com. Use a Bubba 20 and get some savings right now. 20% off all the merchandise through Christmas. Also, rickandbubba.com. I told you that. We got the new CD there and the download option coming up on Friday. Where's the bathroom? Looking ahead on chances to see members of the Rick and Bubba show. Now, the big year-ender will end our 28th year on December the 16th. So we'll be wrapping up. We got one more Friday of golden ticket seats coming up this Friday. Then that'll be wrapped up for the year. And then, Lord willing, we'll come back for our 29th birthday. But, Bubba, big announcement. You and I heard this deal being cut. Did you know that the Birmingham Bowl has officially announced that the birthday boy, Calvin Speedy Wilburn, turning 54 years old today, will be the stadium MC at their bowl game on December 27th.
Well, why wouldn't he, Rick?
Why wouldn't
it's his home field.
I mean, you know, yeah. Huh? So
they're lucky to have somebody of
that's right.
Speedy statue doing that.
So if you're your fan base, if you're coming to Birmingham or just going to the game, Calvin Speedy Wilburn, the birthday boy's got a hand. He'll be there. So make a note of that. And a couple of man churches coming up this weekend. Mobile, Alabama with Andy Blanks on Saturday. That's a morning. And then Webster, Florida, down around Tampa on Sunday night with Scott Dawson. Those details are at themanchurch.com. All right, so let's. Here's James Woods, and then we'll get into the View as well. Now, James Woods, he goes on for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, now, it's not him, Rick. It's something he tweeted out.
Tweeted a video that tells you. Now, who's in the video?
Helms, I mean, Adler, help me here. It looks like it's a Russian agent or somebody I don't really know. He doesn't say who it is. He just talks about basically how the country gets manipulated and why we are where we are. But it looked a little old.
So he's
to
back.
me.
Well, now that may be this guy that I've seen before that tells us how the Soviet Union that they have said all you have to do to turn a country is get one generation.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I've
heard this before.
That's it.
Yeah, I think we've actually played it before. But he's telling you exactly how the Russians did it, and it's exactly what we're doing. Yeah, we've played this before.
I believe it's from 19 what?
Yeah, it goes way back, but actually
it holds true to now.
It holds true to now.
Yeah. Shows you the blueprint for
it.
tearing down the country.
Now the reason why James Woods is tweeted the video and it's on Twitter is because he's back.
Yeah,
he
was banned.
Yeah,
stretching
so
his legs.
He took advantage of amnesty to come back.
And I know we've played stuff like this. I don't remember playing this one.
Let's just hear a little bit of it.
Well,
we can bail out of it if we don't like it.
You learn things by repetition.
Yeah, let it go. Let's go. Let her roll.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization.
Well, and I think a lot of that's coming on the heels of the Twitter files, and the proof is there. But still, a lot of America doesn't believe it or don't care.
Well, think about what he just said, and it was good to hear it again because I don't think we heard every aspect of it before. I think we just played the part about the generation. But anyway, what's important about hearing that again, and I do think it's good that we heard it again, is he's saying at this time, it looks like that was done, like the 70s, and he was saying it's already been done. Well, now, see, we're living with these people who were indoctrinated, and now they're in charge, and now they're adults, and
working for the Biden
and think about it. Yeah, don't you feel like, because I do, we've said this on the air, don't you feel like that no matter what you say now to support that your argument or your view is correct, or that you have disputed their fake truth, no matter how many facts you produce, it makes no change.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
They still just stick with it.
Yeah.
If you point out, like we said about, because now there's a generation that can't critically think. So if you point out, say for instance, and we've said this 1,000 times, but this is another example. Well, I believe that is misogynist. I believe that's homophobic. I believe that's racist. And you say, now tell me, how is it racist? How is it homophobic? And how is it a misogynistic point of view? And they can't do it. You're to say, well, show me so I can understand what you mean. You're just saying it is, but prove to me that is correct. For instance, perfect example, voter ID. Has there ever been one person ever explained to you how having to prove that you are who you are is racist? They just say it, but no one can tell you why it is. Now, it would be, as we've said 1,000 times, if only black people and our people of color had to show their ID, but white people didn't. Well, then it would be racist. Yeah. But if everybody has to,
then everybody has to.
Yeah, who is being singled out?
Then it's not racist. Yeah. And nobody can ever prove to you that it is. They just keep saying it is. And no matter how many times you point out that it's not, they still say it is. And then there's the ones that know it's not, but they've convinced other people that it is true. They know it's not true.
As long as I say it, yeah.
Right. But then they're not the ones, because they're laughing behind the doors at you, by the way. But there are people that have believed this, and you can't convince them otherwise.
Yeah.
And that's what he said. They'll get to the point where even if you show them the truth, they'll just deny it. And he goes, they won't believe it till they face the consequences of it. And even then, they'll probably blame you, not what caused it.
Yeah.
So it's an unfortunate thing, and we're there, and you can certainly see it.
Yep.
Loud and clear. Don't you feel like right now, like I say, I feel like that and I say it all the time on the show, that I live in a fake world, and I'm one of the few people that know it's fake, but nobody else seems to know.
Right.
Like this,
but that explains
none of the things we've created. This is there's so many things that aren't real, and people they're not just believing it; they're terrified that it's real.
Oh yeah.
And then here's the other problem: what is real that should concern us, we have no concern about whatsoever.
That's also a byproduct. Yeah.
So it's
so true.
So and I know some of you are saying, "Well, what do you do?" He just said it's a long process to accomplish. Well, it's a long one to unwind, so you better just win the battles you can win and hope that one day you win the war. But you better start winning a few battles. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dads and their children will leave this weekend not only having practiced it in one-on-one discipleship times that are built into the schedule, but they're going to leave with a framework to where in the future, when they're having these conversations around the Bible or at Chick-fil-A around their faith, as they drive in a car, there's going to be a framework that you've already have done at this conference. And so it's going to take kind of that awkwardness sometimes that can creep into our spiritual conversations with our children. It's just going to kind of take that away. So I'm excited about it.
Well, it's kind of cool, too, because I think one of the things we try to do, too, I have men a lot of times go, what about daughters?
Yeah.
And so this time we decided, it would have been simpler probably to say dads and sons. And there's always value in that. But we're going to have Andy, doing part of it, and we're almost like the flip. I mean, Andy's got lots of daughters and one son.
That's right.
I got lots of sons and one daughter.
That's right.
So what we're going to be able to do is be able to give you the perspective on both. And so when you think about, here's a former Marine that God gave multiple daughters. I think Andy can bring something to the table.
Learning experience every day. Every day. Well, I better not tell that story.
Right.
There's something to being a dad, a former Marine, and having your phone on FaceTime in the feminine products aisle of Walgreens going with wings or without wings.
There's so much more variety there.
You just have to own that moment. The cashier looks at you and I'm like, hey, I'm a proud father of 900 daughters. So
right. I love it. I'm holding the phone up. Ladies, holler which
That's
one.
Right.
Y'all...
Choose one.
Yeah. So. We'll come back and we'll if you have any questions about the weekend, let us know. Now, we do want to let you know, even though it is next weekend, you do realize that, right, Andy?
That's right.
that is next week.
I like to prefer to say, next weekend, not this weekend.
You can still be part of it.
That's right.
We're sending out the game plan to kind of show you what the weekend's going to look like. So if you have not signed up and you want to come, and you can bring as many of your kids you think you can handle in that weekend, sons and daughters, you can sign up now in show notes at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, now, when we talked about Billy Graham yesterday, it started dawning on me, when you take somebody like this and lay them to rest, my goodness, I mean, they're trying to figure out some of the things that will be done to memorialize this great man of God. I want to ask you guys, and Bubba, I asked you this earlier, if we think this is a step out, because my first reaction was yes, but then the more I started looking at it, I started thinking to myself, I don't know that really was a step out. I heard this comment being made last night by people saying, is it a fair statement to say, now, I'm not talking about the Reformation. I'm not talking about translated the Bible into English. I'm not talking about all these moments in church history. They obviously stand on their own. But if you say a person who was an evangelist that went out to say, here is the message of the gospel, I want you to respond to it, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to try to present this message to as many people as I can while I can breathe until I'm dead. Do you think there's been anyone bigger in that genre since the Apostle Paul? See,
I told you.
I heard that said yesterday, and my first reaction was, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's a big statement.
It's a giant statement, but then I started trying to refute it, and I'm not sure you can.
I don't know that, knowing or listening to him over the years, because I didn't know him, I don't know that Billy Graham would be comfortable with that.
Probably not.
And I'm sure he had plans. I mean, he's had a very long life, and he knew it was coming to an end. I'm sure that they have all the plans for his funeral and all that already worked out if they will just honor his wishes. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure he had a plan for that. But from a historical standpoint,
that's all I'm talking about.
There's been a lot of big names. We talked about Martin Luther, but we made the point maybe that was getting the faith where it was supposed to be. Just you're talking about clear evangelism of the gospel,
right? Go make disciples.
There's been some guys on the world stage. We mentioned Spurgeon and some of these other people. You brought up Tyndale.
All big.
Yeah, all big. But I can say this, and then we can grow it from there. I don't think there's been anybody from the United States of America, nobody, especially in the 20th century. When you look at the number of people that he has been able to let God work through him, I can't come up with a bigger number, with a bigger name.
Well, I'll tell you what makes him unique, too. I saw one of his grandsons, get interviewed last night, and I've heard this, and I said some examples yesterday. I've heard this, which I think this is what makes him great. I even had one of our Catholic friends say, I don't know what to say. Is this like the Pope died?
It would be the Baptist or Protestant Pope. We've joked about him being that over the years.
Yeah, well.
Rightly or wrongly.
Well, what I would say is without so much pomp and circumstance.
Right.
He doesn't make the claims a lot of times that the Pope seems to make. But that's a different deal. That's
a whole nother deal.
But I want to say this. What his grandson said, which I think was the key to how God was able to use it, because it was all God that did this, not Billy Graham. All he was obedient. And that his grandson said one of the things that I admired the most about him was his humility. And so somebody said, well, give us an example. He goes, no, that's the funny thing. My grandfather is so humble, he'd be upset that I'm calling him humble.
You're right.
He said,
that is the example.
He said, you wouldn't say that in his presence because he would take issue because he didn't see himself as humble. He thought he was a major sinner, always was a major sinner, always knew it was the grace and mercy of God, and never thought he really amounted to anything other than pointing people to who does matter. And I think that's what made him great, was that he didn't think he was great.
Right.
And so you're right. You probably have to be careful with some of these comments because it might not be what he would want.
It might fly in the face of the way he would look at it.
I don't think he would want to be compared to the Apostle Paul.
No, I don't. I don't think he would. But I think it's.
But that's a fair thing, I think. 7 minutes pass from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, closing down 28 years and praying to be given 29. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. What a blessing it is to have you there each and every day.
Yep, Bubba, we got a cat fight on the View.
Uh-oh.
Cat fight.
Well, the poor conservative has no hope on there.
Fight.
You notice that seat rotates pretty regularly.
Oh, yeah. So we have the View, and this is a segment. You know, you've heard a lot about toxic masculinity. By the way, have you seen the ridiculous, idiotic statement? What's his name? The guy that did Titanic, and now he does the weird show about all the blue people.
Avatar. James Cameron.
Avatar. Have you seen the ridiculous statement by James Cameron?
I can only imagine.
What do you say?
What an idiot.
Yeah, he said testosterone is a toxic chemical that's poisoning the world or something like that.
And he says in his maleness, he's worked to take it out of his system.
It looks like it,
well,
too.
good for him.
If we want to evolve, we should remove testosterone from our
Well,
system.
worldwide,
I'm telling you, that's what he said.
Worldwide, it's about half what it was 20 years ago.
Yeah. Not good.
So anyway, somebody had the audacity to speak about toxic femininity. And well,
we're all equal. Why not?
So here we go. The View has a little bit of a dust-up. Here we go.
No, I think it is real, though. We've come a long way in kind of critiquing some of the male practices that are not helpful and that needed to be called out. And I think that women have made a ton of progress, but we can also be each other's worst enemies. It's still the case, and I hate to say it, some of the worst bosses I've had have been women, and sometimes colleagues in the workplace who are women. And I always think of the Madeleine Albright quote.
Well, that's what happens when you work with Kellyanne Conway.
I mean, well, I can't really get a word in without you attacking me, so I wouldn't say this is a totally different. This isn't like a totally different environment of women supporting each other. But Madeleine Albright's always said there's a special place in hell for women who don't help and support other women. Right. And it's something I try to live by. I think that we have a duty to kind of give that back, especially for the women who come after us.
Yeah, she's making her point by attacking her while she's talking.
Well, it goes back to this again.
And you know what it's all back to? Trump again. They are so obsessed with Trump.
They are so obsessed. But it is one of those things where it's like everything else the left does. We are for women as long as they say the things that we want them to say.
That's right. Or then we will destroy them worse than any man ever thought about.
And what everybody doesn't realize, and we've said this, and it's worth saying again, and it's the one thing to understand. I know they don't share our biblical worldview, but if you understand, the world makes a lot more sense if you understand what God has revealed to us in Scripture, and that was He made male and female. I'm sorry, He did. Okay, if you're mad about that, you have to take that up with Him. I saw a great video with Alistair Begg saying when it came to God's standard for gender and sexuality and marriage, he said, you have to understand, this is His book. And if I am a pastor and my job is to reveal to you what God has said, I'm not going to run from Romans chapter 1 and act like it's not in there.
Yeah.
He goes, so if you're upset about it, you have to be upset with God, but it's not my job to be a public, he didn't say this, but I'm paraphrasing, but what he was saying, you either believe this book or you don't. And I preach and teach this book, so I can't shy away from things that make some of you upset. And but it's God's standard. But if you realize that He made male and female, and He set it up in perfection, and then we decided that we didn't think that He really had the chops to decide what was right and wrong and the way we should behave. So we decided we want to make up our own version of it. So at that moment, every man, male, and every woman now became fallen. So thank goodness for Jesus. But if you're out there right now and you're not redeemed by Jesus, then you are probably a toxic man and a toxic woman. And the only way we can get back to some semblance of what God intended is through redemption. So every man and every woman has to be redeemed, and then in the process, that would also redeem marriage. So, and of course, now they would absolutely lose their minds if anybody said that. So we don't really have a situation where males are falling but females aren't.
All right.
We're all.
What do you
equal-
mean?
We're all.
I didn't even
equally
think we had females.
Well, I'm sorry.
How can we even have that?
I go back to I believe the book. And
Yeah.
I'm
gonna go with it.
And I believe the God who wrote the book, and I've got to stand with him against all who would come against him, because at the end of it all, I want to end up with him. And if that means you have to be upset with me, I'd rather you be upset with me than him.
Yep.
That includes everybody, no matter how much I love you, how close we are. Nobody gets to go against him. So anyway, so that's. That was interesting that they broke out in a bit of a fight while talking about how women don't support each other.
Yeah,
but remember, the left only supports women that do and say the things they want. Of course, that sounds a lot like holding women down, but I mean, but look, any Democratic Party that has voted Bill Clinton and Ted Kennedy as heroes for women, you got a women PR problem.
Yeah, that was the person from The View speaking was Alyssa Farah Griffin, the conservative on The View, and she was a former White House colleague with Kellyanne Conway.
Right.
Who again?
What does that have to do with
They're trying to despise her over Kellyanne Conway.
Yes.
And Kellyanne Conway was the first female to run a successful presidential campaign. She should be honored, but she's not, because they didn't like the person that she was running the campaign for, or their political stance. So,
Absolutely.
So really, it's not about women; it's about your political preference.
Correct.
Because they ought to be celebrating Kellyanne Conway. She is a record-breaking, glass ceiling-breaking female who got someone elected who she ran their campaign. Period.
Bubba, they should have celebrated Condoleezza Rice.
Oh yeah.
You get a double celebration there. Yep. They didn't want anything to do with it because she didn't work with the administration they preferred.
Yep.
So she can't be a hero for women, and she can't be a hero for black people. Well, how ridiculous is all this?
It's just so
I mean,
silly.
it's ridiculous.
So it's so silly. I know we're up against a break. I wanted to show y'all the unveiling of the B-21 Raider, our newest stealth bomber. And, man, it is awesome looking.
Do you want to do that when we come back?
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. We'll catch that clip when we come back.
Okay. Was that it? I just saw. Was that the bomber?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay. But
First, this is different than what we saw the other day.
When I looked, and yeah, this is different because we saw something the other day about
stealth something the other day.
Yeah, that's a B-52. I think.
Yeah,
that's a B-52.
Yeah. Is that the one we're seeing today?
No, it's the B-21.
Okay, that wasn't the one we saw the other day.
No, you saw the B-2.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Here's a go-to gift.
I think for our country and our time, you can't find a bigger figure.
Have you seen the
for
numbers?
spreading the gospel?
Have you seen the numbers?
Oh, Rick, it's
have y'all
out of this
seen
world.
the numbers?
It's out of this world.
I mean, that he went to 185 countries and things that were just territories.
Yeah, the Crusades we used to see on TV were just every now and then that saw, but they were going on the whole time.
Now, keep in mind, we're not even talking about how many he did in America.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he did Jerusalem, he did Judea, he did Samaria, and he did ends of the earth. I mean, he did it all. And that was the charge, right?
Right.
And for him to say that, he even said that it was put on him so much that he just knew that he was so ingrained and felt so called when he said, I really thought I was just going to be a farmer. I didn't.
What was his occupation before?
I think he said he thought he was going to be a farmer. I mean, and he said, and God kept on about this, and he's like, I didn't even think. He's very. There we go again. I don't want to upset Billy, and of course, right now. Do you think Billy got that when he gets there, like some idiot like me shows up, and they send I might meet some couple of unknowns that I don't know anything about, kind of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 10th string. Do you think when Billy Graham hits that gate that the Apostle Paul comes up or say, hey, welcome? Do you think Moses, Abraham, all the big ones are like, well, here comes Billy Graham? He got a well done. We all know that.
Right.
I mean, now that doesn't mean he was perfect. It doesn't mean he did everything right.
No.
And he would be the first
Nobody
one to
there is.
No.
Except for one.
I don't know if you've seen some of the when King David shows up, I think Billy Graham was probably more solid than him. I mean, if you start looking at King, he didn't have some of the moral failures that King David had.
Right.
And a lot of the others as well. So So anyway, I think when that statement was first made, I was taken back by it. And, because our first on this show to scream out, step out.
Right.
And then I said, well, let me reel that in, though. When you think about, because you even.
I can't think anybody higher up the ladder, put it that way.
That says God had this man come present this message. These people responded. And we don't know how many of them were the real deal or not.
Right.
And that's between that person and God. But when he gets to heaven and you go, okay, the Apostle Paul went out to reach a really big number, and I even busted up the Church of Acts because y'all were staying too centrally located,
right,
so we can get out and cover some more ground.
Right.
So we've covered ground, and over here are all the people that are here because of the Apostle Paul's obedience and preaching. Over here is everybody that was impacted by Billy Graham's preaching and obedience. I'm going to tell you.
The errors are different. It's hard comparing that. It's like baseball stats, but. But in all fairness, Billy Graham was preaching what Paul wrote, so he gets partial credit.
He does get a partial. Well, I was going to next week on March 1, not May 1, March 1, we're going to have John C. Wilburn, Speedy's dad here, talk about his new book, Larry the Leaf. It's a children's book. Now, I'm getting all sorts of emails with people having all sorts of experiences about trying to get this book. And I got one yesterday. Hey, Larry the Leaf, which is on the back order, by the way. I want some of you to kind of just to give you some help. Remember, like we've always done, you need to learn the concept on trying to find this book of going to where the shortest line is.
Mm-hmm.
Amazon was not going to be the shortest line because everybody goes to Amazon because it is a great service and it works smoothly. But that's that line everybody's standing in.
Mm-hmm.
What you need,
I'm in that line.
Yeah, what you need to do is to go over to Barnes and Noble, to go over to Books A Million. Do they have them too?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can order all of them online.
And see, the line's not as long there.
No, it's not.
It's kind of like back when Sherry's book came out. I said, if you're doing Amazon, that's fine, but that's going to be they go away there quicker. Go to ChristianBook.com. You know what I mean? Where the line's not as long.
Right.
Or go to your bookstore where they have them on the shelves. Line's not as long. So it's not that this book is impossible to get right now. It's just harder to get through Amazon because I think they got blindsided. They didn't know that John C. Wilburn in his first children's book had a son that was the producer of a radio show that was going to send thousands of people to go get copies of this book.
I tried to tell him.
How is it going? Do you know how many he sold?
Well,
how many they print for the first time?
He just keeps getting feedback that it's doing extremely well, but he has not heard any numbers or anything like that. But
are they talking about book 2 or 3? That usually lets you know how they're doing.
Yeah. Like I mentioned before, it's already 2's already under.
Oh, yeah, they always want that follow up, don't they?
Yeah,
if it's doing well.
And he's extremely excited, but this is the first time he's ever done anything like this. So they're trying to guide him through the process. And
it is 20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. We gave away gift number 4 today. Already happened. Gift number 4, already done it. So tomorrow, gift number 5. Congratulations to our winner today, Kit out of Moulton, Alabama. All right, so we gave away about $550 worth of stuff today. Wow. And we'll do it again tomorrow. All right, so Bubby, this is another unveiling of another weapon.
Rick, this is our newest stealth bomber. It is called the B-21 Raider. These bad boys cost $2 billion a piece, and we've ordered 100 of them.
Okay, so this is not the one we looked at the other day.
Yeah, it is.
It's the same one?
It's not.
We're
you
looking
didn't
at it again?
see it. You saw the B-2, the predecessor to it, and they unveiled it, with much ado out in California last week. And but this thing they're saying is the 6th generation aircraft. It will fly manned or unmanned.
Mm-hmm.
It can carry, I think it was 80 500-pound bombs or 16 nuclear warheads. I mean, it's just an incredible plane. It can also be used for surveillance. It does a whole lot of stuff. So it's going to be our deterrent against foreign invaders for the next 50 years for sure.
Except they know the fact that we'll never use it.
The B-21 Raider ushers in a new era. A bomber like no other. With stealth, advanced weapon systems, and an open systems architecture built into every element. This first ever 6th generation aircraft pushes the limits of what's possible, showcasing the dedication and skills of thousands of people working to build a more secure future. This changes everything.
Is there more?
Please welcome Kathy Warden, Chair, Chief Executive Officer, and President of Northrop Grumman.
Are they going to show it, or do I need to scoot forward, Bubba?
Where are you at?
I saw it under the tarp.
Yeah. Skip forward to about 30,
that'll be great.
31. About 31.
31.
Right in there somewhere.
All right. There we
She's
go.
still talking?
Wow,
No,
lady.
there's been several.
Let's
things.
wrap it up, lady. Let's wrap it up, lady.
Wrap it up.
Easy.
Show us the plane. I saw it under the tarp.
There it is.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
There it is. Hope
right.
we're willing to use it if we need it for $2 billion in each one. Yeah.
Yep.
You guys ever really want to drive one of those little airplane tow boats?
Yeah, it'd be kind of
tow
cool.
cart.
Yeah.
Tow cart.
I like to fly in that bad boy right
yeah,
there.
the plane's better. You're right.
That'll be UFO sightings if somebody sees that flying.
Yeah, and if you think the unveiling of that's big today, we got a little birthday boy here, Calvin Speedy Wilbur.
We're unveiling that
Hey,
today.
happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Helps the struggle.
Happy birthday, dear Speedy. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, guys.
So Edgar's Bakery, they had you a cake the whole time, Speedy. You thought you were going to get one, and you got one. There it is.
There it is.
Let's get a slice.
Let's get. All right, let's cut
tall
it.
one,
Let's cut it.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Let's cut it.
Look
Thank
how
you, buddy.
Happy birthday to you.
that. I mean,
I want you in your opera voice.
it just
Ready,
looks
go.
like
Happy birthday to
it looks like fun, doesn't it? It's just a fun looking cake.
Fun-looking cake.
It's a
He
fun.
spit all
You
over
know what
it.
that is? That's fun.
Yeah, that is fun.
Happy
And
birthday,
I
Speedy.
I
know.
think this is the first one we've blown out since the pandemic.
Well,
We've stopped blowing them out, but I just blew all over. it.
who
no big
cares? Yeah, it's a.
I kind of went up high a little bit.
Yeah.
Really struggled to light the candles. man.
I can tell.
I really struggled to light those
I
candles.
know,
They
I
would
know.
not cooperate at
Well,
all.
Yeah.
it makes you appreciate Speedy in charge of birthday candles, doesn't it?
It did. It really did. Of course, Greg came up to me and goes, "Hey, I mean, I don't know where candles are."
I didn't know where they were.
And I said, "Where'd you look?" I don't know.
Not in there. I looked in there by the microwave.
You didn't look.
I did over in that area.
The
I knew where some were
Where
hiding.
were they?
They're in the main kitchen.
Well, and I'm going to tell you
Oh,
something.
really?
And I chose red, white, and blue. I actually did think I chose red, white, and blue candles because I know you love America.
He does love America.
He does, especially during the World Cup.
Um,
Especially during the World Cup.
he loves.
You
He
got it
loves.
mixed up. It's the Olympics.
He's a patriot, Greg.
Come on.
He's a
He
patriot.
is patron through and through.
I'll tell you what else I noticed
Get that
too,
from my
and
dad.
I'm going to stand corrected, and I know better than this too. I know, but I watched his little face just in. He wanted a cake so bad.
He did.
Rick,
He's glad.
can
he
you
wa-
have let somebody enjoy
Hey,
anything?
you wanted a cake, and I'm glad we got you one.
No, I was a
How
surprise.
can that be a negative?
I knew he was up to something, and
Yeah.
I was just.
How can that be a
I didn't know
negative
where
that
he
I said
was.
I noticed you really wanted a
That's
cake?
how you say it.
I looked
Huh?
for the candles.
How you say it.
Greg, keep saying that. please.
I tell you what would be a
What'd you
negative.
say?
I was in there looking for the candles, couldn't find them.
He walked in by the refrigerator.
Yeah, that's what I thought they'd
did a
be.
360 and left, and
Yeah.
that's his way of looking.
Greg, I admit that would be where
I'm starting to understand more and more why you couldn't find that deer.
Hey, now that's facts
That's
right
a good
there.
point.
Huh?
You're not a big looker.
No,
Don't look
that
real
was-
good.
That was bizarre. That was bizarre, though.
Not a lot of detail in your looking.
No, it's not.
Right.
I'll give you that.
Look, let me tell you, looking requires effort. I don't like it.
I know I try to motivate myself to look really hard, and I just can't.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
How
I
many
hate
times-
to look for something.
How many times have y'all been looking for something? Your wife comes in and goes, "It's right there."
Oh,
Yeah, all the
thousand.
time.
Thousand.
Yeah.
Or go get something out of the pantry, and I'm standing there going, I don't see it.
I do not like to look
That's
for
when
things.
Betty says, "How can you not see that?"
know.
But you
Yeah.
can see a deer 300 yards
know.
away sticking
Right.
its head out of the
See,
window.
Good
Lisa
optics.
can't say that about girls.
Good
No, she can't.
optics.
Yeah.
Can't say that.
So I know you're not going to eat any of it, but at least
I'm
it's
gonna
here.
get Bubba a
Get a
nice
skinny
piece.
slice.
Don't.
I'm going to get a little skinny slice of it.
A little skinny.
Greg, I like top two.
Look,
Rick,
look, let them run together.
I know.
Running buddy.
Ain't hurting
Well,
nothing.
I just
I appreciate
running
Edgar-
buddy.
I appreciate Edgar's effort. And I'm
Yes.
Let's
thank
get
you,
on our
Edgar.
motorcycles without helmets.
Hey, Rick, you do a good motorcycle.
you know who else loves sugar, loves to eat it.
Who?
Rick.
The big C. Loves sugar.
Oh yeah, it does.
Well, I'm just saying.
Rick Burgess, Rick
Well,
Burgess.
I mean, we got somebody with type 2 and somebody who had cancer. And they're going to go over and eat a birthday cake.
I'm gonna slice of it. I'm not going to eat the whole cake.
I mean, it's. You tell that to the doctor. I see how much he loves birthday cake.
He's gonna get Bubba a piece. This is
No,
one of my
Speedy,
favorite.
don't
This is
do
my
this.
favorite part of the
No,
birthday.
you would think Speedy's got a life insurance policy on Bubba.
Rick, he may have one.
Well, that's true. He may have.
He's eyeing this chair over here.
Right, yeah. I said, you act like you think you have a life insurance policy on Bubba.
Well, I should really.
There, here we go.
Now, what you want?
He
You
shouldn't
want-
have to
you
cut
wanna
cake
eat
for
any
people.
of-
He's a birthday
No,
boy.
he
I know
He
loves
that.
loves this though. We'd
Do
be
you want to
stealing
eat
his
any
joy.
of me on here?
No.
What did you just
The
say?
answer to that's
Like
no.
I know how we sometimes cut around each other because it's something.
Oh,
about-
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
And I think we all know why.
I'll take a cut around.
You want an end piece?
Give
or-
him a foot.
It's
No,
all
no.
an end piece, isn't it?
All right, here we go. I got that part. Ooh,
I don't
Ooh,
want-
it's thick.
I don't want a big piece, Speedy.
Okay.
I love the last time. Oh, yeah. Look, Bob, remember, I go up the ramp.
Back it down. Back it down. Oh, wow.
Go, Rick. Will you pass that to Bubba?
Boy, there it is.
Well, thank you, Speedy.
Oh man, I forgot it.
Gosh,
Let me
I hope
I
nobody
need to
gets a picture of
fork.
me passing that to him.
What you got?
I got you. I got baby brother coming next. Okay. Got it.
Greg, you don't need nothing, Greg.
Greg, get me a fork.
Greg, you don't need that.
Greg, I'm sorry, but you got to eat the S&P of Speedy.
What did you just say? It's not.
The S&P of Speedy.
Yeah, it didn't sound like that.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I'm trying to help at times as well. Now he is going to come here after the show and go read to the kids as well. My niece is coming over from Mississippi State or Starkville area, where she's now graduated and successful, and her and Reg are married and doing well. So she's going to ride over and read, and then have some question and answer time during the Read Across America week. And so he's excited about that. There's book signings out that now they're talking. I mean, it's really happening.
Well, my
and
dream,
it's really
my
cool
dream is
for
that,
him.
that
I mean, I'm
my
so
dream
happy
is
for him.
everybody has a copy of Larry the Leaf.
Oh,
I
you're so
hope
kind.
your dad, Speedy, becomes like the next great writer of our time.
Yeah.
like Tom Clancy or something. of kids books.
What if he became the Max Lucado of kids books?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
What I don't want to do is if you go to an Amazon or something like that and order it, I don't want you to be discouraged by saying, oh, it's out of stock or whatever. You know, I don't want you to not do it just because of that, because I've already gotten emails and friends saying that they have received theirs, and they'll send you an email saying, you know, hey, it's coming or whatever. And so don't let that discourage you. But as you said, you can also order at different places.
Hey, go to shorter
but just
lines.
make sure there are some Leaf books out there. Just make sure it's Larry the Leaf, okay? Not Larry the Leaf and Family or whatever. John C. Wilburn, Larry the Leaf. Just make sure of that, and we'll try to Helmsy, I'll try to send you, if you don't mind, another, for show notes for people to go to.
Well, because
I mean, if you do share, like search Larry the Leaf and go to Amazon or whatever, there's other Leaf books out there.
Yeah,
I don't want you to be confused by that.
John C. Wilburn, look for that being the author, and that should separate all the Leaf books.
Yeah, it's like fall if you go in there. There's just leaves everywhere.
Well, and did we get confirmation, Speedy, that you are Larry the Leaf?
No, we didn't. My dad's laughing at that, though. Now, I will say when
don't you think it's based on Speedy? I do.
I do.
I will say that when I was up with Mom and Dad talking to him here recently, that topic was brought up, and I said, now, Dad, you know what they're going to do when you come to the show. They're going to think I'm Larry.
Look how the head shape.
And my mom laughed and said, "Now wait a minute." And so the discussion started.
Well,
so.
look
your forehead, no doubt.
When you see Larry, look how the leaf is supposed to be his head.
I'll tell you what
looks like your head.
No, I'll tell you what the key is. Look at his eyelashes.
Bubba, you're all over it. Because Speedy has beautiful eyelashes.
I do?
Yeah. There's
Y'all
women,
look at my eyelashes?
I've never looked at them.
Women would be
You
jealous.
can't help but from the side.
Well, yeah, where I'm sitting, you can't. They jet out so far. You you can't help but see them.
It's like butterfly wings.
Wow, now that you bring it up.
Yeah, see
Goodness
him?
gracious.
Man, he's got them. It's like
Y'all checking me out?
like butterfly
Wow.
wings. And
I've never noticed.
it's like there's two butterflies in his
straighten
eyes.
them out.
I
that
do
little curling
not.
thing.
No, I do not.
I've used it before. It helps get them out of your eye sometimes.
Well,
You have?
I've
You
got
have actually used it?
Yeah,
just said
but
that.
it's a trick getting them in there. Just
Well,
right.
Greg did that when he was a kid one
You'll
time.
pinch your fire out of your
sure
eyelid if
did.
you ain't careful.
Greg did that as a kid one time. All the mamas were commenting he had beautiful eyelashes, and it embarrassed him, and he tried to cut them.
Yeah,
And cut a big gap out of them.
I know it. Yeah. It wasn't easy, I'll tell you that.
Now I've got that thing go. It's not eyelashes, but the eyebrows. Where every few days I've got one shooting out like a horn.
Yeah. It just come out of skin where it's not supposed to be.
Yeah, Brian Regan does a bit on that, and I remember at the beginning, but he's right. And it's like, where's that middle growth?
Yeah.
It's like
I
they
know
go
it.
from they're not there to the next day. They're like a horn.
I know.
My daughter takes great pride in pointing that out to me right before I go in somewhere.
Oh, sure.
Hey, Dad, you got hair sticking out with her.
Sherry
She does.
Sherry does that too. Sit down. I gotta go get another one.
Yeah.
How about the tweezer? That's bad.
Yeah, that's not my preferred. So anyway,
So it's happening though. It's fun. It's really kind of cool.
Look at Larry though. He's got those eyelashes.
Yeah.
I think that
Let me
may
go
be
back to
well,
Larry.
if you look,
see if I can
and he's
see.
got Speedy's eyes for sure. Look, just the whole
Y'all
eyes.
doing
No, go the other picture.
okay.
Larry's
where he was
got-
talking to the bird.
Right there.
You see, look at his eyes.
Yeah. Oh, that's Speedy
That's
all day
Speedy's
long.
eyes.
Yeah, it is. That leaf is based on Speedy if it's based on anybody.
Let me
Is that a
see
tongue? Stick your tongue out. Let's see if the tongue looks
here. Oh,
good.
just hush.
That's
That
just-
is,
the
man.
leaf
Y'all
has your
having fun?
eyes. Look at you.
Stick your tongue out, Speedy.
That's definitely you.
If it had a
I just
goatee,
wanna-
it would be him.
And I think that's probably why he didn't want to do it, because he kind of wanted to keep it subtle.
Well, it's a children's book. You don't want to have a scary leaf.
I know.
Yeah.
You know?
You don't.
It's just a children's
Thank you,
book.
Ad. Appreciate you, bud.
Yeah. Speedy, this is big. I mean, and so our advice is there are places where they're in supply now.
Yeah.
And then if you go where it says back ordered, you're still going to get it. But if you say, I want to get mine quicker,
Yeah.
and go hit these other websites and go to these bookstores, and you'll get it quicker.
Yeah,
So
and Amazon is committed. This is what Christian Publishing told my dad, that they're committed to getting.
All right, here we go. All 10 lines are available. Let's talk to you, the people, while we still can. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We've opened all lines up. We're going to do it phone tro form. That way we can get a lot of you rolling through there. We'll call you. The buzzer is your friend, because if you're in line, don't shameless plug will get that. Shout out will get that. Baby prediction, just not the format. So if you're rolling right now, lots of lines, you can get in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You're completely programming this section. So if you don't like this section of the show, it's because you didn't do a good job programming it. So fire up and come on in. You're in charge of the content. The questions are rolling now. Helmsy's ready to line that up for you as you are calling, and we're excited about talking to you. I want you to see the new shopping channel called mystore.com/TV. Are you familiar with this? It's 24/7. This is from Lindell and the gang. mystore.com/TV. Hundreds of great products for all your gift-giving needs, and you can see them all before you buy them. from their delicious new My Coffee, the natural soap bars, replicas of the Declaration of Independence. I think everybody should put one of those in your house now. Apparently,
try reading it too.
Yeah, and the Constitution would be be a nice thing to know. The 14-in-1 bionic wrench, Greg. I know you and Bubba want that. And the Zip It Drain Snake. Yeah, you like that? Got to look. Hey, you don't got something clogged up? Make it happen. So
unclog it.
And for Sherry, I've got her the Ignite Fire Starter. She loves that. And Bleed Stop, by the way, for those of you that
that is very important.
There you go.
Carry that with you.
Carry it with you.
That got Bubba.
Works better than a Band-Aid. Get it all right now by going to mystore.com and enter the code Bubba, and you can save on all your purchases. That's mystore.com, code Bubba. Also, we have the link set up for you at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Let's go to the phones. Ann in Huntsville, Alabama. She's got 30 seconds on the program, unless she gets one of the 2 timeouts. Ann, go ahead.
Hey, is it Amy, probably?
Well, it says Ann, but if your name is Amy, I am talking to you, yes.
Okay, good. My brother is Terry. He called in earlier about wrapping his wife's present.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
He needs to come see me. I can do it. It's fine.
That's what sisters are
just
for.
contact your female family relative.
Absolutely.
It's fine. But I do want to give him kudos because this is his second married Christmas, and so I'm very proud that we're 3 weeks from Christmas and he's already thinking about presents.
Yeah, but he was worried, like, do men, should I know how to do this? And we were reassured.
I really don't
some
know.
guys here can, some can't. It doesn't mean good or bad either way. But
no, it does not.
Yeah, if you have a sister near you, he absolutely, Amy, should have you handle it so it'll look all precious and mild. Now he will have a difficult moment.
Yeah, mine stand up. You can tell the ones I've
Sure,
wrapped. They're
yeah.
not perfect, but I know how you're supposed to do it.
But you will have a difficult moment, and we've all been there when you get somebody to come through like this, like a sister, and your wife says, "Oh, did you wrap that?" He's going to be in a bit of a dilemma, and indirectly he did. But
got it wrapped.
But not directly. Let's go to Becca out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Becca, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
We're great, Becca.
Happy birthday, Speedy.
Thank you. You got a cake.
The other day I was telling my husband how I thought it was cute that Rick called Sherry Christmas Queen.
Yes.
But I said it a little too fast, and it came out Krispy Kreme.
Well, either one works. I mean, she is my little Krispy Kreme, too, I guess.
That's exactly what my husband said. I was his little Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, that all came from Charlie Brown Christmas. We even have a Christmas Queen. And so I've called Sherry the Christmas Queen ever since, and because she has some of Lucy's tendencies at times. We continue. Is it Franny? Franny out of, is it St. Simon's, Georgia, or St. Simmons? Franny, how you doing?
St. Simon.
Yep, St.
I'm
Simon.
good. How are y'all?
I'm familiar. Beautiful, beautiful place. Go ahead.
Yes, it is. I wanted to talk about the Balenciaga Kid campaign. I didn't know if y'all had seen that or heard about it. Balenciaga is a fashion brand, and they recently have had a campaign come out with kids holding some inappropriate teddy bears that are dressed in bondage clothing. They're surrounded by empty wine bottles. They're surrounded by empty wine glasses. There's been other campaigns that have come out. They're trying to blame the photographer. The photographer's saying it wasn't me. It's just very disturbing. All the celebrities are being silent. No one's speaking out against it. But, yeah, they're mad at Goya, the guy that, the CEO of that, for supporting Trump.
Yeah, I will say,
they're being silent on this.
Franny, a lot of times, and the guys on the show know this, if I see Babylon Bee doing a parody title of an article, it makes me know there's something I'm missing. Yeah. So I didn't know anything about this. How do you say the product?
Balenciaga.
Balenciaga. They had a Babylon Bee story saying that the god Baal was distancing himself from this company now, and I knew then. I thought, man, this must really be bad. Yeah. And so, I don't know the details you just gave them because I was kind of what was everybody upset with this company? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds real dark.
Disturbing.
Yeah, real dark, real twisted. And they're claiming they didn't do that now, that a photographer did it. Were they not in the room? I mean,
yeah, they sued the photographer, and then they've dropped that since then.
Well, I'm glad they dropped
Because
it, but
there was no way that the photographer had the, ability to choose that. So
right. Yeah, we believe a
really have any
company.
effect.
Yeah, a company, and I'm not familiar with the company, but it sounds like they're pretty successful. A company like that just hires a photographer and says, "Well, just do whatever you want."
Yeah,
I mean
that's
come
usually
on.
not how it
That doesn't
goes.
happen.
Nobody believes that.
It's all there on purpose.
Usually they have a lot of people on there telling them exactly how they want it shot.
But to your point, a company associates with Donald Trump, and suddenly all the celebrities want us to stop using their product. It's back to what we said a minute ago. It's picking and choosing. If you can't get upset about sexualizing children with things like S&M images and alcohol, if you can't be bothered by that, I mean, that's just one of those things that's not political. We should all be bothered by that.
Or a drag show for children.
Our drag shows for children.
It was all part of the slippery slope we said was coming.
You're right.
Because once you don't have a standard, you eventually will decide anything goes.
Absolutely.
And Balenciaga, that's been a recurring theme, like in the background of these shots. This most recent one where the teddy bears are in all kinds of weird gear, that's the most blatant example, but there's been several times in which there's been things hidden in the Balenciaga ads that
And
are...
what are they circling there? I can't even.
That's a book on an artist who paints kids.
Naked children.
Kids,
Okay, yeah. All right.
And it's
Wow.
just, it's a theme. It's a recurring theme in these Balenciaga ads, so it's not an accident.
Rick,
there's been some
look at the
athletes.
dragon up there to the left and everything, and why that little girl's holding this. Y'all, if that doesn't bother, something's wrong with you if that doesn't bother you.
Rick, one funny part
It's
of
not a
this
big bold statement that all come together against them.
is how you get your news. You read Babylon Bee, and when you see an interesting parody bit that you don't recognize, then you go find the story.
It's absolutely true.
That's true. Something's happening. Let me see.
I looked. I said they're doing some kind of
smoke.
All right, so they're saying that Bale is distancing himself from this company. They must have did something really bad. And then I'll go and try to find it. Let's go to Carrie Bubba out of Winnipeg, Canada. They just
Winnipeg, Manitoba
came up a few points short in the Grey Cup. I thought your coach was going to Auburn, but Carrie, that did not happen. So welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning. Hi.
Hello.
So how in the world did you find the show in Winnipeg, Canada?
To be honest, my brother has listened to you guys, I think, for a couple of years.
Okay.
And whenever I come to visit him, he always I go, who are you listening to? And he goes, oh, it's Rick and Bubba.
And he finally hooked you.
That's awesome.
Time out for Canada.
So, Carrie, he finally got you hooked, and you now hear us there or watch us on YouTube, or how do you get the show there?
Both.
Both, okay.
My brother watches you both. He listens to you and he watches you on YouTube. And I'm at his house this morning, and he said, oh, they're taking phone calls. And I went, no way. So here we are.
How do you, as a Canadian, how do you like the show?
He loves it. He says
Now,
he
what
doesn't
about you,
always
Carrie?
agree with everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. I think I'm more intrigued by your accents. I love listening to you guys talk.
Understood.
And we like yours too.
Yeah, understood.
Oh, well, thank you
It's
very
all
much.
relative. Yeah.
Yeah, love it. Yeah.
Well,
and our love for syrup has to play into it somewhere.
Would you be willing to, when you go back to Winnipeg, to remind the Canadians they can watch us on YouTube or listen to us on our app or our podcast archives? Would you be a Rick and Bubba ambassador for Winnipeg?
Absolutely. Yes, for sure we are.
Well, thank you, Carrie, and thanks for calling.
Very kind of you.
And tell your brother good job bringing you into the loop.
Yeah. And she must be
I gotta
burning
get a
up.
shirt that says Rick and Bubba. I can sport that around Winnipeg.
Oh, that's good. Well, you
Yeah.
know, I know it's cold there, so we have this hoodie that might be perfect.
You're probably burning up with it
Perfect.
60 degrees, right?
Yeah. If you stay long enough, it's going to get in the high 70s before this week's over. Yeah, so.
Oh, well, you know what? We're plunging down to minus 35 today. So.
All right. You're welcome to stay. So that's great.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you,
Merry
Carrie.
Christmas
Merry
to
Christmas.
you.
How cool. So the Canadians love us.
Oh, we're huge in Canada.
Yeah, that's it. By the way, I saw the other day what we talked about all the time. They were talking about we may have record highs, and I could feel the global alarmist, global warming.
Oh, yeah.
But until Span told us that we're breaking a record if we do, that was 1950.
I know.
Right.
I think we're
It's
good.
not exactly
Yeah.
a smooth line going up linear.
No, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is, some old Rolling Stones. Man, I don't just be your beast of burden.
That's pretty good stuff right there.
Oh, man, I'm out here carrying all your stuff. Let's go home. So, boy, we've been that, haven't we? Have you seen the one, too, and a couple of commercials have tried, a couple of products. The famous now, when we were younger, you just had your paper bags at the grocery store, and there'd be about 4 of them.
Right.
That'd be about it. But now they've all gone to, like one little plastic bag might have one thing in it.
I know. Oh, yeah. You went plastic, and then there was a move back to paper.
Right.
And then we had a cloth bag we could reuse or something.
Which ain't happening.
Ain't nobody doing that.
Yeah.
That's just for weird people. No offense.
I'm not doing it.
But then you had that's that famous thing about
bury the paper bags in a landfill.
Right. And let's have
plant trees on top of them, cut trees, make more bags.
Then we have good soil.
I'm like you. Them bags will hold more than they put in them. I will actually reach and take stuff out of a bag and double them up. And
Yeah, I do
I'm
too.
sorry, I don't need 50 little bags.
Well, have you noticed, and there's been 2 commercials I've seen do it, it's good, where the guy, because I do this too, I try to get them all in one trip.
Yeah, grab them all by the hand.
And the guy's got them all in his hands. Open door, here I come.
Yeah,
because
I
hate keep having to go back. And
Looks
back
like
and
a
back.
Christmas tree
Yeah.
walking in.
Open the door. I never be your beast of burden. So anyway, we got other things to do. We were in the kitchen talking about all the stories today. Some of them are just
tough to digest.
Well, at least Chris Wood's going to do his final Olympic update. I'm excited about that. And he's toting the gold medal in the women's hockey team. He should be excited about that.
Yeah, we got a few shining stars there. Overall, they're saying it's the worst Olympic performance by a U.S. team in modern history.
Yeah, but at least we found out how they all felt about the government and all that, so that was good.
Yeah,
they were all angry that Trump was president, so at least we got that done.
Yeah, many of them will not have to worry about the difficult decision whether to meet the president or not.
Might want to concentrate more on getting ready to actually come through as opposed to, what you were going to do when you got to go see the president.
And as we talked about the other day, it's really not about your politics. We hold the First Amendment very high and proud here in our country, but it's about focusing on the task at hand and cutting the noise out.
Yeah, sure.
You got a job to do. Go do the job, and then you can do the other things.
What was it, Greg, in that movie that Bubba won't watch where Kevin Costner's a pitcher and he clears the – what's he doing?
Mechanism.
Clear
the mechanism. I have seen that.
Did you finally see it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Love of the game. That was
where he's give out.
Yeah. So we're done.
Clears the mechanism.
We're done with that because you and I remember I was just so disappointed. You of all people not seeing that movie.
I know it was a good movie because I love baseball. It's a good movie.
Saw the latest episode of Waco last night. I know a day late, but I had it. I bought the season.
I'll watch it tonight.
Greg, there's a moment in this one that is a Greg Burgess. I mean, this.
Please tell them the scene you told me.
That's what I'm talking. This is
don't tell me nothing.
No, I won't tell you what's going to happen.
I know what happens in the story.
But
Greg, you know what he's doing.
Greg, this is not important. This is just funny, and it shows the whatever. All these. Did you see it? All these moments. You're talking about going. Okay, when did the light bulb not go off?
Yeah.
This was another one. We'll come back and we'll talk about it. Greg, and the reason I'm talking about something about this type of behavior is something that you've always like to watch. Like I said, Jane Goodall, Gorillas in the Mist.
Tell him, Rick, ruin it for
where you like to go study the culture. The decision he makes on what to do with the last 10 minutes of gasoline they have in the generator. And this one, should we just hear the It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us. All right, so as we work our way back, we do have a Your America. Bubba, you mentioned it earlier in the program. Looks like any accusation against this show involving racism, one thing you cannot accuse us of is our grammar is racist. This is actually the America in which you now live in case you're wondering. Here we have a California English teacher that teaches kids grammar, and she's teaching that grammar is all part of white supremacy. Okay. Anybody want to take a run at that one? So we have she identifies herself as being cringy. Okay. She claims that she combats white supremacy, BS, in her classroom by teaching students about the overemphasized importance of grammar usage and writing rules. Bubba, where was this teacher? There's these teachers.
Yeah,
where were
why
these
didn't I have
teachers
her?
when
Yeah.
you and I were trying to come through? These people kept wanting us to get right answers and to know grammar. Now they failed miserably.
Yeah,
if you've heard us talk, and if you've ever seen us write, it's only worse. But anyway, let's see, how is she again trying to walk out this narrative? She refers to proper grammar as a language of power. She said that it's white supremacy that created all of these rules in grammar.
Mm-hmm. Now, she is promoting, Rick, what is called AAVE, or African American Vernacular English.
So this is her here?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Do I want to hear this person? I bet I know how she...
And of all people, look.
Let's hear her in her own
I bet
words.
I know how she talks before I've ever even heard her speak.
You're right.
Yep. Okay, are we ready? Here we go.
As an educator, I am constantly worried if I am part of the problem. What do I mean by that? Well, public education is an institution that upholds lots of problematic systems in our society, like white supremacy and misogyny and colonization, etc. In my role as an educator, I try to undermine that BS in my classroom as much as I possibly can. I teach high school English, and whew, the white supremacy runs deep.
I haven't screened the rest of it, so I don't want to.
I don't even know what to say about her. I don't even have a word.
I mean, with the pronoun thing, we're already changing the grammar. With all this.
Well, she's basically
zigzag,
saying if you
zeros,
have
all.
any rules to go by and you try to conform people to those rules, that is set up and based off white English, and you shouldn't have to conform to that because that's a form of white supremacy.
Back to our video we played earlier today from the person over in Russia.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
it takes 25 years.
Well, this is also I'd like to deal with something in her life. It's something called white guilt, and where she's patronizing people of color. There's nothing sincere about this.
That's it.
She's trying to make herself look like she's all caring and all good, and she's gone too far. I mean, is she trying to tell me that if my subject is past tense, and the rules say my verb should be past tense, that's racist to say that's just correct?
Yeah.
In the way that you speak in grammar?
What?
I mean,
Listen,
what's the
listen
matter?
to this. Listen to this. This is good. She said she said that the students' codes or how they speak at home or with their friends is just as important, if not more important, than what a boss expects them or how they expect their employees to communicate.
That's incorrect.
When teaching these children of color to speak correct grammar, she said, I worried that I was being a white savior. No, what you're doing now is being a white savior.
She's an oddball.
Yeah,
but probably represents a much larger number than any of us would be happy with.
What you're doing now is being a white savior, saying that it's watch me come in and take away this horrible standard of correct grammar.
But white people are also expected to speak correct grammar, and some don't.
Right here, this whole show.
But you know what I'm saying? There's even more extremes than us, if that's imaginable. But in certain positions, certain jobs,
if that's imaginable,
you know what? They're going to look at you and go,
"No, you're right."
He don't.
Y'all realize
he don't meet our standard.
She said, just because your teachers, your professors, and your boss may expect you to write and speak in a certain way that may not be natural to you, does not mean that your more natural language is not important. It's just as important, if not more important, than the language of respectability.
No. What's that even?
That doesn't matter. I mean,
do you feel like she needs to get out and get some sunlight?
Something.
Does she not understand that it's okay that the way that I handle myself in a professional setting? Now I know once again hearing us speak of this is unbelievable.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that this show is supposed to have some comedy as well. So we have acknowledged that we all are good uns. But let's say that
But there's actually people a lot worse.
But what about this? What if somebody was interviewing us to be CEO of their company? Would our lack of grammar and the way we say things might be a detrimental mark against us? Saying this guy's going to get up and give speeches for our company, and he can't even speak correct grammar. Yeah, it might hurt us, but it's not because we're white or black. It's because we didn't really understand and grasp and keep with us the ability to use correct grammar.
Exactly.
It's not that anybody was against us. It was told to us. We just disregarded it and didn't get it.
Yeah.
She also went on to say, Rick,
and in our backyard, that's no big deal.
No,
or hanging out together, and for some reason on the show, it's no big deal. But if we were in that kind of job, it might be a big deal.
Yeah. She says the IQ bell curve and the SAT are racist. These writers of these tests were made up almost entirely of white people, and they still are, she said.
But
grammar has no color. I mean,
it doesn't, and
it's I don't. And here we go again.
How does it?
But this is that thing again. Then you have people who've worked really hard to write correctly and write well, to speak correctly and speak well, which, by the way, parents of all colors at one time were raising their children to do that because they thought it would give them a leg up and it would be respectful to sound educated.
Yeah.
And now we're going to demonize that? So meaning, look, those of you that were working so hard at it, forget it. And for those of
and
you,
again, those rules
now
apply
we're
for
dumbing everybody down again,
Exactly.
by claiming that to try to be an excellent writer and an excellent communicator and sound educated is white supremacy.
Unbelievable.
And
we're talking about grammar.
And to have the expectation that not everybody is capable of speaking clearly, that's racism. That's soft bigotry of the low expectations.
Yeah, you'll never learn to
in that
speak
situation.
correctly.
Yes.
Yep. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Conference first. This revolves around an officer that was supposed to be there doing security for the school. And he was the guy.
Yeah, he was armed. He was there. He was supposed to be the first responder, if you would. And it appears, according to the police department there, he did not fulfill that duty. He actually hid during this. And, when we first heard the story yesterday, I thought, well, maybe it's not the way they're reporting it. Maybe that he was doing what his procedure in this situation called for, that he called for backup. He was waiting for them. They were trying to assess the situation. I was hoping that was the case. It does not appear that way, according to the police department.
Yeah.
Or the sheriff's department.
Or the sheriff.
This is the sheriff here speaking. He held a press conference about 4.5 minutes. This is the last minute when he sees the video and describes what he saw from the surveillance of the school.
But what I saw was a deputy arrive at the west side of Building 12, take up a position, and he never went in. He went on his, I think he got on his radio at a point in time, and he took up a position where it looked like he could see the westernmost entry into the building, and stayed where he was. Never went in. Devastated, sick to my stomach. There are no words. I mean, these families lost their children. We lost coaches. I've been to the funerals. I've been to the homes where they sit and shiver. I've been to the vigils. It's just, there are no words.
So, and as you said, I'm looking at the other comments that were made, I guess, that they gathered. You heard the main ones. They're saying that an officer claims that Scott Peterson, which is the name, you heard the term never went in, that he actually hid behind a cement column during the shooting. And He, instead of confronting the gunman, as you just heard, he stayed outside the school at his station, and he says he should have gone in, addressed the killer, and killed him. And he did not.
So now in the aftermath of this, as we try to figure out how we can better protect kids in a soft target school environment, we see that we had a failure not only here but in the reporting part of this. We had two different people alert authorities. We're taught to stay alert, to report suspicious activity. We had two people report this guy, one online, one was he a neighbor
a friend,
or
yeah.
friend?
Or somebody close to him.
Two authorities saying we got a problem here. We got a crazy guy who says he's going to shoot the school up and he's got guns. Nothing was done. Then we had a resource officer at the school who was armed, who was there for protection, according to the sheriff, who did not execute his duty there too. So,
and I think we need to point out, and we kind of have, is this was not a security guard. This was actually a
deputy,
a member of the sheriff's department that was there armed, and also don't forget, don't leave out too. They visited his house 39 times.
Yeah, I think that's really classification point A right there, where something should have been done a long time ago. But we
were
see
they waiting on the 40th call maybe
yeah,
to make it a good round number? I
Rick,
don't know.
we just see a major failure before this event happened. Hindsight is 20/20, but I'm telling you, I think I can safely say to all law enforcement, if we have to go out to somebody's house 30 plus times, we got an issue there, and we need to be sure that is a secure issue, if you know what I mean. We can't have that. Then we had reports. We had a resource officer that did not do his job. And look, I understand when bullets start flying and your life is in jeopardy, you can act in ways that your training did not indicate. I got that. But we just can't have a failure at that point. You're a sworn officer. You know you may have to lay your life down to save others. You got to go do it.
Well, and trying to be as fair as we can be to this officer, because his life is rightfully so being turned upside down.
Oh, yeah, I hate it for him.
In 2014, he received an award for tact and judgment. And then he also was nominated for Parkland Deputy of the Year just last year in 2017. Now, the union official thinks that Peterson did a good job because he called in the location of the shooting and got a description of the attacker. So that's his union. And what we heard yesterday is that he has chosen, and he has the right to do so, since he's suspended without pay, to retire. So he has chosen his retirement, which even the guy who's upset said, now he has the right to that. He's put in his time. He can just retire and be done, and that's what he's doing. So he's not going to be doing anything anymore, but I'm like you. If you see all this, I don't know what it was about this particular situation. Obviously, look, this is the real deal, and as Bubba said it, and we want to be completely frank about this. This deals with physical. This deals with spiritual. You know, everybody talks a big game until you're actually taking live rounds. But we also know that there's a lot of men and women that do this training, that take live rounds and are heroic.
Go right in and do what they're supposed to do.
So that's really not an excuse, especially when you've had the training, you've got a uniform on. You know, we're supposed to already have all that resolved before you're ever in the uniform and armed on whether you can handle live rounds or not. Right. And a live round is different than one you know is not live. We know that. But when you choose certain lines of work, you can't be a person that can't handle live rounds. I mean, you can't be. I mean, you can't. It is 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, it's another hour of Rick and Bubba. Somebody say. The gang is all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill, Bubba, Bussy. Hey, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here. Several questions we got to get answered this hour, but To begin with, do you want to know the most popular dog and cat names for this year according to Rover.com?
I do not. But I will sit here and sit through it if y'all want to do it. But personally, no.
Well, we can do this pretty quick.
I couldn't care less about it.
Since we all have
Right.
dogs
Yep.
and cats,
Yep.
this is from Rover.com.
Mm-hmm.
Top male dog names, starting at number 1 and going down to 10. Max, Charlie, Cooper, Milo, Buddy, Rocky, Bear, Teddy, Duke, and Leo. Those are your boy names.
So they really haven't. There haven't been a lot of.
What's the most popular?
Max.
Yeah, I had a Max.
And Rick's got a Buddy. There's old Buddy at 5.
I got a Buddy.
I had 2 buddies in my
The
life.
female names.
I got a Leo.
The female names begin with Luna, Bella, Daisy, Lucy, Lily, Zoe, Lola, Sadie, Bailey, and Stella.
Wow. You know what's funny is every one of those girl dog names was in consideration for
Yep.
Coco's name.
Yeah.
The girls put a list together, and every single one of those.
I've had a Lily, and I had one other one I can't remember. Bella. I had a Bella.
When it comes to male cats, here are your top 10
Toots?
names. Huh?
Toots the driving cat.
I would name one Toots in a minute, by the way.
Whiskers.
Oliver, Milo, Leo, Charlie, Loki, Simba, Jack, Ollie, and Jasper.
Simba? That's what you name a lion.
Oh, he's a little lion.
No.
You can shave his hair and make him look like one.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, right.
When it comes to the female name for cats, Luna, Lily, Bella, Lucy, Nala, Callie, page flip.
That's for Calico.
Calicoated. That's funny. Kitty, Cleo.
That's a good one.
Willow, and Chloe. We've had a Chloe before, too.
Chloe, what you
I've had
gonna
a
do
Chloe.
I'm
about
disappointed.
me?
I'm disappointed Einstein didn't make it for the boy
No, it didn't
names.
make
you
it,
know?
did
It did not do it. No, it did not make it. You know, I did some of those, I guess, because the only, you know, the naming of hunting dogs was always a different thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because hunting dogs were held in a place of honor, as they should be, because they actually do something.
Well, they were working.
Yeah, they were working dogs, but they always had to have something that sounded kind of hip and cool.
Rip.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
rip.
I will say this: we did have a cat cut like a lion one time, and it was really funny looking. Had the mane around its neck and had a little ball on its tail, and that was probably one of my favorite cat looks I've ever seen. Because you'd see him wandering around the yard, it looks just like a little lion going around.
Yeah, the lion.
And then our
They said
newest,
it was a lion.
Yeah, our newest dog, Ruby Sue. Betty put a sweater on it the other day. It's real fluffy.
They love that.
It's real. It's got some King Charles in it, but it's got some other things too. I
Sure.
can't run the whole list.
Sure it does.
And she put a sweater on it, which mashed down its fluffy hair and left the fluffy hair around its head,
yeah.
and it looked just like a lion. It was the funniest thing. Even though it was a dog, it was funny.
Yeah, yeah. That's that is. I can't seem
Betty
to.
Lou.
Yeah, I this armadillo battle that we're having at our house. This is the problem with getting these dogs that really are stuffed animals. I mean, no animals fear them. I mean, it's like you know.
Buddy's gone out there and tried to defend the yard, and like he got killed.
Yeah, he got killed. He won't go in that area anymore.
The key with those, and I know you know this, is the grub worms.
Yeah. Yeah,
and if you'll put down the stuff to get rid of the worms, the armadillos will leave.
Yeah, both that's underway.
Or
now.
you can just shoot them with a .22.
Yeah, but that
coming back.
That requires still hunting at night, and then because of the way they are about traps, you have to get only these certain kinds of traps will even work, and they're pretty elaborate. And you have to order them. You have to order them. Yeah, but they come out in the middle of the night. it ain't worth me staying out.
Well,
there
you know, a lot of times though they're out in the early evening. You know. When you might come home from somewhere, 8, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I've
Actually,
I've checked. I haven't seen them.
I had a buddy of mine that sent me a message because he heard your handle. He said he uses flower bed fence, and he builds like a large V with live trap at point, and then he said they'll follow the fence right to the trap. Works every time.
Yeah, they don't see very good.
Yeah, I don't see me setting up something that elaborate in the backyard, but I appreciate his efforts. But that's hilarious. Those things can jump too.
Rick, I was going to tell you, we had one in the backyard. I didn't have anything to get a hold of it, but I had a tennis ball, and I threw it and hit it with a tennis ball, and that thing jumped 5 foot in the air.
They can really jump.
Yeah.
And what's this thing about them and leprosy?
Yeah,
it's not good.
I've always heard that
makes you less enthusiastic about going out there and facing them.
Well, you don't have to handle them. It's the same bacteria, I think, that causes that, but it's not leprosy per se.
Do you remember being a kid and
because you don't hear of anybody with leprosy?
Do you remember the first time you were a kid?
That's a good thing.
And I think in some of the third world countries they still have it, but. Do you remember being a kid the first time somebody talked to you about leprosy from the Bible and started telling you about what it was? And you thought to yourself, tell me there's no way I'm ever going to get that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
send me to an island.
Have we got a vaccine for that?
Your fingers are falling off. And good gracious. I mean, I remember just being terrified of leprosy.
Yeah, I was too.
When you have to scream unclean,
walking through town. It was horrible.
Yeah, like they're always in their own little gang, in the Bible. I thought I was going to encounter like leper colonies more in my adulthood. But
They were the original.
I haven't.
They were the original zombies.
Yes.
You remember you were thinking to yourself, man, a leper colony. That's
that and quicksand. I thought I was going to encounter quicksand more.
A lot of shows had quicksand.
Oh, I was terrified of quicksand.
Yeah.
You had to have a rope tie around your waist or you wouldn't make it.
Absolutely.
Somebody'd stick a limb in there.
Lepers, quicksand. I was terrified of all that because you were convinced whatever wooded area behind your house it had quicksand.
Yep.
You were convinced of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and but I don't recall ever truly encountering it. Do you?
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I also thought I was going to be jumping out onto the airplane like inflatable slide at least once or twice a week.
Yeah, you couldn't wait.
Every other flight, I thought it was going to be every other flight.
That's common.
Let me tell you something. And I know that when we interviewed our pilot and on the he doesn't like air disasters on the Smithsonian.
Yeah.
But let me tell you something. That and now I've gotten to where I'm following this thing where they have all these conversations between the tower and air traffic control when people are in trouble. Don't you get to rolling on those? It'll pull you right in.
Oh yeah.
Hey, people get themselves in some handles.
Oh yeah, they do, right?
Yeah. I mean, I know it doesn't happen a lot.
It doesn't.
But the fact that it happens at all, it's back to what Adler was talking about. You're thinking, I don't want to be in that situation.
Skip.
You don't ever want to hear brace for
impact.
For impact, yeah. You that is.
Or I'm landing in the Hudson.
Yeah. You know what they had on yesterday on air disaster? Speedy, did you catch it?
No, I didn't.
Sully.
Did they really?
Well, we set it down in the Hudson.
Set her right down.
I hated that he retired right after that because
I would too.
I would like. If he could do that, I want him available since he's done it once. Now he really knows how.
But
to
if
do
I
it.
was the guy that had to set it down, that'd be the day I'm out. I'm like, hey, I got everybody to safety.
I'm out.
Don't ever want to experience that again. I'm out.
I've seen bits and pieces of the one you're talking about because they'll run them.
Yeah.
When the air traffic control agent is trying to give him other options, and he's like, "No, you don't understand.
No, we're not going to make that.
We're going down.
We're not going to make that."
They're bringing up. I know it was such a nice morning too.
Birds,
and then that happens.
I know.
How about we have an airport off to your right. Blah 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 blah. Well, no, the way we're descending, we're not going to make that.
That's not going to happen.
No,
I'm putting her down the Hudson. What? But everybody survived.
I know. Crazy cold water.
Amazing.
By the way, real cold water.
Real cold water. That's all right. I can handle cold water. Don't want to be in it, but
yeah,
I'd love to be the one of the first ones out on the wing. So I can help others.
Yeah, cold water's better than hot flames, I guess.
It is, always.
There you go. Look
There
at
you
that.
go.
Always.
There it is.
There it is. 15 minutes past, 866 We Be Big's the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can't be that person.
It's very hard to play the if game in this, but if he does go in, if he does confront the shooter, if he does get a shot back at him, we don't know if maybe this guy would have quit right then. He obviously did not have the self-destructive nature that some of these shooters have because he didn't kill himself. He went and got a sandwich.
Well, I think what's frustrating to most Americans from the outside that's not in law enforcement and probably don't know everything that went on is
First thing is we were told, see something, say something. It looks like that was done and wasn't followed up with. The other thing is we need to make,
fortify the schools.
Make them a hard target, not soft. It looks like we had somebody there.
Somewhat. It wasn't completely
campus,
soft, yeah.
Yeah, that did have a weapon and never went in and engaged. And I guess it's just frustrating because, again, we don't know. Somebody said he was on the other side of the campus, which is an extremely large school. And by the time he kind of came over, whatever, but he was there, what did you say, Greg, within 4 minutes, I think? Isn't that what they said?
No, they said he stayed in his position for 4 minutes. He never went in. It lasted 7, and for 4 of those minutes, he was just in that one spot.
So you're saying he was there 3 minutes in, and there was 4 minutes of some kind of help he could have provided that he just sat there and let him keep shooting.
According to what I read.
Of course, but look, back to this. Speedy's making the point. We've all made it. We were talking about in the break, too, that he didn't kill himself, so maybe he's the kind of person you could have stopped. But, and again, I don't want to pay if and buts with people's lives, but I do want to say this. These are facts that in this particular shooting, and they're all unique, just like the accusations against officers are all unique. You got to take them one at a time.
Yeah.
And we got to get to the bottom of it, and let's be fair about what really happened, good or bad. But in this particular case, based on the things Speedy just listed and we've been talking about, this particular school shooting seems like the things that are already available to us just weren't implemented very well. There's that part. You can come up with all the great plans you want to come up with. If people start working the plans, but the people who say, if this is the plan, we can help, you work the plan and nothing's done. This one just seemed to be, if not completely avoidable, the damage could have been minimized. Do we agree with that?
We had failure, Rick, of systems already in place.
Yeah. We'll be back. We keep looking at this shooting and wondering why certain things didn't happen either before it or during it. We're seeing all of this. You said there's a story out of Vermont where they think that another shooting has been foiled simply because somebody turned in a person saying they plan on shooting up the school and they arrested him.
Yeah, a 17-year-old girl notified police last week that her friend Jack Sawyer planned to carry out a mass shooting at a Vermont high school. He had allegedly revealed his plans to the young girl in a series of messages. Sawyer, who was arrested last week, met the girl at a Maine treatment center for troubled teens when the pair remained friends after that. And they found out she had actually texted him about the school shooting in Florida, and he had replied to it that's fantastic. I 100% support it. And she knew based on other comments that he had this in mind. They found out he'd actually been keeping a diary about how to do this, and it had been in the plan to do this for about 2 years.
So how could they arrest him and not arrest this kid that shot this school up with all the things that were turned in about him?
I don't know. We had a story the other day. I think, was it California, guys? A grandmother turned in her own grandson.
Right.
And then once they start looking, he had all kind of weapons, and they're like, "Hey, she really stopped something here,"
So why didn't?
We're not. You don't hear the national stories as much when we stop one of these things from happening. But in these cases, somebody sees something, somebody says something, and law enforcement moves in. That did not happen in the Parkland case, Rick.
Randy in Huntsville. Randy, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I think this guy's getting thrown under the bus a little bit. I was an officer in the military, and when you strap the weapon on, it's a whole different deal. If this guy was getting close to retirement, he, I was thinking about Billy Crystal movie from the 80s, Running Scared. Those guys got ready to retire. Their whole mindset changed.
Well, then maybe then you got to retire and let somebody else have that post. And if you're,
right.
Just like we say things like this, that people's lives are not.
Please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Coming in 2023, the first ever Man Church Conference from themanchurch.com, February 24th and 25th. Being our hometown there of Oxford, Alabama, where Greg and I grew up, the Performing Arts Center. Looking forward to being there. reserved seat tickets are available. A little over half sold now, and the prices will go up in January. You can do these things, what we're doing at our church. At our church, we're saying, all right, so we're doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Our next gathering of men would be coming up in February. So we just, our church bought all the men who want to go. They went out and bought a group of tickets, gave them a discount on it, and paid half the price of the ticket. And then our men are going to use that as our next gathering as we continue through the strategy. You can do that. Ladies, good gift ideas for the men on your Christmas list. It'll be a great time together. Or maybe you just want to go. And you can do that. Do it, though, before the prices go up at the first of the year. And you can do that by going to themanchurch.com. Again, the seats are reserved, which I like. I don't like the pressure of, hey, we had to get there early on Friday to try to get a good seat, and then, hey, guys, let's get up and hurry over there and stand outside Saturday morning. Once you get these tickets for your guys, then it's done. If it's 10 tickets or less, you can just do it online at the link we have at themanchurch.com. If you want to buy more than 10, you need to call the box office, and they'll put you all together that way. So looking forward to that next year. All right, so, Bubba, where I'm looking at Team Rick and Bubba text yesterday, you never know what's coming into that text. You just don't ever know. We have a group text of the guys, and we'll jump in there. So yesterday, I was checking out Team Rick and Bubba, and I look, and Bubba drops a question into the Team Rick and Bubba text that I could not help you with, and it involves shipping an automobile. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I just wasn't ready for that.
This is my daughter's car, and she works in Washington, D.C. now, and with her first job there, she worked right across the street from where she stays, so she just had to walk over there. She has since moved back to Capitol Hill and going to be working at the Capitol, and she wants the ability to drive over there. And we were talking about getting her car to D.C., and we were debating her driving it back versus shipping it back, and of course she wanted to drive it. But and look, it's many people could do that, and she could do it too. But this time of year, with the weather like it is, and snow up in that part of the world, and everything, we just I was a little antsy about her driving back by herself, so I think we're going to try to ship it back up. But I've not really had any experience with that, so I don't know how all that plays out. I was asking y'all for input, and y'all hadn't had a ton of it either. But
no, I've never shipped a car. Yeah. And like I say, I may be wrong, I may not be remembering the story right, but what's eating Scott Gorosky? I'm almost sure he told me a story about some automobile that he was trying to get transported. Of course, it didn't go well. I'd rather not tell you that. But
I tried to drive one back from Kentucky one time and got stranded on the side of the interstate, and the gas gauge wasn't working right. So I thought I had gas, but I didn't.
Okay,
and I was
hopefully
on the side of the road.
Hopefully,
that's you can deal with that, but it's uncomfortable. Yeah. It's a bit of a handler.
Huh? Yeah. So I know, Bubba, that I have to say, you stymied the Team Rick and Bubba group text yesterday. None of us have shipped a car anywhere.
Yeah.
I started to throw out a figure and tell you I'd take care of it and see if you'd buy it, and then take a day off and do it.
I was a little surprised that Speedy and Greg didn't throw that out there.
Yeah, I thought about it.
I've seen the little trailers that you pull behind a truck that somebody has a car in. I don't know if you ship it, if it goes car hauler there. I don't know how that works.
It's a really big box, huge box.
I was thinking about just driving it and then taking a flight back.
It is 11 hours. Yeah.
Could she split it? Well, it's not. It's the conditions you're worried about, because she could split it up and stay in Knoxville.
This time of year, and she gets sometimes aggravated with the planes. She couldn't get home before because D.C. was shut down with fog, with planes coming in for a day. But the roads can be shut down too, so same thing. Weather's always going to be an issue, and this time of year more so than any.
Right, yep.
So,
but no, Bubba, I'm afraid.
What do y'all charge to carry it up there? What do you charge to drive it up there?
Do I have to pay for my flight back or Uber back?
Well, it's the Uber back.
That'd be a heck of an Uber.
It would.
I think
I'd fly back too. But it goes back to what you're talking about.
I'll fly you back.
I got to.
When are you looking to do this?
It'd be, sometime first of the year probably.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got
May
time
even be
planned.
during the break. Huh?
Oh, that's even better.
Like you talking about like during New Year's Eve weekend or the
Possibly somewhere in there. Or it could be a few days after. I don't think it's that critical, but just sometime soon.
Is she back up there now?
Yes,
and she just needs it now. Okay, so you're driving it too.
Doing the math in my head.
Yeah,
what I'd need per hour.
It's 11-hour drive, and then
Yeah.
it would be about 2-hour flight back, around $500-$600 flight back.
Yep.
So,
are you looking at us asking?
Yeah, I just wonder what y'all
Let me write it on a
for
piece of paper and slide it over to you.
Yeah, or whatever you want to do. Text it to me over here.
Have you
whisper in my ear? I don't care.
Have you looked into shipping it?
Some. There has been some looking at that.
So much more complicated than shipping. Like say.
Yeah, it's not like a box.
Since she's up there now, could we do it?
back.
Could we do it when it's convenient for us prior to coming back in January? In other words, or do we have to wait till January to do it?
Speedy, I don't have the exact dates that she will not be there at this point.
Right.
So there would be some flexibility probably on both sides. But I mean, if it was any time in January, I'm sure it would be fine.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Is she coming back home for Christmas?
Yes, hopefully, Lord willing.
Mm-hmm. What about you and Betty driving it up there and flying back? Pass.
I think I'll take a hard pass. Rick.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. The
I'm trying to look at. I'm trying to see what you sent us.
If what you sent us,
our
is
days
the
off
going
are
rate,
very
that's-
important.
That's a steal.
I was going to say. Go ahead.
Now
I'm
hearing horror.
Speedy's first
stories
right of
on people-
refusal.
Yeah.
To
Well,
me-
no, I'm just saying the figure he gave us.
Let me ask you
on-
this: would you do it for the figure he gave us?
No.
Really?
It's gonna have to be more.
It's a little low.
See, I would do it for 200 more. I think.
Then what?
Than the shipping price you had.
Than what you sent us
That
yesterday.
shipping price you had looked low to me.
Now that includes you flying me back.
Right, and gas.
That includes you flying back?
No, I mean you'd have to actually do
On top of
add it to it.
Basically, you can get him to handle the whole thing for $1,500.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I didn't know we were throwing numbers around.
That's a steal, my friend.
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
Ain't no way
I don't
you
remember what number I
You
told
said
y'all.
800. Ain't no way
800
you
what
gonna
you
ship it
said.
for 800. No way. No way.
No.
I don't know where that number came
be
from.
careful.
I'm getting people texting me right now. Car transport to DC, $700.
Yeah, when they factor all those taxes in and blah
They got to
blah.
find their way back. There you go.
Yeah, maybe they can. I don't know. That just seems low to me. I wouldn't do it for that.
My final offer is $1,200.
$1,200.
And you fly me back.
Now, does
Plus
that include
flying you
gas? Are
back.
you paying for your own gas?
I take it back. 1,000 and you fly me back. That's as low as
I'm gonna ask for the third time. What about gas?
Yeah, he'll cover gas.
He's covering gas.
Yeah, I cover gas.
Gas and flight
back.
back. Yeah. $1,000, I'm in. You just let me know the date.
You may get a call, my friend.
Greg's like, what?
How did you steal this from me?
Well, you can have it. I'll give you first
gonna
right
be
of
at the
refusal.
Birmingham Bowl. You ain't got time for this.
Well, that's one day.
I'll do it for $950.
Hey, that's in December.
$950. I'll do it.
$948.
Hey,
I'm nowhere doing this.
Rick and Bubba.
In danger, you might have somebody. We tell people that if you're out there still playing football and you've lost the will to still be out there, you're going to get yourself hurt to get other people hurt. And that's a minor miss. If you've lost the will to engage, then you shouldn't be at the post anymore because you're going to get people killed.
Yeah,
and the
Randy.
criticism-
I told you when I first heard it, I was hoping that he was following some policy procedure of the department or whatever. But the sheriff himself said he's sick of the way he behaved and the way he acted. So, nobody supports law enforcement more than us. But this was a major fumble. And if you're protecting a school, you can't have the attitude, I'm about to retire, so I'm not going to get shot. You can't be on the post with that. This is serious. This is life and death.
Can you imagine me saying, "Hey guys, I'm getting close to retirement. I don't want to get any bad emails, so I'm just going to sit here and not do anything." You'd be like, "Well, Rick, when you signed up to be on air, you signed up to talk and take things on. If you don't like that, then hit the road." And so I'm with Bubba. If it was a bunch of civilians sitting around critiquing this guy, we probably would need to be extremely careful. But when the sheriff himself says, "I have watched the security video,"
says I'm sick,
and I'm sick at my stomach at the behavior of this officer, I think that's all the the credibility that is needed in this particular case. It's one officer assessing another officer.
His boss.
And so this guy knows what he's talking about. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Mike. Mike, welcome to the program, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I'm in the law enforcement community, and I have been involved in one of these high-profile active shooter cases in the country. If I told you which one it was, you would know it immediately. A key piece here is if the officer had appropriate active shooter training, if he was equipped properly to respond. And that is a piece we don't know because they haven't told us. Now, the fact that the sheriff has come out and said, hey, I'm unhappy with how he responded and it didn't go the way I would have liked for it to go, might indicate to me that there might have been some issue there that we're not aware of. So I would just say take a moment because we don't know all the details. But the other piece that's got to be addressed is the school resource officer piece. Too often, departments will take an officer who's toward the end of their career or who has some minor physical limitation that would keep them from working the road and assign them a school resource officer duty because it's less intense than some of their normal duties. And that is probably something that's going to have to change because they can't.
Your mentality.
They can't keep making those kind of assignments.
You know, you make a great point, Mike. I think our whole mentality on resource officers has got to change because you're right.
It's not a babysitter.
Yeah, the mentality was there's not going to be a whole lot going on there, so this is kind of a cushy job for a guy getting toward the end. We got to change that mentality because it ain't no cushy job now. I mean, you got to have somebody there that's ready to engage and is at the top of their game, not fading.
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Shootouts
I
galore.
was very entertaining.
What'd you say?
I thought it was very entertaining.
Yeah. Did you feel like that the last shot the Canadian took was it looked like was that just a great play by the goalie or was it?
We don't know what we're looking at, but it didn't look as animated, say, as the U.S. shot. She didn't put as many fakes in it.
Yeah.
Well, the shootout's a challenging thing because, you have to, strategize your deeks, going across. But most people or most hockey players will use about as many as 3 deeks. Sometimes you need less, sometimes you need more. But it's kind of a strategy of goalie against the shooter. And if the shooter has the advantage and knows the weak spots, and they'll capitalize on it. If they don't, then the goalie's going to win every time.
Chris, this terminology you're using, did you say deke? Is that a fake?
Deke is a fake, yes.
Oh. You get one, too. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in. Any topic. We'll chat with you. Da-da-da. Gift number 4 of the 12 working days of Christmas has already been given away today. If you missed that, sorry. Gift 5 tomorrow. So catch that on another Rick and Bubba show, Lord willing. TheraBreath, you do not want to go to the upcoming Christmas gatherings, Christmas Eve, New Year's Day. You do not want to be toting stank breath. Nobody likes that.
No.
TheraBreath is a gift that you may give yourself, which then indirectly will be a gift you give to others. Because and let me tell you something, all the other garbage out there, they just don't work. They might cover your breath for just a minute, but TheraBreath is designed to go after what is causing it. It also they have products that are better at whitening your teeth. They got products that are better at keeping your gums healthy. All of this is available at TheraBreath.com, but they're also featured based on shelf space, how many of their products will be there at retailers everywhere. Look for that bright orange cap in the retailer drugstores, and you can find usually there. But you may not be able to find all the products. If you want to find them all, you can go to TheraBreath.com and be sure and tell them Rick and Bubba told you. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. The TheraBreath products, they're just better, and oral health is crucial. So put them to work for you. All right, so what have you got going over there?
Well, just the emails. I was looking through them. Got a lot of people talking about shipping the car.
Right.
But here's one of my favorite. Tell Hamsey thanks for the memories and good luck with his new move. Maybe y'all can take the last segment today to talk about everyone's favorite Helmsy memory.
That's funny.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Not leaving.
Yeah. What if Helmsy...
Y'all have 20 minutes, by the way.
What if Helmsy drove Caitlin's car and that was his goodbye on the show?
Yeah, that's it.
And then when he flew back, he landed at the tennis court. Guy in Alabama. Hey, Guy. Welcome to the program, buddy. How are you?
Hello.
Hey, buddy. You're on the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Hey, just got a quick problem solver from Bubba. First of all, tell him I'm from Eclectic, so I know he loves that word.
He loves that word.
But he can use the company like UShip. It's an online thing that you can do on the internet, and basically it's either trucking companies that'll either do a backhaul, or they may already be heading that away, and they can just add it to their load. But I had a vehicle shipped from California for $500. So.
How about that? That's
nice.
Surprising to me.
Yeah.
But
they'll bid on it, and you choose whoever it is you want to do it for you.
Well, see, I don't know who all these people bidding are, so how would I know a good versus a bad?
You know, this isn't like
a description of their company and who they are, and you can call them and talk to them and that kind of stuff. This is what we do, that sort of thing. So all of them seem to be pretty reputable in order to be on that app.
Okay.
So basically, what you're saying, Speedy and Hams are a little high.
They are a little high. But
I know enough about this to be dangerous.
I figured we would be.
I know enough about this to be dangerous because I met someone that uses this app, and a lot of
what
it
is the app? What's it called?
I don't know. Like I said, I know enough to be dangerous, but a lot of times people have already delivered something and they're coming back.
Yeah, back home.
Or the other way around. They're going to get something, and so they're making money. Yeah. One of the ways because they're already going.
Yeah. Of course, we're not talking about a couch here.
And here, please understand, Bubba, you can go with those people. That's fine. But if you're looking for quality, you look at me and Baldy over there.
Yeah, I know it. I know.
Steve is about to offer the deal of the day. Now, I can't vouch for Steve. But here is Steve in Alabama. Steve says he'll do it for $250. All right, so Steve, go ahead. You're on with Bubba.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, $250. I got thinking about that price. I'd probably go $200 even. I ain't never been to Washington, but I'd be willing to help Bubba out, get a little bit of money in my pocket, and, final jobs have been slow, but, I'll be willing to help him.
I bet you will.
We'll put you on the list.
Thank you, Steve. Put Steve down for $200. He's just looking for beer money. Let's go to Terry in Alabama. Terry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey there. I'm not sure if you were aware, but there was a leper colony, leprosarium in Carville, Louisiana, right outside of Baton Rouge up until a couple of years ago.
No, I didn't.
And the
I didn't
research
know that.
they did was, and the research they did was really important for the treatment of diabetic foot care.
How about that?
Because leprosy, insensitive feet, are the same condition for both.
How about that? So it's the same thing.
And
Huh.
Yeah.
I had no idea. Did y'all know that?
No, I had no idea.
Let's go to, let's see, we got Jordan is standing by. Looks like
Jordan?
Yeah, let's
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, you're on. Go ahead.
Hey, since Steve went 200, I'll go 150 and an invite to the Christmas party.
That's good. Greg in Alabama. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, this is Greg, North Alabama.
Understood.
I got a solution. If Bubba would just Google Hot Shot Auto Services,
he
can find these people deliver 1 to 3 vehicles. They do it in a dually,
And usually, if they got brokers, they can find the load out of D.C. back to somewhere else. Probably won't cost him half as much as he thinks so. Used them before. They do great work.
Okay.
Plus, it's insured.
Okay.
Yeah, that's important.
You know, Helmsy and Speedy aren't insured.
Yeah, are y'all insured? Y'all bonded?
Lisa, I mean, all I'm doing is getting in the car and driving it.
But what if
I'm insured?
My insurance covers me.
My
if I'm
insurance
driving
covers me driving someone else's vehicle.
That's true.
So
That's true.
I don't know about bonded, but I'm insured.
Lisa, I'm not Lisa. Lisa, go ahead.
Hey guys,
Hey.
roll tide.
Road tide, road tide to you.
Just waiting for Steve to say I ain't never been nowhere.
Bubba, see, these people you don't want. You forgot to give us an update.
You sure did.
I'll tell you about it.
Deacon in Alabama. Deacon, go ahead.
What's going on, brothers? Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, brother. Go ahead.
Sir, I just wanted to call and tell you I'm little brother's age. Went through a bad divorce after I got back from overseas, and God sent me the love of my life. And my kids are 19 and 16, and I just found out that at 57 years old, I'm going to be a daddy again.
57 years old, my goodness. Ooh, 57. I mean, wow. I mean, that's big news, Deacon. Congratulations.
Scary.
At this poor child's high school graduation, this old man's going to be 75.
75 years old. Well, look, now that's just more motivation for you to take care of yourself. You got to be able to. You got to play with another little one. You're gonna have to take care of yourself. Look at what you do. Congratulations, buddy.
Man, that's incredible.
Don't know this caller's name, but said they've been in a leper ward. I'm sorry, your name's not on the board, but go ahead.
Maybe there's a reason.
Hey, this is Mike. At any rate, I was in India, and we were starting to work on Polio Plus, and I was in a hospital where it was a leprosy ward, and it ain't pretty.
No.
And so it was like a horror movie, and I even got dysentery over there. Luckily, I was staying in the palace of a Maharaja, so my digs were good. But leprosy is a strange and vicious disease.
I bet. Ooh. Wade in Kentucky. Wade, go ahead.
Listen, I'll take that car for $400 and one boat ride with Bruce Pearl.
Y'all
People cutting deals today.
Y'all are too clever.
Hey, now is Hugh gonna get to ride with y'all this year?
Yeah, I don't know.
I know he's got him a lake spot down there by you.
So not near me.
You invited him over?
No, I have had no contact.
Like welcome to the water?
I don't know Hugh Freeze.
Is it awkward between you and Gus now that he's at Central?
I haven't seen Gus in a long time.
To my point.
Hadn't seen him in a long time.
But Hugh's
he's
gonna
around though.
Hugh's gonna be down there by you and Bruce, isn't he?
No, not that I'm aware of.
I heard he was.
Well, I don't know that.
So
that's news to me.
Is there room for him on the boat?
There's always room on the boat for a good lake buddy.
Okay. You like to see a few wins first?
Maybe a little recruiting, some offensive linemen,
right.
Stuff like that.
All right. We'll come back. Any stories that we might have missed, we'll wrap it up. So, Bubba, I think you got a lot of information now.
Yeah, got a lot to work with here.
Tell you what you're finding out. Helmsy and Speedy, they're expensive.
Yeah, they are. They're a little out of the price range.
Yeah.
You get what you pay for, friend.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go. By the way, I found that to be true. That's a true statement.
Yeah.
More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But you're right, because I have a little bit of this, and it's a different game, obviously, because of the ice. That's the biggest one. But I've been involved with one of my boys in lacrosse, so I do hear them discussing different goalies have different strengths and weaknesses, and you can't shoot on the same one the same way you do another one and all that. So is that kind of what you were talking about as well?
Absolutely, because most goalies have different style. Because you have the traditional butterfly, you have the traditional stand-up goalie, and then they have their own quirky ways, though. But most goalies are superstitious.
Now, what do you mean butterfly? What does that mean?
Butterflies that they expand their arms and expand their legs. Most shooters will shoot down low, and that's why you have the butterfly, and that's why they cover the down low. That way, it would force the shooter to shoot high.
Yeah, well, a lot of times there's guys that play hockey and play lacrosse, and anytime we're playing against a hockey goalie, everybody's like, you got a hockey goalie this time. That means you ain't gonna shoot low on him.
That's right.
All right, so we get gold there, so that's happy. Let's give another report from you. Here we go. Let's get our 60-second update as we wind down the Winter Olympics. Here is Chris Wood. Chris, go.
All right, Team USA, the women's side, they're a very happy bunch. The first gold medal they achieved since 1998 in the Nagano Games. They beat Canada 3-2, avenging an earlier loss, and they were a very happy bunch playing against Canada because they wanted Canada so badly, and they beat them because Canada's beaten them like the last 4 times in the gold medal game. USA has a favorite sport to support, as they've had a fantastic run in curling. They almost achieved the gold medal there, but they settled for the silver. And figure skating is on a decline since the mid-1990s, but it is rising as they're trying to find more skilled skaters to join Team USA in 4 years. The final total medals, Norway with a commanding lead with 35. Canada has 27. Germany has 25. USA has moved from 5th to 4th at 21. Netherlands dropped from 4th to 5th with 17.
You had 2 seconds to spare this time, big man.
Chris, I've got to ask you, a lot of the stories today are saying it's the poorest performance overall by the U.S. team in modern Olympic history. Would you go with that?
I think it's close. I would put the 98 Nagano Games probably ahead of this one.
Well, you got corrected on that, didn't you?
Yeah, I tell you
Yeah.
what. Can't touch that.
Can't touch that, can we? You two. Hey, Chris Wood, I mean, so you think that was worse? I don't recall that, but.
Well, the 98 games, when Team USA, the men's, this was like the first year the NHL had sent its players over, and Team USA was like a dumpster fire. I mean, they just like bottomed out early because they lost to the Czech Republic, and the Czech Republic had better players than USA did at the time.
It's all hockey team performance.
Chris used the term dumpster fire.
He did.
He's got his little slogans, little sayings. Hey, now let me.
All the greats do, Rick.
They do. All the great ones. All right. So, Chris, Bubba mentioned to me in the office before the show started. You mentioned figure skating, which usually the U.S. was pretty good at, and we've had a lot of choking going on. But he told me that there was. Is it true? Was it skating the German? There was a German skater that skated to the soundtrack from Schindler's List.
I did not hear that one. I know there was a French skater that was skating towards the Britney Spears song, though.
Oh, okay, well,
Hey, we know that, right?
yeah.
He's giggling.
Chris, I'm curious.
Schindler's List, he missed. Britney Spears got.
And we had AC/DC too.
Let's not forget that.
Which Britney Spears song was it, Chris? Do you know?
I don't usually listen to Britney Spears' song because I get distracted by her dancing.
So you say you don't
never hear the
music.
He gets distracted.
Somebody said music. What music?
I think it's toxic.
Toxic.
Oh,
I'll just make that
let's
up.
go, big.
Chris is
It'll
on
be a
fire.
good one.
He is on fire. Good night.
We don't know. I don't know.
Outrageous when I move my body. Outrageous when I'm at a party. Outrageous.
Was it that one, Chris?
No, not that one.
What about Circus? That would be appropriate, wouldn't it?
You know him.
Well, Chris, so you walk away. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Some stories that we did not get to. Looks like Kent State coach Sean Lewis is going to Colorado to be Prime's offensive coordinator. Where are we on that?
You know he's coming.
I don't know who that is.
Has everybody seen the video of Coach Prime addressing the team the first time?
By the way, some of y'all out there are going to have to tap your brakes. I'm going to have to reel some of you in. Okay?
I love this.
Look, we're all intrigued by Coach Prime. We think he's a good motivator. We like some of the things he's saying. He certainly has been successful at his first head coaching job. He's going to Colorado to play with the best college football teams in the country. Okay, we're leaving, going to another place. Colorado was 1-11 last year. Okay,
Right.
Some of y'all gonna have to reel in what success is going to be early. Success early, as we were saying the other day, but I want to emphasize this again. If season 1 he picks up 5 wins, hugely successful.
Yeah.
If all of a sudden season 2 he's knocking a 7
He's
and
bowl
5,
eligible.
he's a 7 and 5.
Yeah.
That would be successful.
Yep.
Some of y'all that think Colorado's going to the playoffs in the next 2 years, y'all gonna have to reel that in. Do you realize how hard it is to get to now? When the 12 come out, it's gonna be easier.
Yeah.
So now, are we gonna count that, or y'all talking about him getting in the top 4?
Well, I think
Because if you say I made the playoffs,
I'm just going to be realistic. I think the next season for Colorado, if they have a winning season, 6 wins and go to a bowl game, he has been successful.
yeah, I think season 1, if he wins 4 to 5 games, that shows success. Season 2, if he's 7 and 5, or 6 and
upset somebody he wasn't supposed to,
6 and 6, something like that, and then from there we'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
But some of y'all are acting like this is a movie. that he goes to Colorado and they're playing for the national championship next year.
I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot can happen now with the transfer portal, but that's a lot to ask. But it has happened. It has happened. It happened, with Auburn. They went 0 wins in the conference to playing in the national championship game in 1 year. So weird things like that do happen.
Of course, they had been in 2010.
Yeah,
it's not like they didn't have anything. But this is a
with the transfer portal.
They have not been a competitor in 20 years. They have not been a player, Colorado.
Yeah,
it's been.
But they were at one time. I mean, we all grew up knowing them being a top 5 team every year.
Yeah. With the portal, though, I'm not saying they're going to win it all, but
no, it's different.
But he could have a room full of 5 stars in a couple of weeks.
But remember, when you're in portal, and maybe he can do it because of who he is. But the portal, you're still competing with the same people for the same portal.
Yeah, but you got different players.
They got it too.
Yeah.
I do think when it comes to recruiting, I think Deion will have an advantage over many, if not all, coaches. But then the organization calling the plays, that may be a different deal.
Well, here's the thing. It's true, and because everything changes. He has the portal. Other coaches in the past did not. He has NIL. That's new.
He has his son.
That's helpful. And he's about to go from you got to make the top 4 to get in the playoff to you only got to make the top 12. So it is going to be easier for him to be successful.
Yeah.
No question about that. And that's all right because you play by the rules that you're in. I was it was different, like Greg and I talked about when we played high school. You had to make the playoff by winning your region. Now where we live, you just have to be in the top 4.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
So going to the playoffs is a lot easier than it was when we were playing. I mean, we had 9-1 teams that stayed home because the one game they lost was to the region champion or the area champion. So they'd win 9 games and stay home. Yeah. So now I just got to finish number 4 in my area to even get in the playoff, and then I can make a run. And so it is different. But he'll have to be judged by what everybody else at the time of his era is being judged. And let me tell you, it's a lot easier to go and turn the program around when you got the kind of hype around you that he has. I'm just saying some of y'all, I think he has a great chance to be successful, but some of y'all are living in a land that's not reality. It's still going to take a little bit.
How do you what would you count success for Hugh Freeze next year?
4 wins.
Bowl eligible.
So
that's 6.
What did Auburn do this year?
5 wins.
5. So
I'd go 7.
7 wins.
Maybe 8.
7 wins.
7 if you beat somebody that you're not supposed to.
7.
Of course, you get 7-8 wins, you probably have beaten
now
somebody.
because it is Auburn. Because it is Auburn.
Look at their competition every week. Every week.
Because it is Auburn, though, they will demand that Auburn's back in the national championship picture in 2 to 3 seasons. They ain't gonna wait very long.
I think 3 years is enough
That's
time.
the new thing.
I think it is enough time, especially the access you have to the players that we just talking about.
And you don't have to win it, but they have to be up there playing for it.
You need to be in the discussion.
Right. Yeah. Like the Iron Bowl is who's going to go to the playoff.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did y'all see where the AD at Colorado made that statement? They don't have the money yet, but they feel like they'll have it to pay him. He was asked about the money to hire Deion Sanders. He said, "We don't have the money yet, but I know we'll have it, so I'm not worried about that piece."
Well, okay.
I hope he's right.
Plan.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could do that with my Christmas gifts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's called layaway. I've never heard of a layaway coach.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's the thing. A lot of these coaches are not paid. Part of their salary comes from the university, but some of this really big money you see comes from the private clubs that support the university. And I don't know what the Buffalo one is called.
And they'll give you living expense.
With Hugh Freeze, it's Tigers Unlimited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How about looking at this Sean Lewis? I was not familiar with him, but his offenses, they crank out yardage and points.
I bet.
They got after Georgia pretty good this year.
Mm-hmm. All right now.
So there.
I'm down.
With about 2 minutes left in the hour here, I was just wanting to give Helmsy a voice to say goodbye.
Would you stop?
I just thought you could close us out.
Hey, birthday boy, calm down.
Leaving on Speedy's birthday.
Well, maybe a speech or something.
I'm good. I'm good. Not going anywhere. Not going anywhere.
Do you think I know you'll like the hours better, but do you think?
Yeah.
Do you
see this kind of stuff like this has got to stop floating around on social media?
There's Trent Dilfer and Helmsy matched up.
Just we'll miss you, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay.
My running buddy.
Thank you.
Yep. I mean,
watch out. IMG has an opening now, so be careful.
Well, his kid's got to get through high school first here.
I don't
then
know.
He might move.
I don't know if there's time with what I just text you since we're putting memes up. But
that is real.
Yeah. So right,
you got to get them out first.
But Helmsy's not the only one that's got a meme today because it is Speedy's birthday, and we know that you're going on to coach tennis, which we're excited about. And
look, it's local, so we'll see each other still.
Yeah,
but I'm not going anywhere. This is a part-time deal.
Well, UAB hiring you is showing their fans they're committed. Now, Speedy also has a gig.
Yeah, he does. I see that.
I'd pay money for that. I'd pay really good money for this.
He picked the perfect picture.
I'd donate to the Colorado Buffaloes for this.
Yeah. At the
you could use your car money.
The man of 1,000 voices, Calvin Speedy Wilburn, will be there the 9th and 10th.
Oh,
you're going to miss the Christmas party.
That is excellent.
That one at the bottom looks like he's doing one of his impressions.
I think the both
That's
are.
probably it.
Of course, I got my eyes closed. That's the only way I know.
Let me tell you, our audience
did that. That is so good.
Our audience, but they can find it, Casey. They can make it happen.
There's
really good.
That's
well done.
Fantastic. I love that when you're doing a voice, you have to close your eyes. That's my favorite.
And sometimes he gets buck tooth. I don't know what that is. He runs his teeth out.
Right. Well, if I was to see how y'all would look at me, then I would be embarrassed for myself, so I have to close my eyes like y'all aren't here.
Helmsy, heck of a job.
Yeah.
Y'all stop.
Hey, let's meet at the rug for a power hug.
Hey, heck of a job.
It's been an honor and a privilege.
Heck of a job.
Heck of a job.
Tell Amanda she can still text me.
Add a kid.
Y'all are real convincing. Like, I don't know if I should come back tomorrow.
Love you, buddy.
But hey, man, right here.
Y'all stop.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.